Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Comics Rot Your Brain, the show where screenwriters talk about the comic books that we love, mostly from the 1980s. I'm one of your hosts, I'm Steven Bagatourian.
And I'm your other host, Chris Derrick.
And Chris, today we're talking about a comic book called Zot by Scott McCloud and published by the fine folks at Eclipse Comics. Now, who is Scott McCloud? Well, Scott McCloud is a cartoonist who is perhaps best known for his seminal 1993 nonfiction comic book, Understanding Comics, The Invisible Art, where he delved into the history, meaning, and artistic elements of comics and cartooning. McCloud examined the formal aspects of comics, their vocabulary, and how those elements have been used over the years. This book was described by no less a source than Alan Moore as the single best analysis of the medium of comics that he had ever encountered. So Scott McCloud did that. He also wrote and drew the somewhat controversial follow-ups to Understanding Comics, which were called Reinventing Comics and Making Comics. And so that was some of the academic and theoretical framework that McCloud has given us for looking at the medium, which has been so critical over these last decades. But he didn't just stop there. Scott McCloud also happens to be the inventor of a little thing called the 24-hour comic book. And if you have ever participated in the annual event 24-hour comic book day, where a bunch of creators all over the world get together and see if they can write, draw, and just create a 24-page comic book in just 24 hours, as inconceivable and awesome as that sounds, well, you have Scott McCloud to thank for that, because it was way back in 1990 that he dared his good buddy Steve Swamp Thing Bissett to do just such a thing, and thus comic books was given this incredible thing, 24-hour comic book day, and the 24-hour comic was born. So we have Scott McCloud to thank for that. And, he could have stopped there. He could have just done either one of these things or any of the aforementioned things, and he would go down in history as a legend. But none of that is what we're here to talk about today, because Scott McCloud started off his whole career as a cartoonist who created a really wonderful comic book called Zot. And I'm so excited, Chris, that we get to talk about Zot today, because Zot is something that is not spoken about enough. Now, let me quote Jan and Dean Mullaney from the text column in the first issue of Zot, where they're hyping it up a little bit. And they say, Zot records the exploits of a 13-year-old superhero from an alternate Earth. He's the only superhero on his world, and yet, because he's underage, he's got a butler/robot named Peabody that drives him all around in a Zoom car. And so Zot, in the first issue, crashes through a dimensional barrier between his Earth and ours, chased by killer robots who are sent on a zealous religious crusade. And Zot's mission is to recover the stolen key to the door at the edge of the universe. Along the way, he meets Jenny Weaver, a girl from our Earth, and her brother Butch, and the three of them go back to Zot's world, which is the sum total of all the incredible futures that we wish we had in our world. And the future world of Zot is a sight to behold. It is an incredible, just unbelievable combination of worlds, and that's what we're going to get into here in our discussion. This is just such an insanely fun story, and I'm really glad we've got time to talk here at length today, to say the least, about the first 10 issues of Scott McCloud's classic comic book from the 80s, The Incredible Zot. Everybody who is watching the show on YouTube, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And if you could, please hit the like button and subscribe. That helps us out a lot with the algorithm, etc. So thank you guys for your support. And if you want to hear more episodes like this discussing 80s comics, particularly some of the more obscure comic books from the 80s, please let us know in the comments. And also check out our Patreon for Comics Rot Your Brain, where we got a bunch of amazing bonus content that's going up there regularly and some very exciting things that are going to be happening in 2025 that you're not going to want to miss out on. So please check out the Patreon. And if you can afford it, support the show that way. And now back to the show. This is such a fun, wild science fiction story. We had so much fun reading it, and it's just a big mishmash of Astro Boy and Flash Gordon and a million other influences. And this is just such a jam-packed series. I can't wait to discuss it with you. It's just such a breath of fresh air.
Well, I will say, the thing that's really fascinating to me about this book in terms of reading up on what McCloud was doing, because as I was telling you offline, my first exposure to Scott McCloud was in Understanding Comics. I didn't read Zot until later. And I think I just read some of the black and white issues and like didn't sort of get it because the final issues were kind of like we're closing the series out. It didn't seem like a superhero thing.
Yep.
But when we were doing research on this, he was such an early fan of manga that it's insane that when you read it now, you see how much he's been influenced by that. And that I think is a really cool thing, because this is like 84. So this is like predating even Akira coming over here.
Oh, totally. And he was making the book in 83 while he was working at DC Comics. And like,
but we saw the documentary, and he was saying that there was a bookstore that was near DC or near his house that was in New York.
Right.
And they had like hundreds of Japanese comics that weren't even translated.
Yes.
And he said he was just buying them and looking at them. And he felt, and he would show them when he was whatever, some sort of intern or like at DC, show that art to the people at DC, the editors. And those guys were like, yeah, this stuff is never going to sell over.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, really, really forward-thinking DC editors. They got Scott McCloud trying to get them to open their eyes to what manga was doing. And they were like, nope, kid, you're crazy. This stuff is culturally bound to another place in time. It will never work in America. Great instincts there. But McCloud was obviously ahead of his time in so many ways, and it is actually pretty phenomenal to think that he was 23 years old when he launched Zot. And Zot is such a fully formed universe. And Chris, you mentioned the documentary that we watched on YouTube. Just so everybody can check it out, there's a really excellent documentary that's about 25 minutes long called Understanding Scott McCloud's Zot. And it's on YouTube from somebody whose YouTube handle is 500 Ryu Films. And yeah, it's a really, really well-made documentary where McCloud is interviewed extensively. And he talks quite movingly about his father and his father's influence on his work. And that was all fascinating to both of us, right? That Scott McCloud's father was a very high-level missile engineer at Raytheon, and who happened, yes, he was blind, and he still ended up becoming this huge hotshot genius engineer. And McCloud talks in the documentary about what a massive influence his father was, not only on his whole life, but also on the character of Zot. Specifically, I thought that was crazy to learn that the character of Zot is not, I think, as most people would assume, a stand-in for Scott. Just because the names rhyme, I guess, doesn't mean that character was meant to be a stand-in for him. He says his father was the chief influence for the character of Zot, and it was his dad's sunny, optimistic disposition that he really brought to the character of Zot, and that Zot represented his dad, who died sadly when McCloud was only 21, which is incredibly tragic. But I was very moved by everything he said about his dad in the documentary. I thought it was really, really interesting.
Yeah, his dad he mentioned a lot of things about his dad. I mean, for those who don't know or might watch the documentary, I mean, his dad, like, he was blind, and he fell downstairs, and that's what killed him. And that's like stunning. And it's also disappointing that again, his father like never saw any of this, and it's kind of strange that I think it was strange that he didn't mention because he was like the fourth child, I guess, but he never mentioned like what his other siblings or his mom thought of his work. And but I guess it just goes as a testament of how much of an impact the father had on him, and obviously it was on the rest of the kids too and the wife, but it's just interesting to hear that discussion. And I mean, what I can't remember who he was saying that he was he was parts Jenny and parts. I mean, yeah, it's
Well,
weird.
he also with Jenny specifically, he said his wife and the love of his life, or his wife to be at the time, and the love of his life, Ivy, who he was, I think, just dating at the time that he created Zot. And he said that Ivy was the chief influence on the voice of Jenny. Although I think toward what you're saying, I think he did say that there's a little piece of him in all the characters. And so, there's part of him in every character in Deco and, in Zot and everybody, but that Zot primarily was inspired by his dad, and that Jenny primarily, I think he said, especially after the first storyline, that Jenny's voice really became Ivy's voice, and that became like a powerful influence there. So yeah, Zot. I mean, it felt like it was, and it obviously was so personal to McCloud what he was doing here, even in the context of this wild sci-fi adventure romp in a way. It really is just nonstop action, and it's so much fun. It is really just an incredibly entertaining comic, and there's just energy bursting off these pages. And also toward what you were saying, Chris, like that manga influence is so clear. He's using the speed lines and kind of the Osamu Tezuka style action and kind of playful character design and constant movement that really was foreign to American comic book audiences at that time in large part. And like McCloud, you see, was studying Astro Boy, was studying Lone Wolf and Cub, and was really very quickly and impressively incorporating that stuff into what he was doing as a very young American cartoonist at a time where almost no American cartoonists were doing that. Frank Miller obviously would go on to be influenced by this stuff, and Rob Liefeld and other artists later were looking at manga, but it seems like McCloud was one of the very early artists in the early 80s that was hip to this stuff and used it to great effect.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the time, I mean, obviously, because Jack Kirby's still alive, and so he's got to be looming large on everyone's like idea. I mean, but for people who don't know what Zot is, I'll sort of summarize what it is. It's about this character named Zachary, who is he's from every future. He's set on this world where Scott McCloud was like, I'm gonna set all the futures that people predicted in the last 100 years or so, and just say, hey, these futures existed. He's just like, and he's this teenage boy who has got no superpowers. He's just got this sunny disposition. He has a ray gun, and he has and he's got these jetpacks. And you know what? And he's a celebrity as a teenager. And all he does is go around and he kind of saves the world and saves things and saves people. And he's like a hero in that regard. And he gets involved in the story of conspiracy of trying to find this ring that opens the door at the edge of the universe.
A key,
And
a golden key.
a key, I'm sorry, a key, and so, I mean, yeah, the sort of first 10 issues that we have read, they cover the story of how that key gets stolen, how he tracks it down, how he, and the whole process of people that he meets. He actually, he jumps into the past to the it's the word of 1984, because he's trying to find this key, and there's a signature to it, the energy signature, and he meets this girl named Jenny, and he pops through this little time portal, and he kind of, these robots are after him, and he saves her, and then and then he's like, "Oh, you should come back with me to the future." And then she's like, "Really?" Because she's upset because she's moved to some new hometown. I think it's in New Jersey or something like that. And she decides to go with Zod. And as she's jumping through the portal, her brother Butch, chases after her because he's like, "No, that key, which he found the key, he wants it." And the both of them get sucked into the world of Zot, and they go on these adventures with him. So
Yeah.
that's sort of the 10 issues in a fast nutshell about
No,
what
that
happened.
was That's a really good intro to what Zot is. And I think piggybacking on what you're saying about Jenny and her brother Butch, I thought what was really interesting was that we start the story on page one with Jenny essentially being introduced as kind of the main character, in that, you know, she's the one in the splash page on the opening page of the whole series is Jenny saying, well, this is it, my new hometown, just like they said it would be, no noise, no trash, no crime, no friends. And it's this young 13-year-old girl essentially monologuing to herself for the next couple pages, walking around this town about how much she's going to miss her old town and how she hates how her parents keep moving so much and she's stuck in this town. And then her brother Butch is a real bully and he starts bullying her and messing with her. And but really we're with Jenny and Butch for the first 3 pages until this weird time portal opens up. And, you know, you see Zot kind of looming in the background in an artistic way, like his image in the splash page is etched into the clouds, looming over Jenny. So we see the foreshadowing of the adventure she's about to go on with this guy. But yeah, really, I think it's a purposeful and illuminating choice that McCloud chooses to intro Jenny as if really you intro a main character right from jump in a main story, and then Zot and him appearing through that portal is kind of like the inciting incident, if you will, in screenwriter talk. Like that's the thing that, you know, snatches Jenny out of her ordinary world. But I think it says a lot about McCloud's concerns here, that he's not opening with the craziness. He's opening with the grounded real world of Earth. And, you know, and ultimately they're going to get back to that later. But like you said, the journey and the adventure at first is going to take Jenny into this crazy mishmash of future worlds that Zot lives in. And McCloud has like a cool phrase that he said in a couple of the interviews we looked at, where he described the world of Zot as, quote, the far-flung future of 1965. And I think what he meant by that was like all the futures, as you say, all the different futures that we imagined back in like the 60s and the 50s and the 40s, and all these crazy Jules Verne, H.G. Wells, Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers kind of sci-fi futures, every single one of them all happening all at once, and that being the world that Zot lives in. It's a pretty fun idea for this future world to just be, you know, packed with everything. You know, it's everything Zot, you know, Zot could ever ask for is around him in his world. And it's everything that McCloud could ever want to draw, right? It's every sci-fi fun thing. You got ray guns, you got jet cars, you got spaceships, and you got all different kinds of alien robots, and you got every alien you can think of. It's just, you know, everything in a blender. And it's just such a fun comic book idea.
Well, see, you know, I'm looking back at these first 3 pages again, and this is something that I thought about a lot when I was reading the first 2 issues. His art, like the way he draws figures, at least the way he draws Jenny, and to a degree maybe Dot, but probably nobody else. But it's sort of and the way he draws like the regular Earth, it sort of reminded me of like the work of Terry Moore when he did Strangers in Paradise. Just because you know how he was saying he was a big fan of manga, and it's like, oh, if this is in black and white, which it becomes later on, like how much more does this look like the light style of Terry Moore is what I'm trying to say. You know, like it's very clean lines.
Yeah.
It's not too cartoony, but it's not trying to be too much of like a superhero, like, you know, like type of aesthetic. And I think it's kind of interesting how he's created this kind of look that feels, again, it feels like you're reading someone from Japan is doing an American book.
It does. It does feel like that. Yeah. I could see what you're saying about the Terry Moore thing, but to me, I think more so I'm definitely feeling the Japan vibe. I'm feeling the, you know, looking at this now, I'm like, okay, I'm not like an expert in Osamu Tezuka or Astro Boy, but I've read enough and I've seen enough manga, particularly the kind of manga that McCloud would have been looking at back then, where, yeah, so much of what he's doing here on the page and with the storytelling choices, it does feel like manga choices more than Western comic choices. And also it reads with a velocity and like a speed, but it's also a combination of that velocity and speed, but jam packed with more text than the average manga. So it is like an interesting cross section of his interests, because I think McCloud is more interested in building a density of story, which certainly at the time was more of a Western comic thing in terms of sheer verbiage on the page. But then combining that with these action scenes that feel like manga, it gives it kind of an interesting tension and kind of like a tension release in some of these big moments where you see a cityscape and you have an action scene and someone falls off a building. But then you cut to the next page and it's like Zot and Peabody and Jenny talking in like, 16 small panels all of a sudden. And it's like, it's a lot of like tension, release, which also calls to mind a little bit of what Frank Miller is famously going to do in Dark Knight Returns a couple of years later, where you've got like all the tiny TV panels famously, and then the big giant splash pages. Again, tension, release. I think that McCloud is really pioneering a lot of this cross section of the Western and the Eastern approach to comics here in a way that's obviously going to have a big influence on his peers. And like a lot of the artists that we cover on this channel, from your Trevor Von Edens to your Scott McClouds and a lot of the other artists that we've discussed extensively, I think their influence is felt for many, many years afterwards, because these guys are doing really original stuff at the time that I think the shockwaves and the reverberations are going to be felt for some time. And McCloud was thinking about all this stuff deeply in a way that I think really reflects he was thinking about it more seriously than a lot of his peers. He was drawing in influences very intentionally and very purposefully and trying to build something that was going to last in a way. And I think he's done that with Zot. Zot actually holds up for the most part really well, I thought. Like, honestly, even better than I expected, because I read this a long time ago when I was a young comic fan, and I remember thinking it was fun, but I'm really impressed by just the thoughtfulness of all the fun in Zot. Like, there's so much political stuff too. Like, it's very political in its fun way. Like, it's all about these like warring politicians who want to use this key that opens this magical door in the universe to bring about a giant universal war, and how Zot and his buddies find out about this scheme and they want to stop that. But it all takes on extra layers of meaning to know that that's the storyline too, realizing that McCloud's father, who is his idol and his hero and his model for Zot, was designing missile systems and was an engineer working for Raytheon. Like,
Yeah.
it feels like that's kind of fascinating to realize that that's got to be why, partly at least, that this 23-year-old cartoonist was thinking about war and, missiles and bombs, in his science fiction romp. It's a lot of very personal stuff going into this, and I think it's a really unique stew.
Well, I agree with all that, and I also agree. And for you think you bring about didn't they say because dad was like had a patent for like the Patriot missile or something like that? I
Yes,
must
yeah, he
think
did say
back
that.
on something like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is though, like we said this offline and us bringing it up again now is that at this time in '83 and '84, just to let people know, like the kind of stuff that was on TV at the time, was like Dallas, Dynasty, the A Team, and V, were, like some of the top shows when he was creating this and then and publishing it. And but there's also that movie we talk about every once in a while. It's called The Day After. Because he talks about in the documentary about this fear of the nuclear war. And that affected so and we talked about this when we did the one for Generation Zero. It's so much of a specter over what the people were creating. They were creating that again, like Mad Max, George Miller's thinking the same thing. Like, what's gonna happen when we destroy the world? And these few men are making these choices, which are like these guys who are on like Sirius IV, like this is the planet that held the key, and just like, oh, a few men are just gonna make a decision for the fate of everyone. And
Right.
it's really kind of it's an interesting, like you said, commentary on the politics of the time, this the socioeconomics of the time. And you're right. The book does hold up because the one thing I noticed about it is outside of like a little bit of the language, which is like a little like maybe like uh the way his Uncle Max talks is a little like
there's some problematic moments.
yeah,
Yeah, there's some problematic moments where like there was a couple of jokes here and there. There was a couple of moments where I was like, okay, that's a little culturally insensitive by today's standards, or okay,
sure.
that's a little creepy by today's standards. You know,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
probably noticed, but it's just a few moments.
like I said, but besides that, I think what makes it really good is he's a kid, maybe like he's a kid who what 15, maybe
Oh, actually, no,
12,
he's
13,
younger.
14,
Zot,
he's
Zot is
13, right?
He's 13. They say Zot. I think Zot is 13, and I think he says Jenny is also 13. Which frankly kind of took me aback a little bit because when I read this, I think I must have been around the same age back then, but I just never in my mind thought of Zot as being that young. I think in my head I thought he was like 16 or something. Like the character doesn't look 13 to me. He looks not scrawny enough to be a 13-year-old. So I was a little shocked at how young McCloud is presenting Zot to be here because he looks like he's got a little bit of muscle to him to the point where he looks older than,
Well,
than
he's a hero, so
he
he's got. I mean,
he's got to have a little muscle, I guess, but
prob- probably working out a little bit as a kid. But
but
the
he's
thing is, look,
13. But yeah, I guess that's kind of the manga vibe too, though. Is like he's like a kid. He's like Astro Boy or something, a robot, But I mean, Astro Boy is obviously a robot. But I guess part of it's just sort of the suspension of disbelief that this 13-year-old kid is Earth's greatest hero.
no, but again, but your manga influences, like you think about Akira, like the biker gang in Akira, they're like Canadian Tetsuo, like those guys aren't. They're still in high school, right? Like,
Yeah, that's true. But that's like 15 or 16, though, at least.
well, yeah, but think about that though. But think about like how adults Akira
Yeah,
is at
that's
15,
true.
16, maybe 17. This is the 12. But the thing is that the point about that is that the story plays with a emotional honesty that I think is the reason why it feels so if it still holds up now, because when we read Blue Devil recently, there was some of that like he put like Blue Devil as an adult stuntman in the business for like 10 years, he still played sort of like reading him now, it's like this man's an idiot, because the way he's kind of you know
Right.
but I think in reading Zot, I think also what's interesting is because he's a celebrity, right? So you think about like what's a kid like who became a celebrity, and has been a celebrity for a while, and now is he's doing stuff, and that's why I like this book because you don't get it because he's not so aware of everything that goes on, and he just lets his optimism and sense of good in people, like ride his decision choices. But and also I like about this is what's just so hard to do now is it's not cynical. The book's
No, it's
cynical.
not. It's not. And that is such a great point, Chris, because that does bring us back around to what McCloud said about his father being the single biggest influence on Zot as a character. And McCloud mentioned that his father was just this eternal optimist who had a very sunny disposition, even though he was blind. And he was clearly some kind of a genius. And for a guy who's a blind man, who's a genius, who's got 4 kids, and, one would think unimaginable pressures on him, and dealing with a disability like that too, that's profound. I mean, the idea that that guy had a sunny disposition, yet he accomplished so much in his life and was a good father and all that, well, you could see why he would be a hero to his son and why his son would want to pattern a character after him. And I guess Zot is a great illustration of that. And it's true in a way. Zot, like you said, he doesn't have superpowers, Chris, but I would imagine that his sunny disposition, his unrelentingly sunny disposition, really is in its way kind of a superpower because it is one of the things that helps him get through a lot of the craziness that he's got to deal with here. And obviously he's got some sad moments, and we find out that Zot was, he believes, abandoned by his parents when he was 10 years old, and there's a bit of a mystery there that's unraveling. So Zot has his sad moments that Jenny, the girl that is there with him from Earth and who he's falling for, Jenny's kind of comforting him through some of that. But for the most part, Zot maintains an incredibly positive disposition in the face of all kinds of battles and stresses.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing that is, what I didn't put it together till just now. It's like his parents died 3 years, or he feels abandoned.
They left him.
Left, he thinks they might be dead. It's been 3 years. It's also 3 years since Scott McCloud's dad died when this book comes out, right? Because
Yeah,
he's,
you're right.
and it's interesting the way he puts it is he feels that he was abandoned by his parents. I wonder, I mean, obviously Scott feels like the sense of grief that he must have is, it's it for me, I can't speak to that, but I know that it must have it he gotta rationalize it in a certain way. It's interesting that he puts it in his main character considering he's not pulling so much from himself to create it, but it does give this sense of pathos to this guy who, he said it in the letter column, he has that squinty eye like Captain Marvel, the big cheese,
Yeah.
and throughout which I thought was funny, which I noticed reading it, but I was like, "Oh, but a lot of times in the Japanese comics, they have squinty eyes like that too."
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, totally. And
no, they didn't really make it laugh
yeah.
at that. Okay.
And it's funny because McCloud did mention in the letter column, like you said, that people assumed he was more inspired by C.C. Beck's Captain Marvel, the Big Red Cheese. But in fact, McCloud was only somewhat aware of Captain Marvel and had actually not even read Captain Marvel yet at the time he created Zot. But that was just the color scheme and the lightning bolt on the chest. It's Captain Marvel, but it's also the Flash, and it's also a lot of kind of classic comics heroes. But the squinty eyes, I think, did make people assume there was a connection there that maybe there was not so much of initially. I saw that McCloud was saying he was more inspired by looking at a lot of Buck Rogers artwork from the Buck Rogers comic strip, which had been drawn by a guy named Dick Calkins, I believe. And I was not familiar with that work, and I looked it up. And Calkins is spelled Calkins. But if you look up Dick Calkins Buck Rogers newspaper strips, I think you can see exactly what McCloud is talking about in terms of the influence that it must have had on him, because you look at some of these old Buck Rogers strips, they do look very much like kind of an adult version of Zot, in the sense that it's just like it's a grown man who's like a space hero in the future, in this kind of retro future world, battling all these like robots and aliens and whatever. So I see that Buck Rogers influence very clearly, and apparently that was at the forefront of McCloud's mind. But it feels like he was drawing from a lot of different places to create Zot, and I think that pathos that you're talking about, along with the backdrop of this giant war that they're trying to prevent in the universe, it's just such a cool juxtaposition with how bright and vivid and colorful this book is. Like, it's such a fun looking, fun feeling book, but there is like a melancholy and a darkness under the surface, whether it's the abandonment of these children by their parents, or the wars that are looming, or just the constant gun battles they're having. It's a really cool just combination of elements here. And I got to give it up to the colorist also for the first issue, at least. It's our old friend Tom Zuko, who fans of this show know. Feels like Tom Zuko colored every other comic that we love in the 80s, because, of course, he colored Thriller, and I believe he also colored Blue Devil. And I think this might be the third or fourth Tom Zuko colored comic that we've looked at.
Did
So
he do
he
Screamer too? Did he do
I
Screamer
was gonna
too?
say that. I was gonna say that, but I'm not sure if he did
Not sure
Screamer or
either, but
not.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. I think
Yeah,
so.
we have to double check that. But Tom Zuko, I think, a really underrated colorist for how much awesome work he colored back in the 80s. And we just keep coming across his name over and over again. And I saw McCloud said that Zuko was the one who colored his initial proposal for Zot. The initial proposal, which we should mention, was apparently over 100 pages, which is just jaw-dropping for an initial comic book proposal. And he said he sent it out to 4 publishers. It was sent out to Pacific Comics, Warp Graphics, which was, of course, Richard and Wendy Peeney of ElfQuest fame. And then he also sent it out to Eclipse. And I think he said First as well. So I think it was First, Eclipse, Pacific, and Warp. And he said all 4 of them were interested in publishing Zot, which is quite impressive and not surprising when you look at the quality of the material. And he said he even took it to his bosses at DC Comics and showed it to Dick Giordano, another guy we love here on this show. But he showed it to Dick Giordano and said, "Hey, this is the thing I'm doing. Wanted to give you guys first dibs since you're my current employers." Since he was working in the office there. And he said there was some interest even at DC, but that they just couldn't offer him the full creator ownership that he needed, that he wanted, because he was such a student of the history of the industry. And he knew the stories of Siegel and Schuster and Bill Finger and just so many artists getting fucked over. And Jack Kirby, of course, most famously getting fucked over by these big companies. And McCloud, even at the age of 23, said, "No, I want full ownership." And the only company that was willing to give him that, plus publish very quickly, was Eclipse Comics. And I think that sounded like that tipped the scale to why he went with Eclipse. But man, I mean, can you imagine being a 23-year-old cartoonist, Chris, who sends out your proposal to your top 4 publishers and all 4 of them are interested? And now you're sitting there in the catbird seat and you're able to negotiate. "No, I want full ownership. And I want you to hurry up and get this thing out there now." And he got it. And he got it. And it sounds like the first issue was pretty well received. I believe he said the sales were 28,000, which, while it's not the biggest first issue of that era, I think American Flag might have done like double that, or, around 60 or 70,000 for a first issue, which is just insane. But for an unknown cartoonist publishing their first book, to sell almost 30,000 copies, that's got to feel pretty mind-blowing. That had to be a very sweet moment when he realized the sales were that high.
Yeah, because if you look, because the American Flag was not Shakin's first work.
No, not at all.
That was his debut work. I
Yeah.
mean, it's his success. It's kind of strange to me because, he said later in the documentary that this book was successful, but it wasn't like a breakout hit. And I just look at it, I'm like, he mentioned some book he did that was like 1,000 pages he was working on or something like that. I can't remember what it was called. But I mean, for someone who's so, his work was so realized in terms of the thought process of it all, I don't know why there wasn't a lot more work,
right.
Career wise, it feels like, sure, like Zot took 6 years to get published,
Yeah.
but the whole run, but I feel like there could have been more. There should have been more.
Well, okay. Yeah, I've had that same thought before about McCloud, but I think in doing the research that we've been doing the last couple of days, it gives me a little bit of a new perspective. And then also, frankly, just in like living and working as a creative person over these last decades myself, and I know you can relate to this too, like juggling everything in life along with your finances, your family, your various commitments in life, along with these major creative projects. I mean, at this point now, I think I get it more why McCloud has not done more, because his approach seems like it's so time intensive and focus intensive that like he continually describes himself as a formalist in all of the interviews we've seen. And I think that's a really fascinating self-description, because I think he obviously really is a formalist, and like he was thinking so deeply about every aspect of this story and these characters that I think he invested so much time and energy into all this work that it took a lot out of him. I mean, and for God's sake, understanding comics alone, that's obviously probably a half decade endeavor of conceptualizing and then writing and drawing and getting understanding comics published. So these days, I think I understand more than I would have, why McCloud, because it's not like he's just an artist for hire who just went on like and illustrated someone else's stories. Like everything he did, he was conceptualizing from the ground up. And everything was also kind of a big swing experiment. Like every single thing he's done has been a giant swing, and almost all of them have connected to some degree or another, with understanding comics, of course, being the massive breakout hit.
Yes, I get what you're saying. I just think about sometimes I'm like, oh, so you had a job at DC. It makes me wonder, like, did you quit the job at DC? Like, why you were doing this? Because I understand the financial pressure and the family pressure, but I'm kind of like, it's a question I have all the time is, okay, so what were you doing when you were, like not doing a comic? because obviously these artists for hire, these big artists we know, stuff like that, like they and the writers too, like who work at Marvel and DC, like who work consistently, like those guys are making money, and whether the page rate's high or not, they're putting out maybe a book, they're putting out probably a book a month for years.
Yeah.
You know, so that their kids isn't getting money. So I'm just curious. I'm always curious about, okay, so what were you doing? Because remember he said I did these 10 issues and I took a break for a while to do I'm not sure what the rest of the run is, but it makes you wonder. It's like, so what were you doing? I mean, but I get what you're saying about the like how well it's conceived. It's one of those things like and it could also be he could be a victim of his own success.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of like, I know there's all these theories that everybody has, but it's like you think about what happened with Stanley Kubrick, right? Like Stanley Kubrick,
Yeah.
if you look at the decade from 56 to 66, he put out, like he put out a movie almost like every other year, right?
Yeah.
And then from 66 onward, 66 to his death, for like the next 30 years, I think he put out like what, 4 movies, 5 movies? I don't know,
Right.
like another 5 movies in 30 years, you
Right.
know? But the thing is that that once he started getting into like doing 2001, and it's like his mindset was, I gotta conceive these things so much more. They're taking more out of me. There's a lot more research. There's a lot more of my own kind of like of what I want in the work, because obviously a movie like The Killer's Kiss or even The Killing is not nearly as like visually complicated as and layered as 2001 or
Oh
Barry
yeah.
Lyndon, you know?
Exactly.
So I mean, like I get that, but yeah, just because I look at the work and I don't know, like sometimes I think that if this work came out a little later, like if this somehow could have came out in originally in the early 90s, would it have been a bigger hit, Because I
I
think
wonder. I
because
wonder though, because you had Image also, the Image boom at some point, right in the '90s, happening and just demolishing so much of the other indie stuff.
Well, but this book, like, could that's true. No, but what I'm saying is, like, I think the audience was open to stuff in a way that maybe this was like remember he was saying, like, early like, when he was getting to the final issues of this, and there's, like, a character who I don't remember her name, and not because I don't remember her name, but because he just mentioned in briefing, and we haven't read the book, um he's kinda showed one of the first instances of a character's, like, coming out and their sexuality
Yes, yeah, that character's name was Terry,
yeah,
and
Terry.
I remember because I was reading Zot back in the day. It's been like 20 years, but I was reading it in those black and white issues, and that was a very powerful comic. And I remember it did make an impact for me reading it, as a young reader also. Because yeah, you did not see that much in comics outside of, as McCloud said himself, Love and Rockets and a couple other places, but he was one of the only people talking about something like a gay character coming out in a comic that was ostensibly kind of an adventure kind of hero comic.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, but my point is that he was saying, like, the book like, you mentioned, like, Love and Rockets, and he was saying, "Oh, this is a book that was s" like, I just wonder if the sales would have been higher. I think the audience, like, might have I don't know, because
Well,
then again,
well,
this book's
but you
not
said
cynical enough for the
no.
'90s,
Yeah, that's true. I think, but to your point though, you mentioned Strangers in Paradise, and like that's a book that lived also in large part on the strength of its trades and the trades selling well. And when Zot was coming out, there was no trade paperback market to speak
Yeah,
of. It was, you know
that's
what I
what I'm
mean?
s
Like it was
yeah.
just barely in the burgeoning stages. But who knows? Maybe if Zot came out in like the Image era, maybe you could have seen Zot paperbacks and they would have taken off, a la something like Saga, where it's a
Well,
fun story. You know what I mean? Like where this really connects.
I don't like, who published Bone? Like, was
That
Bone
Jeff Smith himself published it mostly through cartoon books with a brief detour at Image.
Yeah, see, so, I mean, like, it feels sort of like a book like Bone in terms of that audience maybe, That book,
Yeah,
like, ran
yeah, I could
a
see that.
long way, But I don't know. I just feel like the ideas in this book are so intense and so like I mean, just so
Yeah.
this is
And sorry, just to interject, I should also mention before you move on, Jeff Smith's Bone ultimately ended up at Scholastic Books. Once it left the comic publishing world alone, Scholastic Books became the new home. But sorry, just for the record.
no, because he probably wanted more like he probably wanted his money to be better. That's probably why he did it that way.
Yep.
But I mean, I this would be a different episode than most books when we go through issue by issue. But I feel like, we still get a chance to do it. But I feel like he's coming up with ideas. He's got his villain, his guy Deco. He's got the de-evolutionaries. That when you read them, you don't think about like they come across as kooky in a way. But when you start breaking it down about what they were, like you had those three loud
Yes.
and the three quiet villains.
Oh,
That you're like, oh, like you really, like kind of came up with something in a way that is
so thoughtful.
so thoughtful and so unique and so I think underappreciated. I think as a kid, I think because this is a kid's book, because the guy's only 13, it's not going to get the same kind of like the critical respect of another book again like Dark Knight Returns. But the ideas that he's putting out in this are just as adults. I mean, just for instance, so for listeners, like he was saying something like the characters for like for the villains, his idea was he wanted to reference, these various dystopian ideas, and he kind of was thinking of like THX 1138 and Mad Max and all this kind of stuff like this. But he said, I didn't want to turn those ideas about various dystopias in to worlds. I wanted to turn them into characters
Yeah.
and make them the villains. And so this character, I mean, and the three quiet villains that he talks about, there's Deco, there's Zybox, and there's this guy named his name is uh 9 Jack 9, right? And so
Yes.
he says that Deco represents the dystopian future that we will become more and more like our machines. And Zybox is the future where our machines become more and more like us. And for 9 Jack 9s, he was saying that, oh, this is the future where technology like destroys us. And that's like, and those ideas are so big in terms of like,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
I mean, like if he was to write that on a wall, and then he's got to like now like make it filter out as an umbrella to figure out how this guy's gonna work like into the book. It's pretty remarkable, and I'm just like, damn, dude, like you're so like this is like the true science fiction that everyone talks about that you want to see. This is like really, really heavy sci-fi, but he makes it so accessible. And he makes
Yes.
it so fun and like in this again that whiz bang world because you got this kid who's like carrying a ray gun around and shooting stuff like
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's that brilliant juxtaposition, man. Yeah, that was really beautifully explained. What you were just saying, the breakdown that McCloud gives in that documentary, which again you guys can all see on YouTube, the breakdown that he gives of the inspiration for these villains is just jaw dropping. It's really, really impressive. And like you just described the loud villains, no, or those were the loud
Right.
villains, right? Those are the
No,
quiet
no,
ones. Oh, right, because they
the
were the machines. Okay, right, the machine ones. Okay, so then the loud villains were this guy, the Blot, who we're going to meet later, who's like a businessman smoking a cigar with like a big kind of digital blot around his head or something. But the Blot, he said, ultimately became a bigger and bigger villain in that he was intended to represent capitalism run amok, which was
right.
something that McCloud initially did not think of as being as big of a worry. But the more he did the series and the more he lived in the world, he came to realize that the Blot actually should be a more significant villain because capitalism was indeed running amok and was becoming a real true danger to the future of humanity. And so that villain was also especially prescient. And then he has another one who's going to be introduced later called Bellows. And Bellows is like this old kind of like top hat wearing, like turn of the century industrial revolution kind of guy. And he's like someone who represents that old industrial age. stage. And then there was one other villain. Do you remember who the other one was? There was one
No,
other.
it's just those three, right? Because he said there were six. He had
Well, yeah,
six.
no, but that's two. I got two there: the Blot and Bellows.
Oh. The other one was um
There
the
was one.
de-evolutionaries.
Oh, the de-evolutionaries. Yeah. That's right. Thank you. Those were the other villains that were the loud villains who were they're the ones who turned Jenny's brother Butch into a monkey with their de-evolutionary ray guns. And, again, like,
Mm,
to your, it's so funny and so fun. And to your point about how fun McCloud makes all these like kind of potentially heady sci-fi ideas, these are the guys who their cult, their belief system is so anti-technology that they're so anti-technology that they've ironically come up with a technology to reverse people back to a de-evolutionized state. And so their ray guns that they shoot people with turn people into monkeys, which is what
yeah.
happens to Jenny's brother, Butch. But even like the conundrum right there, or the kind of paradox contained within the de-evolutionaries themselves, that they're so anti-technology, they're going to use technology to move us backwards on the evolutionary scale. Just that alone could be such a point for discussion in a whole storyline. Like, every one of these ideas has so much you could unpack and kind of play with within it. And like you say, though, it's all threaded through just this idea of a kid's adventure story running around with a ray gun, pop, 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 in this crazy fun future world, which, McCloud says is all the utopias come together and all the futures we believed we'd want to have. But at the same time, it's a utopia that's clearly poisoned. It's all these myriad of utopias that are poisoned by these incredible villains everywhere trying to wrestle for control of this world. So it is obviously a broken kind of utopia, but McCloud had so much really on his mind, way more than I realized when I read Zot as a kid. And it's no surprise that he would go on to make Understanding Comics, when you really start to unpack the formalism and all the intentionality in every aspect of the world building of Zot. Because you see McCloud really approached comics like an engineer. And just like his father had designed missile systems, McCloud ended up designing worlds and storytelling devices and thinking about comic books in a way very, very deeply, and more deeply than many, many of his contemporaries, which is, I think, what led us to Understanding Comics as the next chapter in his career. But I think like you said, there's a lot in every single issue we read, and so we can go through all this now and just kind of talk about any observations we had moment by moment, because I think we've covered some of it, but I'm sure if we just kind of flip through the issues, we'll come across more stuff that we might want to comment on briefly here.
Well, okay. Here's something that I wanted to comment on. Uh, it's like the top of um, where is this? The top of page 5, I think, in issue 1.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, no, top of page 6, right? Top of page 6, where he's like shooting, like, the first panel is like he's doing something that's sort of like the DeLuca effect, but it's not. It's what they do in manga, right? Or manga,
Mm.
right? It's like
Yeah.
you see his 6 hands shooting, blah, 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 and
Oh
it's
yeah.
like,
Right.
see, because the Luca effect would have all those. Most of them would be sort of like faded out, but they're
Right.
not all kind of, which is like a different way of doing that kind of rapid motion, And I thought that was a really cool like example of him going, "Oh, here is what they would do in Japan. This is his influence." But also
It's
like
very
another,
cool. I love that panel. I thought about suggesting that as one of our potential thumbnails for this episode, because it is such a cool panel.
it's great. It's fucking cool. I mean, he does the thing too, you know, um, where is it? It's on page 15, right? Page 15. So when Butch is chasing Jenny, and there's like, was it the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th panel, it's like there's a guy going, he's holding you ruffians and halt police. He's like, "Hey sis." It's like, but Jenny is like, she's mainly out of the panel. Like you just catch her
Yeah.
leg and part of her body, and it's kind of a cool, it just adds to the motion of what's going on and the speed of the chase that is very yeah, it's I don't know, he does so much kind of cool shit, that's in this.
Yeah, he does. And everything you're pointing out is just right from jump in the very first issue. He's going for all this really cool storytelling stuff right from the beginning. It starts off with all these ideas at play and these really cool, thoughtful storytelling devices right from the very start. Yeah, it's really amazing how well put together this all is from the very beginning. And just before we move on from the first issue, I just want to read a brief excerpt from his introductory essay at the beginning of this first issue, which Scott McCloud wrote a little essay on the inside front cover, where he's got a guy with a fedora smoking a cigar at the top of the page saying the future ain't what it used to be, which is kind of a funny little image there. And here he says, welcome to Zot number 1, home of one of the most incorrigibly happy heroes you'll ever meet. Welcome also to the incredible world that made him and the galaxy of characters that inhabit it. Here you'll explore an earth of futures, not of the future, mind you. We'll get plenty of that when it happens, but of all the futures we've been dreaming up for years. These are the bright and sunny tomorrows that didn't quite pan out in the long run. Worlds foretold in books and dramatic works of years gone by that seem so far-fetched and innocent next to what we actually got. In Zot's world, they live on and thrive. There, nothing is obsolete. And so then here he gets into just everything else he's talking about with Zot, and he goes on to say, alongside these futures of the past are about as many futures of the present. For here in 1984, there's as much speculation about the future as ever. And like always, it's the world of today that supplies the language we use to describe tomorrow. Past, present, or future, it's all the same to Zot's world of infinite possibilities. And then he gets into just some more of the heavier stuff that he's dealing with also. And you know, right here on the inside front cover, I think that Zot it's got a purpose. McCloud knows what he wants to do, and he's launching it out into the universe with all these ideas very well at the front of his mind. And it's really a great package. I mean, from the color and just the vibe of the whole book, it's really, really well put together. And I couldn't also help but notice how long the issues are, Chris. Like so many of the comics that we read, this is, damn near 30 pages every issue. You're looking at around 28 story pages every issue of Zot, plus like 2 or 3 text pages. I mean, it really, again, we keep saying this on our show like a broken record, but it puts comics of today to shame. You're looking at 30 pages of dense story, including 2 or 3 text pages, and a whole lot of creator interaction and just so much personal passion. And the price point when Zot came out was a very reasonable $1.50.
Well, was it? Because like, how much were comics in '84? Were they like 75 cents?
I mean, they were about that. So I'm saying reasonable by our standards today. At the time, I'm sure $1.50 was a little bit of a steep price point. I think, yeah, for sure it was. But the average Marvel or DC comic, I think, was around 75 cents at this time.
Yeah, it might have been $1, but it's like but it's worth it. Oh, forgot to mention, he's got a robot butler named Peabody.
Oh yes, he does. He's got a very fun butler.
Very fun butler who's not like Alfred Pennyworth or Jarvis. He's a weird stick in the mud, but he also gives Zot enough rope to hang himself. And it's not that Zot like ever hangs himself, but it's very he's got a very dry sense of humor, which I think is kind of funny.
Yeah, he does. There's so many cool characters here. Yeah, I mean, we can touch on more of them. There's just so many fun characters. And the last thing that I also want to call out from the text page at the end of issue 1, it says it's this column, Notes from Surf City. It's written by Jan and Dean Mulaney, the Mulaney brothers, who, along with Cat Ironwood, were the founders and owners of Eclipse Comics. And they have just a couple words they say about Zot and Scott McCloud specifically that I think are worth looking at here because they're very prescient. They say that Zot will be at your local comic shops as you read this. This is an exciting new monthly series written, penciled, and inked by a talent whom we believe is going to take his place among the true greats in the field. Scott McCloud may only be 23 years old with his first comic book out this month, but watch out, world. This guy's a triple threat. who packs more punch, characterization, and charm in this one series than many people do in a lifetime. So I got to give it up to the Mulaney's and Kat Ironwood for having an incredible eye for talent, and they called it right there. And that is not an easy thing to do, is to point to a creator who's 23 years old and say, hey, everybody, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm publishing this guy's work and I'm letting him maintain full ownership. But I want you to all know that this is going to be one of the true greats of our field one day. And God damn it, they were right, Chris.
They were right.
They were right. And like, how many publishers have that foresight and that vision and just, you know, the cojones to put that in a text piece in talking about one of your artists? You know, that really, I think that speaks highly for the artistic instincts of the fine folks at Eclipse Comics, who we seem to cover. We seem to cover so many of their comics on our show here, and it's no accident. But they certainly knew what they had when they signed Scott McCloud, and they were willing to bet the farm on Mr. McCloud, and for good reason.
Right. No, that's interesting. Oh, before we jump to the next, I just wanted to say, for those who haven't read it, there's an interesting credit on there where it says like script consulted by Kurt Busiek. And
Oh,
it's-
yes.
And I was just like, and you find out in the documentary that Scott and Kurt were like best friends since like grade school.
Yeah.
And they both sort of like, you know, like pushed each other to get into comics, you know, just out of high school. Because I guess these guys, I guess Scott said that he went to college. That's where he met Ivy.
Right.
But I guess he didn't say where. But yeah, but you know, but that's sort of, we kind of sort of covered everything that's happened in the first issue. You know, they're after the key. Butch gets transformed like into the monkey by the de-evolutionary, who's also after the key. The whole thing is that they believe that if whoever opens the door, it's probably going to destroy the universe. Maybe they're not sure what happens. It's never been open. It's been around since the dawn of time. So,
Yes.
you know, so that's, you know, so that's issue 1, I guess. Let's jump
Yeah.
to issue 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
is
sure.
is issue 1? No, it's issue 2 later on. I'll just say it now up front. What I thought was really wild
Mhm.
was somewhere, maybe it was issue 2, issue 3 was Marv Wolfman. He wrote in.
Oh, yeah. He writes a letter. Yeah. It's really a charming, nice letter of support from Marv Wolfman, who at the time was one of the biggest writers in comics.
I
And
know.
yeah, that was
see-
really cool.
But see, now that we talked about earlier about like, you know, I did this, you know, Frank Miller showing up and those kinds of like what I wonder is, because there were so few books being published back then, comparative to maybe the last 10, 15 years, you know, I'm sure that all the, and also because he worked at DC, I'm sure that that a lot of mainstream cartoonists and writers were probably aware of this book, probably read this book,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
For sure.
because, you know, because they probably knew him, like personally, in a way where you might not know the Hernandez brothers or something like that, you know, because they're not in that same, you know, like small circle of just Marvel and DC there in New York, like kind of working together. But yes,
No, you're right. That's a really good point. And for McCloud, he was part of that circle. And like you say, he was friends with Kurt Busiek, his close buddy, who would go on to do Astro City. And so McCloud and Busiek, like they were kind of more part of that mainstream comics bloodstream than the average indie creator. And I know McCloud talks also about how he thinks it kind of hurt Zot that it was sort of falling in between the raindrops of like what was considered, you know, a genre comic or a mainstream comic versus an indie comic, because Zot wasn't indie enough for the fans who liked Love and Rockets, but Zot also wasn't mainstream enough for the fans who liked most of the Marvel and DC stuff. So it was, you know, it's kind of like something we said about NEXUS when we talked about NEXUS, that it looks like a superhero book, but it's not. It's more of a sci-fi book, and I think that applies to Zot as well. Zot looks like a superhero book, but it's actually more of like a YA sci-fi story, you know, and.
Right.
Like it's more of a YA sci-fi story. NEXUS was more of a regular sci-fi story, but they both visually look like superhero stories. But just like we said, NEXUS was neither fish nor fowl. I saw in one of the interviews we looked at that Zot also was described by McCloud as being neither fish nor fowl, and how so many people just didn't know what to do with it.
That's so wild because you read it and it's so compelling.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think it was really ahead of its time. It's compelling the way that manga and like fun adventure stories are compelling today. And I think
Yeah.
back then it was just too original of a stew. It always sounds really cool and kind of badass, as a creative person when people tell you you're ahead of your time, right? Like, wow, you were really ahead of your time. That was amazing. Like, oh, you were so prescient, blah, blah, blah. But the reality of that actually fucking sucks when
Yeah.
you are, you know what I mean? Like when you are the artist who's ahead of your time, it's like, yeah, go tell fucking Philip K. Dick how ahead of his time he was, when he's dead and buried in the ground. And now today he'd be a multi-millionaire with all of his works being produced, and he's hailed as a genius widely. But by the time when he was alive, he was so broke. Philip K. Dick had to buy his food that he was eating, his meat that was like that he would cook for himself at the fucking pet food store. That's where Philip K. Dick would go shop for his own groceries, was at the pet food store, because that's how broke he was. So
Wow.
that's the reality of being ahead of your time, is like you actually suffer tremendously financially as an artist. And
Oh
it's
yeah.
really, you know what I mean? It's really difficult to keep going. And McCloud mentioned that, and it bummed me out to hear that as well in something we just looked at, that he had suffered with financial struggles and difficulties basically pretty much his whole life as a creative person. And that included Zot. And it sounded like it included the time he was working on Understanding Comics. And hopefully he got a bit of a respite after the success of that book. But it sounds like McCloud was obviously driven by his own muse and he was not driven by what's going to make me the most money. And I
Well,
think
well,
we're the beneficiaries of that, but I know it was tough for him.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's sort of where we get what we were saying earlier about like why wasn't there more work? Is because obviously it's like his work is not paying. It's not giving him a financial windfall where he can be like, okay, I can take 6 months off to like prep a book and then get 2 or 3 issues like finished so I can start the solicitation and start getting some cash. You just never know. I mean, you're right. The thing about the art being ahead of your time, it's like you almost never want to do that work. But the thing is that you don't know the work you're doing is gonna be perceived that way when you're in the creation stage because you know look, he's hanging out he's working at DC Comics, right? So he's seeing all this work coming in. He's obviously 23. There's other artists around that age too. Um, so they're all being influenced by the same things that are happening in the world around them that they're funneling through their lens. He just happens to funnel through a lens that then that makes his that makes his taste like a little less um like
Commercial.
it's commercial. Well, no, this book is super commercial.
Today.
Well,
Today.
but I mean, but look how bright it is. Look how so
Yeah.
it's a kid. It's a space thing. I mean, I mean, it's not. I mean, compared to that one Hawkeye episode thing we read that's available on the bonus thing on Patreon. So if you want to hear our take on the Hawkeye miniseries that Marvel was in there in '84, then you
By Mark Grunwald.
my Google, then you need to join our Patreon so you can get that. But it's like, but it's I mean, like, this is that kind of, um is that kind of, like, adventure romp. I guess it's not, but again, it's like
Well, but remember from in comics at that time though, man, that Hawkeye miniseries, although holds up far less well than Zot does today. That Hawkeye miniseries, I think, was way more commercial because it was
yeah,
a mainstream, albeit second tier, third tier Marvel hero, but still a Marvel superhero who is an adult. An adult Marvel superhero having adventures in the Marvel universe of New York, surrounded by other Marvel characters. That is a mainstream thing that probably sold, at the time, it probably sold shockingly well. It probably sold 150,000 copies. It probably sold five times more than Zot. And Zot, frankly, I'm stunned that it sold almost 30,000 copies because I agree with you wholeheartedly, though, that Zot is more mainstream and accessible, or it should be, to the average person in the world today. And certainly to manga readers or today's readers, Zot is infinitely more accessible today than Mark Grunwald's Hawkeye miniseries from the 80s. So it's interesting to see how things, the work doesn't change, but the way we look at it over time, we have a very
Well,
different view
I
of it.
mean, it's an interesting thing. We were sort of talking about this was it earlier about movies before we got on, and it's like, stuff that inspired us. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was me, maybe, because like around this time, like some of my favorite books were Alien Legion, DREADSTAR, and and a Nexus, right? And those
Yeah.
books, I mean, in terms of, I mean, I liked a lot of the Marvel books too, but they didn't have the same kind of like impact on me as a human, because
Yeah.
those stories were so more, I mean, I told you I wrote that Substack about Alien Legion,
Yeah.
because I was like, oh, like this, even at the time, like reading it, like it felt so it felt more about reality, even though it's like a space story.
Well, I think I told you, Chris, even maybe in one of the episodes we recorded on Alien Legion, that was one of my thoughts reading it. I think even before we talked about it, was like, oh, this reminds me of some of Chris's sci-fi stories and some of the work that you've done as a screenwriter reading it, because of sort of like that verisimilitude and the level of reality kind of brought together with these very big sci-fi ideas and like real political intrigue and like spy stuff, military stuff colliding with aliens and like crazy sci-fi things. Yeah, it did call to mind for me like your work in several of the pieces of yours, that I've read over the years that, that I've seen you develop. So I think, but I think, we inhaled this stuff as kids, and it's the same way when I look at the question, the O'Neill Cowan question that we talked about. Also, I see so much of my early screenplays, like in my first script that got me attention, Weasel. I had that whole script set in like, this like corroded, broken down, sort of mythical, inner city sort of that was all falling apart, but in like a kind of gothic, crumbling sort of way, a la. It was sort of like Hub City, but it was like Hub City of the Question meets like something out of The Crow or something. But like I see all those early comic book influences even in like the milieu that I was creating in like my early screenplays and stuff. Like we just inhaled this stuff. And so when I look at my script for Weasel and I look at the city of New Troy, I'm like, oh shit, that was my version of Hub City. And when I look at the characters I populated that script with, I'm like, oh, I was kind of ripping off Homicide, Life on the Street. And like, I was writing based on my being so in love with Andre Brower's character, Frank Pembleton, and like trying to come up with my own version of that type of a homicide detective. I even named my detective in that script Frank. I didn't name him Frank Pembleton, but I named him Frank because I think in my mind it was a clear homage to Andre Brower. And so, some of that was conscious, but a lot of it just was, it was like what I wanted to write because it's what was inspiring me. So I get it, man. I,
Yeah,
I I get it what you're saying with Alien Legion and all that stuff. It like at that age, especially, it sticks to your ribs in a way that just is different as a creative person who wants to go tell stories yourself.
yes, that's the reason why I read this, and I'm kind of like, this book doesn't feel like, I'm just trying to remember, like at the time, like I understand what was selling. Obviously, this was the year of like Secret Wars, and the Spider-Man with the black costume was coming out, and Teen Titans was big and things like that. But there was something about this work, particularly as the story begins to flow. I mean, like, look, like we've talked about how there's a density of the dialogue and things like that, and like particularly like in uh Matt Wagner's Grendel, like there was so much language. But the thing is that there's a lot of language in this too. And there's a lot of things that are just like these throwaway asides, like some side characters just like throwing out a line somewhere,
Yeah.
but it never feels like it's weighing the story down. Like he's had a great ability to um to balance the tone in such a way that it's funny when it needs to be funny, it's serious when it needs to be serious, it's mustache twirly when it needs to be mustache twirly, but it never like veers, too deep into any of those lanes for too long.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's kind of shocking that he's 23 and he's writing this.
It really is actually. I felt that way too. I think McCloud is an underrated writer because this is actually, I think, really well written in large part, really well written and really impressive, particularly when you get into the conceptual underpinnings, as we talked about. But even just on a surface level, it's so entertaining, it's so fun, imaginative, and so many wild ideas. And the dialogue is quite naturalistic. Like, you don't really bump or stumble on too many of these lines here. He does a little bit of story recapping that is sort of like a comic book trope of the time, where he'll have a page or a half a page that kind of recaps what we've just seen. But that's not even really a failing of the work. It's just sort of, at the time, like we said, this was before the era of trade paperback. So it was considered kind of like a standard thing you wanted to do for a new reader, is give a little recap of what happened before. But I mean, other than that, like, most of this reads very contemporary in so many ways. It doesn't have the overly expository language and like florid kind of overwriting that something like Chris Claremont's X-Men had at this time. Like, when you go back and you try to read those X-Men issues or Excalibur, like so many of those comics we have such fond memories of, when you go back and you try to read them now, I mean, mostly they're a slog. They're really tough to get through because the writing is just insanely expository and stilted and unnatural. But Zot's not like that. Zot actually feels like it moves, it bounces, it's lively, it's a fun read. So yeah, I think McCloud's really underrated as a writer, and he's got some great little turns of phrase and poetic moments. I loved I think it's right at the beginning of issue 2, where Zod is explaining to Jenny that she can stay in his world for as long as she wants, because she's kind of worrying about, like, oh, my parents are going to be worried about me and Butch. Our parents, like, we need to get back. And Zot's like, well, you can go back if you want to, but just so you know, no time has to pass by. Like, when you go back to your world, I can drop you off whenever. Time doesn't work against you here. And his line he actually says is, time's a friend here, which kind of took my breath away, because that's such a simple line, but like, what a cool idea. Like, I was just like, wow, like, as someone like myself who constantly feels like I'm battling and struggling against time to like fit all the shit in my day that I got to get done, and I'm constantly running late for everything, just that really simple idea that, like, nah, don't worry about it, time's a friend here, you can stay as long as you want. Like, it's such a childlike notion, but it's also just such an elegant sort of thought. And she's like, oh, so I can stay here as long as I want. And he's like, well, yeah, kind of,
Yeah,
It's kinda-
it's well, but see, but we're just thinking about this now. Like, when we know he's a good writer, but the thing is that I kind of understand maybe why he's not a writer for hire,
Mhm,
because he doesn't write in a genre, he doesn't write
mhm.
in a tone, he
Yeah,
doesn't write in a like. This is an action book, but it's not. And there's action in it, but it's not an action book. There's all these kind of things that he does so well that make it. I think that is why it holds up so well. Because imagine that this is like a story about a 13-year-old, right? You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? Like, if you think about Harry Potter, like Harry Potter in that, I guess, second book to 13, right? Maybe the third book to 13. But it's like it's like it's in the circumstances so heightened that and they have their own dialogue, like diction. There's all these things that they use, like muggles and this kind of speech. There's so much vocabulary in that world that kind of it's evergreen. But he's not even coming up with language like that. It's even like um Mike Barron in Nexus. He has like these little phrases that let you know I'm on a future planet, that he
yeah.
wasn't really doing this. And it's very interesting. I think it feels like you said, like a good, just someone talking to you. And you're right about terms of phrases, and he does make these weird jokes. Like on page 2 of issue 2, there's two things that I thought, that are funny, right?
Mhm.
So in the third panel, there's someone who's out of nowhere just says the word panties.
Oh, yeah, and you're
Eh,
like, "What?" Yeah, and it's in, like, midst of, like, a crazy chaotic,
yeah, this
crowd scene.
guess they, and then not to the next panel. He's like, again, it's off panel. It's the voice coming. He goes, no, not panties, plan D.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it's like, it's this crazy ass thing. But then what he does, which is really cool, is in the bottom row, in the last two panels, as it gets so more chaotic, the balloons cover up other balloons.
Yeah.
When people are talking and it's like some of the word balloons are cut off panel and the words, the letters are missing. So he kind of creates this sense of like this cacophony of sound,
Yeah.
like there on the page. I don't think I've ever seen someone do this.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's a very unique effect, and I think it really does presage this idea of McCloud being a creator who's going to go off and write, maybe the definitive text on the linguistics and vernacular of comics with his next major work, because you can see he's so interested in these unique ways to use panels and balloons and compositions. And then, yeah, like you say, suddenly in this crowd scene, everyone's speech bubbles start overwhelming each other, and they're literally on top of each other, and you can't read them anymore hardly. And then suddenly there's a giant text box at the very bottom of the page that says, "Hold it," in giant letters. "What's needed here is some useful information." And then he does a hard cut to just one of those sort of recap pages I was talking about, where he just quickly recaps everything that's transpired in case you were getting lost. And then he cuts back into the crowd scene, and now it's less chaotic. I mean, it's such a playful, fun, but effective way to get the information across. It's really, really, it's sophisticated in how playful and confident it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's a really cool device, but it's so effortlessly done, seemingly. Like, McCloud makes this stuff look easy because it's so much fun. And I think a lot of times that's why these writers who write fun stories don't get the credit they deserve, because they make it look easy, but it's not easy to do what he's doing here.
No. I think what's also interesting you're saying is how he makes it look easy and fun, and what he's able to control on the pages. There's one thing he does also as an artist, right? This page layouts. I think there was only 2 times in all the issues that we read where I didn't know what panel to read next. There's
Oh, wow. That's impressive. Yeah.
only 2 times. There was like an issue, I think 7. It might have been issue 6, but it was it's like when he's escaping with the queen. There was like
Mm,
the panels were like, I couldn't realize you want me to go down or you want me to go to the right. But besides that, the work is so like visually, it's so
yeah.
clean. You can
Yes.
understand everything that's being said. And I think that he does too, which I'm surprised is he doesn't skip on drawing backgrounds.
No, not at all. He actually seems to love it. And I think that's probably part of the engineering side of him. But yeah, he loves the backgrounds and he loves the architecture, kind of in a way that's almost reminiscent of what you had said, Chris, about Steve Rude when we looked at Nexus, and you said, like, oh man, like the worlds and the architecture and everything seems so well thought out in Nexus. It's like Rude has already designed the blueprints for these crazy futuristic alien houses and buildings and cars and whatever. McCloud seems to have a similar interest and a similar sort of fidelity to his vision of the future. Like, he really seemingly loves drawing a lot of this stuff that other artists would skimp on. And like, these futurescapes are very nicely rendered, where you get a real sense of place and geography to a high degree.
Yeah, I mean, it's all stuff he doesn't need to draw, and it's just
Yeah.
like, I mean, like you said, like other people would not draw; they would just,
No.
But he does a great job at doing all of it. It's
Yeah.
fascinating.
It is, man. It is. And I'm so glad you liked the comic too, because I remembered loving it when I was a kid. And it was one of the first indie comics that I remember reading, really loving. But I was, probably like, I was probably Zot's age when I read this. I was like 13, 14 or whatever. So it's been quite a few decades. And I was hoping that Zot was going to hold up well. And I'm really, really happy that it has, and that we both seem to have enjoyed the read so much. So issue 2 here, when we get out of that crazy crowd scene, just to quickly kind of run through the rest of what happens in the issue, like you said, Zot and his new friends here, Jenny and her brother Butch, who's now been turned into a monkey. Everyone's looking for this key that's the magical key that's disappeared. There's various shady characters that are being introduced now, like the villain Nine Jack Nine is introduced, and he's following Zot, really creepy, well-designed character here who's an assassin. And then Zot takes Jenny to go see Zot's uncle, Max, who's an eccentric, rich inventor. And now with Zot's parents being out of the picture, we see that Max has been sort of like the main father figure to Zot. So Zot, along with his robot butler Peabody, takes Jenny and Butch the monkey, to go see Max. Max, the eccentric genius uncle, is seeing if there's anything he can do to turn Butch back into a human. Meanwhile, Max and Zot are talking. Zot takes Jenny out and they walk around and they decide to go check out the city near where the uncle lives here. And then there's a big immersive virtual arcade in the city where everyone's playing this really competitive arcade game. And Zot and Jenny leave Peabody and Butch to watch the arcade game while Zot takes Jenny on a little bit of a romantic sort of a ride that kind of reminded me of something like Star Tours at Disneyland, where you would go on this ride, you get inside a little car, and then it simulates motion and you think you're out in space or whatever. I mean, it's Zot's world, so I don't know. Maybe they really are out in space. I don't know, but it's a pretty wild ride. And Zot is in the midst of this ride where all kinds of crazy colors and lights and light shows are flashing by them. And him and Jenny have this moment of kind of some intimate connection. Zot's talking to her about how him and his mom used to come on this ride. It's some of his happiest memories. And then in the meantime, Peabody, and this is kind of a weird thing, Peabody senses the key, the missing key that everyone's looking for. He's able to sense the radioactive signature of this key. It's got a unique radiation emanating from it. So Peabody the robot senses the key is actually in the possession of one of the players inside the virtual video game that he and Butch the monkey are watching. And so then Peabody contacts Zot, who's on the ride with Jenny, says, "I found the key." Zot comes out of the ride with Jenny and he goes into the video game where he battles the dude who's one of the fighters in this game who has the key. And we realize there's some kind of mystery here that this dude seems to recognize Zot, but he's wearing a mask, but they've both got thought balloons going on. So we kind of know that they might recognize each other. And then Zot does something really cool in this world that I just want to call out, Chris. And, we can put this in the video so people see what I'm talking about. But on page 21, they're in this bizarre kind of digital dreamscape video game world, and while he's fighting against this guy who's shooting laser beams and globs of stuff at him in this video game world, Zot actually grabs a piece of the ground that he's running on and he pulls out this globby piece of ground and he turns it into a shield like Captain America, and he uses that to start going forward and chasing after this guy and protecting himself. And it's nothing that's even remarked upon. It's purely a visual, it's not even a visual gag. It's just sort of a visual thing that Zot does to defend himself in the world. But it's such a creative, sort of a casually creative, highly original thing that McCloud does here that, we don't even really remark on it in any way. He doesn't say anything about it. But I just thought that was such a great use of the comic book form. And just, again, McCloud having really a unique visual language that he brings to bear on every sequence. He's doing something cool and something kind of unique.
So two things. One, he says something. Zot says something. So this game they're playing is called
Survival X. Yeah.
Survival X. And and he's getting all these lasers and everything like that, but he says he's like, just my luck. He's been dodging these things all day. I haven't played this game in years. And that's before he goes to pull, he goes, but if I can play it then I can play it now. And that's when he pulls the shield up. So it feels like it's not really discussed because it's he's letting you know I've did this before.
True. Yes.
Part of the whole thing, which is kind of crazy because I'm this is so much a weird ass. And the dude who we find out later on is his boy, but he'd been playing for like 36 hours straight.
Yeah,
So
yes.
there's all this wildness going on. But now before the thing you missed is, there's this, the key belongs to these people of this planet called Sirius IV.
Yes.
And the prince of Sirius IV, his name is Drufus.
Oh, right. Yeah. Thank
Like,
you.
he is told by his uncle, who is the brother of the queen, I need you to go and track the key down, and he's like, your buddy Zot is chasing after it. And you get this sense that Drufus, he's been living in the shadow of Zot, and he's been trying to be the hero, or his uncle and his dad wanted to be like Zot, but he doesn't have the ability to do that. And it's very it's sort of a sad story, like, as it plays out. Again, it's the pathos he's able to mix in. I mean, it's kind of a weird story because he calls him Drufus, obviously a play off of Doofus,
Right.
but and he does a lot of like dumb whiny shit. But ultimately, the storyline with him becomes very sad and very much like of someone who doesn't feel love, who can't get
Yes.
love from his family. And yeah, it's pretty. I don't know. It's again, this is where he's like such a great storyteller in terms of just the stories, to not just what he's just doing as a cartoonist, but he's created like these very a character who's like who you look at and you're like, oh, his journey is gonna be he's like it's two things will happen with this character. Like, he's gonna stay a bitch the whole time,
Right.
or he's gonna have to rise to the occasion, you know? And it's kind of yeah, it's and this guy, like, he's trying to, like, he has to jump into the survival lax game, and he can't play it at all, and he's getting his ass beat. And there's a cool thing on page 22 when he's like, what? Zod says, what the Drufus? He sees him in the game, and he's like, and I love the way he calls him, he doesn't call him my friend, or doesn't call him Zot. He calls him friend Zot. You know,
Yeah, that's right.
Uh,
That's constantly what he says. Yeah.
yeah, this is so funny. And he's like, I've come to help you in your battle. And he's like, you're gonna help me? Oh, no. You know what? I gotta, like, he's mad. He's like, for Pete's sake, Drufus, you're drawing all the fire over here. And he's like, how can we protect ourselves? And he goes, we. You know what? I did a lot better when it was just me. Come on. All right, let's go. Come on. And then it
Yes.
shows his frustration, but his eternal optimism, like, never gets in the way, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you're
Um,
right. Yeah, you're right. He still manages to like be nice to Drufus, even though Drufus is totally messing things up for him, and he knows it. Zot is still a really good guy to everybody. And when they ultimately do manage to get the key away from this guy after a bit of a battle, the guy in the game, there's kind of a weird moment where we see a mysterious figure creeping up behind Zot, and Zot is he's decided that he's gonna keep it secret to Drufus that Zot has actually got the key, right? And he's keeping it secret from Drufus. And then Zot is thinking to himself in these, these much lamented thought balloons that we no longer see in comics anymore. But these thought balloons, he's thinking, oh, he's such a tool, which is kind of funny. He's such a tool. I almost hated to do this to him, almost. But somehow I've got a hunch that maybe Sirius shouldn't get their key back right away. And as long as our mysterious thief let it drop off him, who am I to pass it up? There's more to this key than just a legend. What is it? And then, just as Zot thinks that, why does everyone want it? Suddenly, we see this mysterious figure creeping up behind Zot, putting a hand on his shoulder, and then Zot goes, "Ulp," and then everything goes dark, and we go click, cut to black, and it's a really bizarre cut where we don't know what's happened, and we think that this mysterious figure, who we'll later recognize as from the eyes is Nine Jack Nine, the assassin, has creeped into the game to get Zot. But there's a weird cut to black, and then Zot wakes up, and it appears that he's still got the key, and now he's back with his buddies Jenny and Peabody and Butch, and he's okay. So this was kind of a weird cut, and it kind of confused me. I had to like read this a couple times to make sure I understood what had happened here. But
Oh,
apparently the game got turned off, and then that was it. And Zot got rescued by the game being turned off at that exact instant.
well, because well, see, well, like I was confused. I was oh, he disappeared because of the game cut off. I didn't know
Right.
why he didn't take the key. But then you find out later on is that is the nine Jack nine. He needs electricity for him to operate. You know,
Yes.
and so for the game being shut off, and he like gets banished. You know, because there's no way for him to like. I guess he was gonna kill Zot at that point. You know, but he just
Right.
misses it. You know. Um Oh, and here's this great little like this to close out the thing when Zot and Butch and Jenny and Peabody are 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 going home. And Zot says, "Home, James. I've had enough craziness for one day." And then Peabody says, "My name isn't James, Zachary."
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
but here's what's cool too, right? There's something that I don't see this a lot, and he does this all the time. He does to keep the art on display. The way he does that balloon right there, "My name isn't James Zachary," it's
Yeah.
all one line. It's a long line, whereas I think most people would have done that as like 2 lines, maybe even 3 lines
Oh, you're right.
text and would have been an actual like a balloon, but it's this long, thin, like a tube at the bottom of
Yeah.
the page to say so he shows more art. He does this all the
Yeah,
time where
that's a good point. You're right. That's a bizarrely shaped word balloon, and you're right. I think it is so we can see more of that cityscape. And actually, we should give the letterer a little credit here because one thing I noticed is there were some changes throughout these issues we read in terms of the letterer and the colorist. Because as we said, Tom Zuko colored the first issue, and Tom Zuko also colored this issue number 2. But there was a switch in the letterer. So the letterer who made that bizarre kind of word balloon decision that you pointed out here was Carrie McCarthy. And Carrie McCarthy took over the lettering with this issue for the legendary Todd Klein, who lettered the first issue, which was really quite a coup for Scott McCloud, an unknown cartoonist, on his first book to get Todd fucking Klein, perhaps, one of the top 2 letterers ever, maybe probably the arguably the most acclaimed comic book letterer of all time. I think Todd Klein literally has like 20 Eisners for best letterer. I think I've heard before he has more Eisners for best letterer. I think he has more individual Eisner wins for that than anybody has for anything. Like I think Alan Moore has like 9 or 10 best writer Eisners, but I think Todd Klein literally has 19 or 20 wins for best letterer. So to get a guy like that to letter your first issue is just crazy for young Scott McCloud. But then for whatever reason here, Carrie McCarthy has taken over now. And we're going to see a few other switches that we can call out as we go forward with the coloring and the lettering specifically. It seems like those roles got changed out a few times as the book was kind of finding its feet. While obviously Scott McCloud's not going anywhere, and Kurt Busiek as his consultant and his best friend, he's not going anywhere. Although there's another person who ends up getting credited as a consultant as well later. So
Yeah,
it's interesting
Lamont, yes,
how
yeah.
yeah, McCloud was bringing in lots of people to kind of help him jam on this book. It appears.
But the thing that I realized is that he probably knew Pete Todd Klein from his days at DC.
I think that's an excellent point, and I'm sure that must be why. Because yeah, how else would he know Todd Klein?
So here's something kind of cool on the last 2 pages of or the last page of page 27 of issue
Yeah,
2. Right? So what's happening here is 9 Jack 9 is talking with Deco, right?
right,
And so
right.
sort of like a tech guy talking with the tech guy. But like look at the way that the balloons have like this jagged kind of like communication. I meant the balloons, but the
So
panels.
yeah, so cool. It's so smart.
Yeah,
What great storytelling, right?
there's and and also on the far right of the page, there's like some other kind of weird kind of like art deco stuff coming in, like just like some curly cues and stuff like that. And then at the bottom of the page, when we first meet Deco, again, there's these. I mean, you see it starting at the top. There's like these
Yeah.
2 black lines at the top, and then it's like this. It's like this Art Deco design that's running behind the panel designs. So you get to the
Yes.
bottom, and we meet Deco for the first time. and it's spelled DEKKO as opposed to DECO. It's he's beginning to filter in that graphic design work so that the edges of the panels fit the this work of the villain. It's really kind of cool. I mean, that's the
It's
kind of
amazing.
yeah, that's the kind of work that the kind of detail that almost nobody would do. I mean, what's the name would do it?
J.H. Williams the third.
Yeah, Jason.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yep,
But
totally.
he's like one of the few people who would do that. Just like, oh, like how do I play around with the gutters and shit like that. It's really fucking fascinating. And then even the final page is a splash panel of this guy named Deco. Who, as we said, is the embodiment of our machines becoming too much like or us becoming too much like our machines. His head is the shape of the Chrysler Building. It's kind of crazy, you know.
Yo, Deco is such an iconic looking character. I remember even as a kid just being really fucking entranced by how weird and awesome Deco looked. And yeah, his head, if you can imagine it, is like the sort of the spires at the top of the Chrysler building coming to a point, and then his eyes are just these two large, very simple sort of like spirally lines indicating circular spiraling lines indicating madness. And his whole design as a character is just so fucking cool. I mean, he's kind of like Dr. Doom with a more art deco flourish, with the Chrysler building head, like wearing like a bit of a skirt in a way. Like he's got some kind of an interesting, almost like a Roman sort of a skirt along with this robotic body. I mean, Deco is just a fucking great looking character. And I gotta say, McCloud deserves a lot more credit for his character design too, because Deco, Nine Jack Nine, Bellows. I mean, so many of these characters are just such cool, not only conceptual inventions, but just super cool visual creations. Just so unique. And like you say, McCloud is not missing a detail here at all, Chris. I'm so glad you called out the Art Deco stylings that are coming into the panel borders and stuff. But also, even like before you get to that amazing final splash, look at like the layer that Deco himself is seated in. When you get that one kind of profile shot of him in his throne there right
Oh, yeah.
before the splash, and like the throne from the side is the most elaborate looking Art Deco throne in the most elaborate looking sort of villain's lair that has these Art Deco flourishes, one on top of another, all along the walls. Yeah, like McCloud is just going to town with all of this. And man, you can see that passion. And just like you said, it would be hard for him to be a writer for hire. I feel like it would be hard for McCloud to be an artist for hire,
Yeah.
because like you know what, like he's just like he's putting so much of himself into everything here, and there's just so few guys that are going to be willing to go that extra mile for someone else's ideas. And unless you're building something from the ground up, like it's hard to want to put this much time and effort into everything. But yeah, McCloud is just he's really just putting on a clinic here for a first comic, man. I mean, yeah, this is just killer. And what a great final splash page of the villain who's going to be the new big bad for the next issue we're going to cover. Issue 3 is all about Deco, aka Arthur Decker, and talk about pathos, as you mentioned earlier. It's a very poignant origin story for Arthur Decker, the human who would become the villain that is Deco. And we find out about that later in issue 3. That leads us to Zot, issue number 3, and enter Deco.
Yeah, this is this villain. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's I mean, so for those, again, you haven't read, we talked about before, it's like his head is shaped like the Chrysler building. But um I mean, like he's gonna become the villain in this episode. And I kind of think, do they do the or I mean, it begins and it's like Zot and Jenny and they're talking about what they're gonna do and these chances to go back to uh, she can, I mean, he can take her back to Earth and things like that, and there's you're not gonna lose the time. Did we talk about that? I can't remember if we talked about this, but it feels like it does. But like as soon as but here's the thing, like um the big turn up in the issue is we go to the South Pole and these and these rocket men shoot out of
Yes,
the
these like robot, like kind of Art Deco looking robot rocket men that have these really interesting angular designs where their heads look like missiles or something.
right.
You
So
know?
he's just so
Yeah.
he's yeah, and so these people that come out of these like these missile silos in this the permafrost, and they shoot off into the sky. Now here's something that I didn't understand, right? The bottom of page 4,
Mm-hmm.
so the rocket men have blasted off and they're gone and they're going north. And it says then that last panel is we're
Yeah.
looking at, and it's like there's smoke coming out and we're looking at, like what's happening here?
That's a
Because the
good
next
question. Yeah, yeah, because you see like a little bit of like orange, maybe life underneath one of these sort of like kind of holes that the rocket men have blasted out of. But yeah, I'm not totally sure now that you mention it, Chris, what that then is in reference to, or if it's supposed to be like the equivalent of meanwhile before we cut back to Zach and Jenny, because then it's almost like then, you got company, Zach. Be right there, Max. Like, I don't know if it's supposed to just kind of segue us to the next page or if it's supposed to be teasing us about something below the surface of the permafrost. It's a little bit unclear. Maybe Scott should have gotten another note from old Kurt Busiek on that page there, because it's a little bit of a fuzzy transition, I'd say.
Yeah, because I think what you're saying, like if it was meanwhile, I would think that that text would be in the bottom right hand corner as opposed to
Yes,
being in the top. It's like, oh, this is look at this is it's setting off this panel.
you're
But
right.
anyway,
Yeah, totally.
the next thing we know, we're back at Zot's uncle's house, Max's house, and he gets visited by this guy named Chris, who is the younger brother of Vic, who we haven't met yet. Um, and the thing that I was surprised at is that
Hmm.
Chris and Vic are black. I
Yeah.
don't I it seems like a rare like instance to see that, and he's got such a potent role in the story like Vic does,
Oh yeah, big time, big time. He's one
it's
of the main players for sure.
yeah, it's a huge role, and also he's like when we get to him later on, it's like he's got a funky haircut, which I think is funny because not funny, but like it's like, oh, like he's differentiating, because like
Yeah.
because if you look at his brother, like he's got one type of haircut, and then Vic later on has got like something else, which I think is interesting. But here's the part, right? Like, so Chris shows up and is like, hey, Vic went on his vacation and then he disappeared. He went on a school trip and he's never come back. And Chris is like, Zot, you're his boy. Can
Hmm.
you help find him? Since you're the hero of the town. And he's like, sure, like, wow, like he's like confused about what's happening. And then the second Chris leaves, so knock at the door, ting ding
Yeah.
ding ding, and it's Vic, and he's like, quick, close the door. You know, and
Yeah, yeah, and you can actually see Chris in the distance through the open door walking away from the house, and it's almost like Vic was like hiding in the bushes or something just nearby. And suddenly Vic comes running in and is like, "Shh, yeah, close the door." And Vic is like hiding, and Zot tries to say, "Hey, wait, your little brother." And Vic's like, I know, I saw him." And he slams the door. And Zot's like, "What? Like, but what's going on?" And Vic's like, never mind. You got any food?" And then Zot's all like, "What's happening?" And then Vic has to explain what's going on, and what he says is pretty shocking, because they're talking about the key at the doorway to the edge of the universe, and how like there's all this craziness surrounding the key. And then Vic just casually throws out there, "Well, the guy you fought with Tuesday, the one who took the key from you when Zach." When Zot, aka Zach, jumped into that video game and had that fight, Vic just kind of casually says, like, "Oh yeah, the guy who you fought, who took the key, yeah, that was me." And Zot's like, "Oh, well, that explains." Wait, what? And then Zot freaks out, and he can't believe that Vic has just casually revealed this huge thing. And it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny the way McCloud plays with slapstick and humor in the midst of like all of this great political intergalactic drama. It's like he oscillates back and forth so comfortably, and it's really fun. And honestly, it feels like pure comics. Like it really feels like something that comic books does so well, which we talked about a lot with Nexus too. But like being able to alternate between this very slapsticky, broad kind of vibe, where like when Zot yells "what" and like Vic basically falls off the couch because the look on Zot's face, it's honestly very manga inspired. And these kind of like wild humor effects feel like very much manga beats, much more so than American comics. And it really points to that Astro Boy, Osamu Tezuka influence and the way that those Japanese comics we talked about that McCloud was just discovering at this time were influencing his storytelling so much. And he incorporates it beautifully into the story here because this is a major plot point and he's kind of like, bookending this revelation about the key with these really slapsticky moments with Vic, but yet somehow it works, man. Like it doesn't feel like it empties out the meaning. It's just part of the vibe. And I think McCloud is drawing inspiration from your stories of like wacky adventure with kids in the lead roles, whether it's Astro Boy or another comic that Zot keeps reminding me of more and more is Tintin, the European classic.
Yes,
And
yes,
you know what I mean? And I feel like
yes.
Tintin and Astro Boy, they could play with the tone in these very comic booky ways where you could still have an adventure with these very comedic beats. And I think this is a great example of that.
Well, this is a great example. It's interesting you bring up Tintin and in the kids. It's something my brother Alex and I talk about all the time. You can make a movie cool about kids as long as the kids do cool stuff. Like the thing,
Oh, yeah. Yes.
like you can't like if kids do typical kid stuff. Those are usually really bad movies. But like reason why everyone likes Goonies is because they're doing stuff that's more like adult in nature, And I
Right.
also feel like what you're saying about like it's the one thing that the Harry Potter books and movies did really well is they could oscillate this tone of like it's a little funny, and then you turn the page or turn the chapter or turn the in the movie all of a sudden it becomes really dark. It's something that very few see, to me, it's cool because it's like it's more like what life can do, like life does that all the time. But in so much other kind of like movies and books and stuff like that, like they don't uh I don't know, editors and stuff like that are and producers are like, don't change the tone.
Yeah, yeah,
Don't
totally, right? I
don't
mean, it's so dumb, but we know that from working in Hollywood that that's always one of the big concerns that producers and execs have behind the scenes is like, what's the tone? What's the tone? And like, oh yeah, this is a really weird tone you're striking, and it feels like we're just kind of gonna bump on this, or an audience won't believe this. But instead, you're totally right, man. Of course, like real life, any person who's been a human on Earth for any length of time realizes that something really goofy and slapstick can happen in your fucking life and it can be followed immediately afterward by like the death of a loved one or something horrific, and that is the way real life works. And so if you want to actually mirror that experience and bring a degree of verisimilitude to writing and storytelling, it actually is a lot closer to this wild kind of back and forth seesaw, and a kind of a chaotic seesaw at times that McCloud and even a lot of manga comics do a great job of approximating, frankly more so and better than a lot of American comics or a lot of American films where people do seem so locked into this one tone, and if you're going to do this kind of story, you got to stay within kind of these particular guardrails. I think this is really fun, and I think it really takes a lot of guts, and it shows what a great storyteller McCloud was from jump, that he was willing to play with so much stuff in the storytelling here. Like I just can't get over how ambitious Zot is with every issue as we kept going for these whole 10 issues, Chris. I was so impressed at the amount of stuff that Scott McCloud keeps stacking on here, whether it's tonal stuff, whether it's plot stuff, character arcs. Like he was throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, into this storyline. This feels like the kind of comic that you put together if it might be the only comic you ever do in your life. Like that's how much stuff he's cramming in here, and it's really impressive. And I think these tonal shifts are part of what was really impressing me, that he's really going for it. He's going for it with everything in the story. And man, it's just super fun work because of it. Cause you could feel how much he's putting in this.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, because I mean, the thing he does too that I think is kind of cool here is that as soon as Vic says, "I stole the key," and Zot's like, "What?" He shifts focus to
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
he shifts focus to Peabody and Jenny and Max, and they have this full page of what's going on, and it's like, and Max has built this belt for Butch the monkey to wear. And it's got like a force field, and it's got a stun gun, and it's got like this help signal button, and they're having this big conversation about that. Then we finally get back to Zot and Vic talking about, like what's happened, like he's like, "You stole this thing and you're wanted," and he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." He's like, "I'm no thief. I mean, yeah, what I did it for a reason." But he's like, "Okay, but let me explain."
Yeah.
And then again he goes into this little comedic stuff because he tells a story about how his friend like kind of dared him to steal the key, you know
Yeah.
and the way he tells the story is like funny, and he's got that little I don't know, that robot called Floyd that
Yeah,
that
yeah,
we
he's
saw
got
earlier.
it's a little like circular robot, and I think I forget if you mentioned this on the air, off the air, but to anybody who's a DC Comics fan who remembers Booster Gold, it's kind of like Skeets, the little like flying buzzing robot that was like Booster Gold's best friend, who is a little robot who would buzz around just near him like a little robot bird almost. And Vic has got this little circular robot bird basically buzzing around him named Floyd, and that's who accompanied him on his mission here to steal the key on a dare.
Yeah. So, and so then Vic goes to tell what happens, that he stole the key, and then when he's sneaking out, for some reason he's like he's got to wait a little bit, like I don't know, he's trying to stay whatever, stay stealthy. He stumbles across these four men on Sirius IV who are planning a conspiracy, or they're forming a conspiracy about how they're gonna use the key to open the door to the edge of the universe, so they can declare a war, a holy war against Earth. So the main thing is that we're trying to these guys from Sirius 5 or Sirius 4, they're gonna like invade Earth. And it's like the vizier, and it's like the head priest, and it's like a businessman, and like some other guy, I think he's part of the military.
Yeah.
Um yeah, I mean, yeah, so that's what excuse me.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, so that's what he's heard, and he's like, "That's why I stole the key, because I can't let them use the key to open the door to start this holy war." And then before they can do anything, before Zod can process anything, there's a knock at the door, and it's the guy named Drufus again. He's showing up.
The prince.
Yeah, the Prince Drufus. And he's showing up, and he's like, "I got my robots, and they've like traced the radiation from the key to your residence. What is going
Yeah.
on here? It's got to be here, right? It's got to be here. You
And he
know?
marches in. He marches in with these giant robots. A lot of robots in this issue, by the way, between like Deco's missile robots and then like the flying bird robot of Floyd. And now we got these big kind of stormtrooper looking mean robots that come marching in with Prince Drufus, and they're huge. They look like they're like 7 feet tall robots. They all look the same. They're menacing. They look also very manga inspired for sure.
Yeah.
And Drufus says, my robots and I have traced the skulking thief here. Soon we'll have him." And he leads them inside. And then he says, Drufus says, "Unfortunately, one of my robots has begun to malfunction." And then Vic volunteers to help, quote unquote, fix the robot. And Vic ends up kind of monkeying with the robot a little bit and trying to like see what he can do to just give the robot some screwdriver to the ear and mess with it a little bit. And then really like a bunch of stuff starts happening here. It's like, oh, we're playing music. Max starts playing a flute. Actually, yeah, this is like a wacky bunch of stuff just happening all at once. Max, we find out, is a musician, and Butch says music is like wimpy, that the song on the flute is wimpy, and like there's a lot going on here all of a sudden, but it ultimately leads to a secret origin for Deco. And like this is all sounding kind of chaotic, but I mean, I don't know. Do you want to describe what happens with the origin for Deco here? Because like this kind of comes out of nowhere seemingly. It's hard to describe it, but it actually plays fairly seamlessly in the pages.
It is. I'll try to give a thing, but real quick though, it's like he's playing this flute, and we find out that Max is actually from Sirius IV.
Yes.
And this flute, he's playing like the national anthem or whatever it is, or like the planet anthem for Sirius IV. And you find out later on that it has to do with like there's sort of like this like social engineering type of
Hmm.
like there's an undercurrent that he's talking about how everyone on Sirius 4 is sort of like they're being oppressed, and they kind of find their sense of solace when they play this music. But the music is like, I don't know, it's dates back maybe a millennium, but but Drufus is hearing this. He got some big like organ. He's playing it on, and becomes this huge thing. And but then Jenny sees this photograph. I mean, a painting on the wall of this woman named Sarah, and this is how we get the origin of Sarah and this guy named
Yes.
Arthur. His name is Arthur Decker, and Arthur, Sarah, and Max were all friends. Like Arthur and Sarah were art students of this of this place where Max taught. He taught them, and what happens is that Deco, he gets or Arthur when he's Decker, he gets a cancer that
Yes.
causes his hands to be replaced, and they get replaced with they get the bionic hands, and then you find out the cancer is spread, and he's got to take his legs away. So then he gets bionic legs, and then it just keeps spreading, because then it's like now in the next photo he's with Max, and he's painting, because he's like makes these really beautiful paintings. These look like they might be like impressions or something like that, but he's slowly becoming a robot. And
And it's being reflected in his paintings because, as Max says when he tells the story, Arthur's artwork was becoming less sentimental and more design oriented and mechanical, less tied up with emotional concerns. And, and very much he starts going toward this very art deco style that's
right.
much more designy and less human looking. And so it's no accident his last name is Decker. And as he keeps getting more and more robot parts to him, another change set in about the same time with Arthur. And this is Max talking, and it scared the dickens out of us. As his pictures were becoming more and more critically admired, Arthur became a rich man. This made Sarah and me very happy for him for a while. But then he began to like it, and he began to like the changes that were happening with him. And Arthur started to design his own parts, adding little decorative touches here and there. And then Sarah eventually leaves him, and we see that his entire body is becoming basically one giant machine. And Sarah walks out. She leaves him, after all, because he no longer required human subjects. And then ultimately, Max comes by Arthur's house, Arthur, who's now fully almost turned into a robot, and he finds Arthur has trashed all of his old paintings of Sarah that he had done when he was a human. But now he says Arthur's riches had crossed the $1 billion mark about the same time that the disease reached his face. We no longer spoke. I tried to forget what had happened. And now we see Arthur's face is the last part of him that still looked human. And it too, now he's converting into a robot face. So it's a really fascinating origin story. It's kind of like Doctor Doom meets Elon Musk meets like,
Right.
meets like an artist, meets like Picasso or something. It's a really fascinating origin story for this guy who becomes this like kind of evil madman billionaire robot artist, and who's kind of like basically extinguishing his own humanity as this robot part of himself has taken over and become very celebrated and very wealthy and successful. And he's now made himself into this crazy robot being where his entire body is kind of a work of art, and it's very art deco looking. and he's got, like we say, this giant Chrysler building head with these spiral kind of insane looking eyes. It's just such a cool fucking villain design, and it's a wild origin. It's actually a pretty brilliant origin story for this guy, and how he's connected to Max and our lead characters here. I thought it was a really, really emotionally affecting, great origin, and McCloud pulls off the whole origin tale in like two beautifully choreographed and really well designed pages. Like, it's really, really sharp storytelling.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only things to add, not to repeat, is, he pointed this out in the documentary we saw, but if you look at the pages, if you look at page 12 and page 13, which basically like they read as a spread, the borders on page 12 on the left, you kind of see these flower designs, and as you move across the page to which follows Decker's progression from becoming a human to a robot, the flowers transform into these more mechanical type flowers. They're in the gutters of the page, which I think is a really cool kind of it's like a subtle way of design of, again, like he said, like he designed his whole story in one page, and it's
Yeah,
really, really
two pages, but it's like a double
two.
page spread. Maybe it looks
Yeah,
like.
it's really, really like pretty amazing work. Just the whole what's the word? The whole gestalt of, let's repeat, the gestalt of it is
Yes.
fascinating. It's just fascinating. And then, but the thing is that this painting of Sarah is this painting that Max took from the trash and kept, and he's put it up in the wall in his
Yes.
house, and he's telling the story about how he's also still playing on the organ, and he's like, I just can't help but wondering like what he's up to and whether our paths will ever cross again, you know. And then they get into this big, and he's still playing, and he's talking to Jen about what's going on. And then, they're out, I see this was funny, right? I think what's funny is that Vic is saying, I'm going to fix the robot that can detect the radiation from the key.
Yeah.
I think he's just stalling because he has the key on him at the time. And,
Right.
and,
Right.
and so he's like, I can't really fix this. I got to pretend to fix it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so when he's like, okay, he goes, hey, like, and Vic's just joking around, but then the robots from Deco, those rocket like robot men, like they show up, and they just
Yes.
start blasting
Yeah.
him,
Turns into total chaos, big battle. Prince Drufus gets blasted by the robots. Zot pulls out his ray gun. So does Peabody. It's a big old freaking robot firefight, and then Drufus's robots are fighting Deco's robots. Vic is like, where did all these guns come from? And there's like laser beams flying. McCloud really has fun with his action scenes just as much as anything else. There's some really fun pages of just zap, zap, zap. And then suddenly Max says, stand back, kids. You two, Peabody, clear that area. And he throws what looks like a magnetic grenade, is what he calls it. He throws it into the middle of the fight after he's dug it up from out of his house somewhere. And this magnetic grenade essentially just springs open in the middle of the battle. And it's a pretty wild moment where all the robots suddenly, they get kind of seized by the magnetism of this thing, and it's a giant crash. And it's like 30 human-sized robots get smushed into this giant round ball that looks like a bunch of compacted trash as they get all smooshed together, and it looks like some pretty dope modern art. It looks like
Yeah,
some
I
modern
know.
art sculpture, right? Just
It's
in the
crazy.
yard. Yeah, it's pretty wild. And it's like crash. And suddenly in one quick second, the battle's over. And it's this really funny, like almost a full page spread with like birds flying peacefully in the background. And the battle is over in a flash. And it's like, wow, that's crazy. That just happened. And then all of a sudden we think they've got a moment to rest. Not really, because bam, they turn around. And suddenly, good Lord, it's Deco himself in all his pointy-headed glory. And he's got himself with a whole bunch of backups. And he's got another dozen or so missile robots with him. And Max says, good Lord, Arthur, is that you under all of that? And Deco says, it's me, Max, it's me. But please, Max, call me Deco. It sounds so much more orderly somehow. Shall we go inside? And then they just kind of go inside to like have a chat with all these like crazy scary robots, and they all walk inside Max's place. And then and then a very crazy discussion plays out, and Deco reveals that what a little bit of what his plan is, and how he's planning to use this door out in the middle of the universe. And he's got a plan for what he's going to do with it. And he says, isn't it obvious, you little worms? Don't you see? To open the door shall signal the final ascendancy of man's perfect art and the end of man's greatest flaw, himself. Don't you get it? Hee hee, you will, you will. The message is clear, culled from the divine design by my designer's mind. When that door is flung open, the race will die. All shall perish but the grand machine. Only I shall remain as propagator of the miracle and as its sole loving witness. And Max is like, yep, crazy as a jaybird. And so we see the plan from Deco, and this is all pretty intense. Everyone's there. And then like what happens next here? Next
Oh,
what do you
yeah.
what do you got here? It's like I'm trying to remember what the next moment is.
Yeah, so what happens next is that Drufus is like, "I'm gonna stop you. I'm not going to take my
Oh,
key," 'cause, he's
yes. Yeah.
hoping that, that he gets shot by Deco, who has some ability to shoot, like, some force beam, like, from his head, you know?
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm gonna make an example out of this kid." And he's about to kill him, and then this part actually becomes sort of interesting to me is that Max says, "Stop, stop, stop, stop," and then he says, and then he brings up Sarah, you know, and then somehow like Deco's like, "Sarah, will you stop? Just stop looking at me, please, please." And Max notices that he's looking at the painting of Sarah, which means that he's still plagued by this lost love that he had from before,
Hmm.
when he was still more of a human, like before the machines, got him. And he's taking the key from Vic, and he's like, "Stop!" And he screams, and he just like escapes with his robots, and they take off, and they go back to the South Pole, and they're like, "So now what are we gonna do? What do we do?" And he's like, "We have to go after him," you know, and Vic sends Floyd to go to tail him,
Yes.
and then they have this conversation, like with Drufus and Max and Vic explains like what's going on, and Drufus is like, "You asshole, you stole this thing, blah blah blah." He's like,
Yeah.
"Hey
And
man, just
he
chill, just chill. You know what? There's a thing, there's a conspiracy going on." Like,
yeah,
and
yeah. And Drufus freaks out on Vic here. And so their relationship gets off to a very rocky start because Drufus is like, you were the one who stole it in the first place. Now you're gonna help us? Help us do what? Find it for you? You'll pay for this. And he's like screaming in his face. And Vic's like, hold it. And he's trying to explain to him, look, I know there's no way I can make you understand the reasons for what I've done, so I'll just say this: I've got the tracker. I can find the key. If you want the key too, maybe you ought to treat me with a little courtesy. And like Drufus is like, courtesy, and Vic repeats, courtesy. And then Drufus just gurs, which is so funny. Like he's like a dog. Drufus just goes grrr.
well,
And then
but you know what? That's also extra. That's also extra. Manga.
yeah, you're right. You're
manga,
right. Yeah.
for them to go,
Totally.
"Arr."
Totally. Yeah, yeah. And then he kind of like stalks away and he kind of mutters to himself, I ought to punch you right in the mouth is what I ought to do. So it's a pretty funny first meeting, very awkward first meeting between Vic and Drufus in an extremely hostile way, and that will come back around later as we
Yes,
get further into the
the
issues and we
story.
see
Yeah.
how their relationship develops. It becomes increasingly clear that McCloud really has thought this story through, and he's thought through all these character dynamics and all these character interactions to a really impressive degree. And so that becomes more manifest as we go forward. But yeah, from here we have like just a fun page of jet car travel as they're all going off to, Deco's headquarters, and they're going to Antarctica, and they got a couple of jet cars flying side by side, and off they go. And this is kind of how the issue winds up with like them approaching Deco's really crazy looking castle in Antarctica, which is a great full page spread that we end on, and it says, "Don't miss next issue for Assault on Castle Deco in 1 month. Be here." And it does actually feel pretty exciting.
Yeah, well, the cool thing is that I love is that because it's again, like you said, like he's playing all this stuff out, and he sets the gags so early. So when they're flying to the Antarctica, like they meet with these people called the Pole Police. Which I was like, oh, you mean there's people who police the North and South Pole, and it's like really, which I think is a funny concept, but
Yeah.
they do, and so like 3 or 4 of these policemen like go with Zot and everyone to arrive at at
Castle Deco.
yeah, Castle Deco, yeah, yeah, and so
Yeah, and the policemen, by the way, also, you're right, the pole police are there, and they're also in these cool little jet cars.
yeah,
And so it's fun. It's like McCloud said, the world of Zot. It's all the futures that we were promised that never happened. So they got jet cars, they got jet packs, they got all the cool shit everywhere in Zot's world, which is so fun. And they're arriving here, and man, it's exciting. Like, I was just so engaged at this point, and I got to say, I only got more and more engaged the further we go into this run, Chris. I'm super impressed with Zot. I'm super impressed how well the story holds up, and just really for a first comic book, I can't think of too many other first comics that are this successful, this well thought out, and this fully formed in so many ways. And like we talked about, McCloud's art actually changes and gets even better, arguably, as we go to the black and white version of Zot after these opening 10 issues. But still, holistically, just looking at every category of what makes a comic great, I'm pretty blown away by how well Zot works out the gate. And this opening 10 issue arc has so many balls he's juggling in the air. And he nails it ultimately. And we're going to get to all of it, obviously. But this is such impressive work. And one thing I just wanted to touch on real quick here that I think is a real critical part of why McCloud was able to be so successful out the gate like this is it's no accident that Kurt Busiek was Scott McCloud's best friend growing up. And like we say, he was a consultant on this storyline that was credited for every issue. And then later on, there's even a second consultant who gets added to the mix. And Chris, like you and I know this from being in a writer's group for most of the last decade where we meet every 2 weeks. And, it's a bunch of professional screenwriters critiquing and going over each other's work to try to just, push each other to write better stories and to communicate, to make sure we know we're communicating what we think we are in our stories. I mean, I think it's so smart that McCloud formalized this concept of having a consultant on his book who is someone who, by the way, is going to go on to become one of the most brilliant storytellers in comics himself, one of the best comics writers of the modern era, Kurt Busiek. And the fact that McCloud had him as a consultant on this series is just obviously invaluable. And I think we can't understate the importance of having someone with the story brain of Kurt Busiek involved as your consultant on your first ever storyline. I have to believe that the reason McCloud is crediting Busiek, his last name, I heard McCloud pronounce it in the documentary as Busiek. I'm trying to learn that because in my head forever I thought it was Busiek, but it's not. It's Busiek, I believe. But anyways, to have someone like him involved, I mean, obviously he's crediting him because he deserved it. And then you have to ask yourself, what percentage of how great Zot's storyline is has to do with notes that Kurt might have had. I would guess it's got to be at least 5%, maybe 10%. And that's the difference between good and great so often. And if your story is 10% better because you got a guy who's going to be one of the greatest comic writers of all time giving you notes, well, hey, props to Scott McCloud for being smart enough to build the proper team and the proper system to deliver this story so fully formed. Because I just don't know too many comic book debuts ever that have a story that works on this many levels this successfully. And I think it reminds me of something that Brian Eno had said once when him and David Bowie were working together a lot. And Eno was talking about how everybody wants to give David Bowie credit for being a genius, and rightfully so. However, what Eno said is like Bowie's true genius was that he would bring the smartest people around him and he would keep them in his circle. And so Bowie would have, your Lou Reed, your Iggy Pop, your Brian Eno, and all of them talking to each other, listening to his work. And Eno said he didn't believe in genius for individuals because Eno had worked with so many great musicians through the years. And he said, all these so-called geniuses, I hear all their bad ideas. I'm there in the studio. I hear all their bad ideas. And I realize what the process is to get to the great finished product. And Eno said he coined a term that he called not genius, he called it scenius. Like as if you're in the right scene of artists and you got the right scene of people around you, and that can allow you to have scenius rather than genius. And he felt that was a more realistic description of how the process worked for most of the true greats that he'd worked with, that it was not just like God, struck one person with a lightning bolt and they created a masterpiece. It was more like, all these people working together in concert to have this breakthrough and do something amazing. And so I just got to give it up to Scott McCloud for being smart enough to really formalize that process. And I don't know if he gave Kurt Busiek any money, or if Busiek would have even accepted it, but the fact that he credited him, and that in itself probably is going to make someone work even harder to help you build your story because they're getting credited. And I think it's an integral part of the puzzle here. And I think it's just awesome that McCloud did that because I think it really shows in the final result here.
Well, I think everything you're saying is really spot on. I think that, even some of the great debuts, like a debut that I remember thinking was fantastic, and I think it was his first work, was Stray Bullets, right? With David Lapham, right?
It was his first work as a writer because before that he had just drawn a bunch of books for Jim Shooter at Valiant and Defiant a little bit.
Yes, but the thing is though is that Stray Bullets, as dope as it is, it's not like those first 10 issues are, he's telling a bunch of stories that kind of like individual, like issues, some of the stuff
Yeah.
kind of like tax in, oh, this was episode 2. You meet that girl later on and she's like episode 6 kind of thing. But like the way that McCloud has designed this and the layered storytelling, that the way he's putting down something now in I mean, like obviously the thing with Deco and with Sarah, like it's gonna show up in the next episode, obviously, but it's like we talked about that, but even the stuff with the guy 9 from the previous episode and issue 2, the way he then shows, there's just the way that he's designed this, it's so layered. And I believe that this whole thing with Kurt is the key to it because it feels like the type of stuff that Kurt was doing when he did Astro City, right? The initial Astro City, where it's like, oh, like he's really playing that game that comics do so well of. I'm gonna tease you with something here in issue 4, and I won't pay it off until issue 10. And
Yes.
and it's like you have to, but I'm setting up all the other pieces in between so that when that thing comes up in issue 10, it hits so hard. And and that's what he's doing in here. So I mean, I don't know. I can't really think of anyone who's done like, hey, and again, it's like the Lapham thing is different because he's been drawing. This is like
Yeah.
this is like McCloud's first drawing outing and his
Yeah.
first is in his first time writing.
Yeah.
And I think he's like he complained he didn't like the coloring. Not the, he has some weird critique of the coloring of the book in the documentary.
Oh, right.
But
Yeah, he did.
to me, I think it's fine, but I think he was like, "I just don't know how to choose colors." And you look at it, and it is very, the colors are very, like, wacky. I don't wanna say they're garish. That's too hard of a critique, but I think it kind of like fits like the aspect of the tone of the book. But if you compare it to other work at the time or other like, again, we talk about the stuff that Miller did with Lynn Varley around this time, which is when he was doing Ronin, how it's more of like a restrained color palette or like things that people started doing now when they were doing color or computer color even more. And even also now was that the coloring is way more within like this sweet, like we found a groove for it. And he's not necessarily doing it in there, but I think it's okay because he's jumping around worlds so much and doing this kind of crazy stuff.
Right.
And you're so to me, it doesn't bother me, but I could see how someone who's like a real color person. And also this is maybe him like 15 years or 20 years later critiquing something he did, and we all know that everyone is upset at their early work like that.
Totally. Yeah.
Everybody is,
Yeah.
because you don't know any better, and it's like and obviously again, it's his first book, like he's still trying to figure things out. I mean, I think what you're saying is right about like you surround yourself with great people. It's this thing that I remember reading. There was this thing called the Directors Company that was formed in the early '70s with Peter Bogdanovich, Francis Coppola, and um, William
Hmm.
Friedkin.
Oh, wow.
Like those three guys had formed a company that Robert Evans gave them some sort of like sweetheart deal over at Paramount, and they were like trying to they were trying to do each other, like they were rivals, but also like colleagues. And the movies that came out of that were like um what's the movie? I mean, the movies that didn't. I mean, they all kind of were like weird in a way. Like you had Sorcerer, you had The
Oh,
Conversation, and then you
right.
had I think I think I think that what's his name did Last Picture Show out of that.
Oh, damn. Yeah. So you had some very significant movies
Yeah,
coming out
like
of that.
Monoglyphs, like, or maybe he messed up and did Daisy Miller come out of that because he was so in love with Sybil Shepherd. But it was this thing where it's like there was this incubator thing that you don't know, and the way the people on the outside, it's usually these outsiders who've propping up someone. Because I was reading that book called The Long Goodbye, which is like the making of Chinatown. I think this was called The Long Goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Um,
right.
yeah, and they talk about how when Polanski was creating Rosemary's Baby, like how important was it for him to have like this guy named I want to say his name was like his name was Osteen was his last name, and he was the editor. And he had like this Silbert brother as the production designer, and then his wife did the costumes, and and he moved that same like group of people to work with him on his next movie. And then I read somewhere else when I was reading the book about Mike Nichols that he also worked with that same editor named Osteen when he did like Virginia Woolf and The Graduate, and it was like, oh, there was like the same people were kind of working together, like in these support roles. Like the editor is supporting director's vision, but it's like, but people always talk about Polanski and Nichols. They don't talk about the team they gathered, and you
Yes.
realize that once those teams like broke apart because of ego or other changes in the business or all this kind of stuff, that the director's work like wasn't as strong. And
Oh,
I
totally. Right. Because they stick with those people for a reason.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I tell people all the time, like if you look at Steven Spielberg's work, the two things that make his film so signature to Steven Spielberg is he's the director, he's got Michael Kahn as the editor, and he's got John Williams as the composer on all his films after Jaws.
Yeah.
So Close Encounters till Fablemans, he got that same, and the editor
Wow. Oh
So
my God,
so
that's
the editor and the
crazy.
composer is
I
on
didn't
every
realize
movie
that.
with him. So
Wow. Well, see, that's the thing is like Spielberg gets it. Spielberg gets obviously that kind of chemistry is invaluable and you can't just replicate it so easily. And Spielberg also is known to stick with screenwriters for long periods too, like Steve Zalian,
yeah.
wrote Schindler's List and a bunch of other stuff for Spielberg. Tony Kushner wrote, Fablemans and also I think wrote Munich and a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
Spielberg will stick with a screenwriter for a decade plus also on multiple projects. So he gets it. When you've got this chemistry with folks, you can't just sacrifice that so easily because people don't understand. Sometimes it's like, oh, you think like a band loses their drummer or their bass player. Sometimes you think, oh, that's not a big deal. It's just the drummer, quote unquote, or, just the bass player. But you don't realize sometimes how integral and how critical that person is to the creative process of any sort of creative organism. And so with like, even with Tarantino and Scorsese, Tarantino and Scorsese, they stuck with the same editors for very long periods of time. Also, I think Tarantino only stopped working with the woman who'd been his editor forever because she died tragically going
Yeah.
on a
Yeah.
hike in Griffith Park of all things in Los Angeles, and that was like a tragic, untimely death. Otherwise, he probably still would be making films with only one editor for his entire career. And the thing is, all these like so-called geniuses, they realize how precarious it is for them to produce that body of work that is so celebrated. And I think what's unique to me about Scott McCloud here, to bring it back to Zot, is that he had this awareness right away from the beginning. And he was fortunate enough to have someone like Kurt Busiek as his best friend. And also to have the lack of ego as a young creative person, because that's one of the dangers when you're like a talented young creative person, is like your ego is also the thing that can be out of control, because it's like partly your ego that's convinced you that you could do this crazy thing for a living. And so it's like your ego is kind of spurring you on, but it takes a very mature creative person at the age of 23, like McCloud was here, to think I'm good enough to write and draw my own comics, have them published, have them read by tens of thousands of people. I'm good enough to do that. But also, I need my best friend here riding shotgun with me. And you know what? I'm going to listen to him and I'm going to let him push back on my ideas. And I'm going to realize when I'm wrong and he's right. That's a very unique balance to strike.
Yeah, you're right. The thing that I don't know, and I would love to hear him talk or even like Kurt talk, is both of these guys were working in like the DC editorial. Like they're like they didn't come into the business as like trying to be a writer.
Right.
Like they actually, I mean, I'm sure they had dreams to write and Scott probably to write and draw, but he came in and he worked in those back offices for a minute. And he obviously, remember he was saying in the documentary how he was showing all the editors like the Japanese, like the manga,
Yeah.
and they were like,
Yeah.
no, no, no. But he's saying to you, I was working as like what, like a copy boy or whatever support staff role he was doing. And if you're smart in that position, you can see where, oh, this editor and this writer and this artist, they get it. They work well as a team. And that same writer with a different editor, and maybe with the same artist, it doesn't work. Or the same editor and the same artist, you know what I'm saying? Like he probably saw that because they were going through so many books coming out,
Yeah.
and it may be something he just picked up like subconsciously. But
Mm-hmm.
it's obviously then effective with how he's putting together this team, because the interesting thing is, like we said, he does replace a few people like throughout like the color was it the
The
like
colorist
the
and the
colors,
uh, the letterer.
the letterer change throughout, but it's like, I'm not to diminish like their work at all, but the core brainchild that he had was him and Kurt, because and the other guy they brought in, but it's
Yeah.
like because it's like I'm writing and I'm drawing, and he's got, like Dean and Kat as the editors, but it feels like they didn't have a heavy hand in editing the book,
Yeah, I
so
don't know. I don't know that they did. I mean, Kat Ironwood is a brilliant woman and like an incredible writer in her own regard. So I don't know how involved she was or wasn't, but she was the common denominator in a lot of the best books of the 80s. 80s, of course, she edited Alan Moore on Miracle Man. But again, with Alan Moore, yeah, how heavy of a hand do you have if you're editing Alan Moore? I don't know, but it would be interesting. Actually, Kat Ironwood's one of those people that I would love for us to talk to on the show when we start doing interviews. But I would love to talk to her about exactly how involved she was with Zot or Miracle Man or whatever, because maybe it was different, I imagine, from book to book. But it's all great for McCloud. The fact that you've got all these brilliant people behind the scenes who are very erudite, smart, kind of literary folks, that's obviously super helpful. And just to give credit to the other guy who does also end up being credited as a consultant about halfway through this run, his name is Adam Phillips. And I don't necessarily know if Adam Phillips went on to do any other stuff in comics or if he was just a friend of Kurt's and or Scott's that got brought in as a consultant. But just so we don't keep calling him the other guy, Adam Phillips is the other consultant along with Kurt Busiek for McCloud's work here on Zot. And yeah, man, it is just what a package, what a team, and what a home run. What a freaking home run this series is right out the gate for 23-year-old Scott McCloud. That brings us to Zot issue number 4.
Right, which is called The Assault on Castle Deco. And this was another, I mean, it's something that he does that I love, is that he's able to kind of like speed through action, but still make it like fun and these little asides. Like this whole kind of assault, which I think is cool. The part that's the best part of it is these side characters. It's those two the two officers from the pole police who are kind of like constantly trying to say, oh, they're trying to one up each other, like throughout all the fights they get into, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah. It's actually hilarious. Like these two police officers throughout all these battles are constantly like, I shot first, or I did that first, or I ejected out of the burning spaceship before you did. No way, I did. Like, yeah, they're like super childish, but it's pretty fun in the midst of all the battle.
Yeah, and so basically like Zot and the pole police and Vic and Drufus and I'm assuming and Max, I mean the whole gang, like they get into Deco's base and they're racing through it, and it's kind of interesting, or not his castle, his base castle, and like all the art is all this kind of like tricked out Art Deco stuff, which is very fascinating for McCloud to have been able to draw all this, and he does keep the pace as quickly as possible, and then eventually they go.
He does. Hold on. Sorry, I just got to jump in real quick. He keeps the pace relatively very quickly. You're right. Except, let me just call your attention here, Chris, to page 3. Check out the amount of word balloons on page 3, because like that was a shocking amount of density on that particular page, where I was just like, damn. Like, it's funny because this looks like the kind of page that Doug Mensch would have written for an artist. Or Don McGregor. But it's kind of shocking that, McCloud is writing for himself as the artist, obviously. But it feels like on page 3, the writer really wins the battle here and almost crowds out the artwork. I don't know what happened. It looks like that should have been 2 pages of dialogue suddenly just got crammed in there. But doesn't page 3 look kind of crazy?
Yeah, it does, but the thing he's doing is, I think kind of what he's doing is the old thing with the Jim Shooter thing, right? He's trying to recap a lot of the story as well as kind of move the story along, and I kind of feel like, it's like if this was someone's first comic, then he's trying to spend as little time as possible, trying to do some sort of recap,
Yeah, I think you're right, because that is something he does do in pretty much every issue. And I think it points to just the era once again, where obviously Zot was coming out monthly, in shops, and it was an era before the total domination of trade paperbacks and collections, and so he was not writing for the trade because really nobody did back then. So I think you're 100% right. It is that Jim Shooter thing that McCloud is applying even to his indie comic. He knew that Zot #4 could be somebody's first issue of Zot ever, and he's going to give you the whole damn story up until this point within the first few pages so you can understand everything. And I guess I think that is what he's doing, but man, it makes for a freaking dense page 4. That was a crazy page, or page 3 rather. Tough, crazy page to get through.
Dense, page 4 is dense too. I mean, it's dense, but he's moving us along. And the thing that he's doing is interesting, is that he's still putting these little jokes, these little sides. You know, there's a part where Vic is like, he's fucking with Drufus. You know, there's always these little moments where that he's not making just this expo dump, you know, which could happen, which I think is part of what he understands to do.
Yes.
But again, he knows he's got, like, if I want you to go, it's kind of weird because it's like, are you gonna go back and buy the back issues of Zot? You might. I mean, you obviously want to, but he's not getting any more money for that. So it's kind of an interesting technique to have done in an indie comic, you know?
I'm assuming maybe it's because he just wanted people to have a good experience with every issue, you know what I mean? So they would come back, so they wouldn't feel like they were, you know, baffled or confused.
Yeah, I guess there is that. So then, you know, they're sprinting through the castle and they come across some those missile man robots again. And, you know, and they're sitting there fighting the robots, and Drufus is showing he's not a complete fucking cad as they keep fighting, you know, but they all get caught by but they get caught, you know, by Deco.
Yes,
you know?
Deco himself shows up.
Yeah, Deco himself shows up, and he's got them all caught, and there's just this, you know, and he's just complaining about what's going on. He's talking about his plans, but the really cool thing here that happens is that, again, Deco talks about Sarah, and then and then Max convinces Jenny to say the things that Sarah would say to him. And then what's kind of cool is that whenever Deco then looks back at them all as prisoners, he sees Jenny, but he sees her as Sarah.
Right. So and McCloud draws Jenny completely as Sarah all of a sudden, like we're seeing it from Deco's POV.
Yeah. And it's this, which is the crux of this first part of this issue is that while some of these guys are fighting through and, you know, to catch the guy, to free the people who've been caught and get the Deco, you know, he begins to unravel because you see that the emotional weight that he carried from the old relationship is still like lingering in there. He obviously still regrets what happened, you know, like it's a very, it's, you know, I wonder if he's like playing a game. Now I'm thinking about it as not playing it, but if he's pointing out that the value of your work is not always as important as the value of your relationships, because obviously, like, Deco he's become like all about the work and all about what his mission is, but, you know, because he had this relationship that he lost through, you know, like through no fault of his own, you know.
Right. It's a tragic story. It's a very tragic story. Deco's, you know, like I mentioned, he reminds me of Dr. Doom a bit, and it is that kind of a classic tragic villain's origin where you see a guy who is truly brilliant and who had real love and real friendship in his life. And then because of the, you know, the vagaries or the cruelty of fate, he gets this illness that destroys him. And in his attempt to survive, he ultimately is turned into a machine, and he's only got this small sliver of his humanity left, and he's at war with it, you know. And it's like the robot mechanized part of Deco is at war with Arthur Decker, and Jenny, pretending to be Sarah now while they're all tied up here, is trying to reach that part of him, and she's saying, you loved all living things, Arthur, as much as you loved me. And he's like, love, ha. And he's trying to convince her he doesn't hate, or he doesn't love things. He actually hates them. He says, I hate grass, which is so funny. I hate grass. It makes me sick to see it swaying every which way. Can't that tramp Mother Nature teach it some posture? And like, this is such hilarious dialogue from McCloud. And that's something I like about McCloud is McCloud's really quirky and idiosyncratic with a lot of his dialogue choices and his like sort of jokey asides, like you were talking about too. Like McCloud's got a lot of quirkiness built in here, which is a really great counterpoint to all the highly thought out, like really well organized part of this story. Like it's really fun to see how McCloud still has just all these different parts of his storytelling kind of firing on all cylinders here. But this whole sequence with Jenny pretending to be Sarah and kind of breaking down Deco, reaching the humanity in him again is really beautifully done. And it's very artfully done too. Like as we're seeing all this from Deco's perspective and we're seeing him having kind of a mental breakdown here that goes on several pages. And then at the end of it, we literally see like an Art Deco kind of a prison being built around him, which is, you know, it's kind of left to the imagination somewhat how metaphorical, symbolic, or literal some of this stuff really is. But at the end of it, Jenny as Sarah says to him, like, is that a cage? Is that a cage I see? Very well, Arthur, stay if you like. I'll be here, just inches away, but forever out of reach. You're trapped. And he freaks out and he screams, ah! And then this is one of my favorite lines. He grabs her by the neck and he says, I'll throttle you like a duck. Yeah. And it's like such a weird thing to say, like a duck. And then in that moment, though, it's like he almost snaps out of the trance. And as he's like about to choke her, you have like a silent panel where he looks horrified by what he's doing. And then he just says, stop, let me go. As if he wasn't the one holding her.
Exactly.
And then, you know, it's so smart. And then she says, there's no escape from yourself. No escape, no escape. I can drive you out. Oh, can you say you never loved me? Yes. Can you? Yes. Really? Can you? Can you say you never loved me at all? Yes. And then you got a full page splash of Deco in agony, suddenly freaking out, screaming, no. And this breaks him. It's fucking it's brilliant. It's amazing cartooning.
It's amazing. And the thing I love about this splash page when he's saying no is that, you know, is that he's like bending over backwards screaming, but he has these vines that are like circling him. It's like the nature is coming in to grab him, you know, and there's like these, I guess they're doves.
They're like birds that look at their eyes. Look at their eyes though.
Yeah, they're birds, doves, but they have eyes just like his. That are like
they have like swirly, crazy eyes like him.
Swirly eyes, you know, and and the next page he's just like I can't, and he's like I'm sorry, and then he just turns off.
Yeah,
you know,
it's wild. It's a really satisfying conclusion. I mean, it really, you know, in screenwriter talk, Chris, it feels to me like McCloud earns it. Like he earns this emotional moment. It's not something that he just kind of tosses off. Like we're like, oh, hey, you know, Jenny, pretend to be Sarah for one panel. And then Deco freak out all of a sudden. Like, no, McCloud really builds to this moment. And he takes many, many pages and a ton of really thoughtful sort of design and just storytelling and pacing choices to really build up to it and really, you know, quote unquote, earn it. It feels legit. It doesn't feel like just some bullshit moment. And throughout all these 10 issues we read, that was something where McCloud really impressed me, Chris, is that like, it's not just that the ideas were good that he was having. It's like his execution is fucking phenomenal. Like he executes these ideas and he goes for it. You know what I mean? Like he really goes for it and he just kind of like puts it all out there and takes a giant swing at these big moments. And he's not afraid to embarrass himself as a cartoonist or as a storyteller. And I think that's just one of my favorite things when it comes to writers in general is just really just go for the moment, go for this huge moment. And McCloud really does it here. And I just think it works so well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a good point you're making about he earns the emotional turmoil that he puts Deco through. He kind of he doesn't just earn the payoff of that. The way he's doing it, he's earning every additional panel that he's drawing to get to that splash page. know,
Yes.
and it's just and it's like it's like he's playing that concerto. He's going higher and higher and higher on the notes until he's like, okay, you know what? I get one more 16th note here, one more 16th note, and then he's like, boom, you know, it's
Exactly.
pretty
Yes.
great. It's pretty great, you
Exactly.
know.
And you're right. I love the musical analogy because that's exactly what it feels like. It's musical. And I think that's like the great storytellers understand the rhythm of how you build to something. And it is really using the language of comics and with a huge amount of like awareness of the rhythm of how you build to these moments. And then it's no accident that McCloud, a self-described formalist who is so concerned with all these types of effects, is going to go on to write Understanding Comics,
Comics, yeah.
because you know what I mean? Like you see that even in this early work of his, this is a dude who literally, you know, forgive me, understands
Yes,
comics.
comics,
Yeah,
yeah.
like
No,
he
yeah,
gets it.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, some I love is on page 18, the
Hmm.
bottom of page 18, the last 3 panels where Deco is frozen. He's got the thing on his head that Vic put on his head. But yeah, because as soon as Deco collapses, that's when like Zot and Vic come in and they are like so
Yeah.
so they don't save the day per se, but they do kind of like restrain him. But
Yeah.
there's this great panel where Max is holding his arm and the look on Deco's face where it's kind of like, I've lost. Now he's obviously shut down as a robot, but it's like it's a great like the emotion in his face there, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
And then what I love is here's the thing I love is that so he says, you know, it almost looks like he's seen a ghost, doesn't he? It's something that Jenny says, and then Max is like, a ghost. Yes, you might say that. You might indeed. And then Jenny's like, Max, what do you mean? Sarah's still alive. Like, isn't she? And then Max doesn't even answer. He goes, I think it's time to leave. So it's
Yeah.
like,
And he looks sad. He's looking down
sad.
sadly. Yeah.
Well, you know, and you obviously know because of the story that he and Arthur Decker, before he became Deco, and Sarah were all friends. So he knows that Sarah's dead, you know, and it's probably a
Yeah.
thing. I mean, look, I'm not sure what happens in the black and white issues coming next, but I wonder if she killed herself because
Oh
it feels
man.
like it's
Oh,
such a
that's a good question. I didn't think about that, but it would kind of make sense
it
maybe.
would make sense because she lost the love of her life too, and she lost him through no kind of like mistake in the relationship kind of thing. You know,
Yeah.
she didn't cheat, blah, 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 you know, whatever you know, and it's just and also she has no chance to win him back because he's this machine. So it
Yeah.
feels like that's so tragic for her. You know, there's another great panel is on top of page 19 where they just leave Deco there on the ground. They just leave,
Yeah, and he's like
you know.
frozen. Like he looks catatonic in a really awkward sort of state on the ground where he's like half sitting, half lying down, frozen.
Yeah, yeah. And then they go
Yeah.
back to Max's house. They had this conversation, and this is when Vic explains about the 4 ministers on Sirius IV who they have this plan to start this holy war.
Oh,
You know,
right.
and it's like,
Why he stole the key. Or
yeah,
why
and
why he decided to keep the key after
keep the key.
he stole it for fun, but then he realized, oh shit, these motherfuckers are gonna cause all this insanity. I gotta hold on to this.
It's crazy. And these 4 guys, they've got the funniest names. There's General Harcourt Shrap. There's Sam Twick. There's what's this guy's name?
There's Weavis Swimbler. I
Weaver
love that one.
Swimmer.
That's my favorite.
There's Luther von Klockman. You know, and he happens to be like the Grand Inquisitor. But it's like, but it's interesting that he drew all these people. You know, there's a movie that I love. It's called M, right? The old Fritz
Oh,
Lang film.
the Fritz Lang movie. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
yeah. And there's a really great scene in there where the criminal underworld all meet up to discuss what they're gonna do to try to track down the murderer. And it's just this weird kind of conspiracy scene. And this scene like reminds me of that, where it's these people from these weird walks of life. Like you got the general, you've got the businessman, you've got the vizier, you've got the priest. They're all hanging out where they're all like, you know, they're all pillars of society, and they're talking about what they're gonna do. And it's and one thing I love is that Weavis says, sounds practical. and profitable.
Yes, it sounds incredibly true to life, sadly, but this is exactly how I imagine a meeting like this going behind closed doors.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, and the thing is that Vic is saying all this because like his little like his little what's this thing
Oh,
called?
the little robot bird thing.
Yeah, it's called Floyd is playing this. He's playing this back because I guess he disappeared with the key, you know, and so Drufus is still upset about what's happening, and he's like, "What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" And there's Zot's like, "I think we should go." Because Vic has gone to Sirius 5 or Sirius 4 because he's gonna use the key to open the door.
Yeah, he
Because
says when I get there on Sirius 4, I'm gonna hop on the first shuttle to the door, use the key to open it myself. It's the only way I can think of to ruin their plans for good. I hope you understand, Zach. Goodbye. And then, just to be clear, Floyd has been broadcasting this message from Vic. Floyd, the robot bird, has brought this message back to broadcast for Zach and Max and Jenny and Drufus. So they're all watching this message from Vic, and then they freak out, and Drufus is like, "Oh my God, he's gonna open it! That's sacrilege! We must stop him! We must stop all of this!" And so then this is where the plan is hatched, that they're going to figure out a way to go back there also. And Zach says, you know, Sirius 4 isn't exactly a great vacation spot, but then maybe he starts talking about in the company of a goodwill ambassador. And then this was the plan. Now, what is the thing? I'm trying to remember. Did they say that Zot was going to be a goodwill ambassador and go there? Is that what happens here? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, well, right. You know, and they get on some sort of like some spaceship that's some sort of like it's a luxury cruiser, and they're all going and they're all like coming, you know, and because it was Prince Drufus, him coming as an ambassador is sort of like their
that's what it is. Okay,
it's sort of like their cover, you know, and they get there and it's kind of cool, and there's a great interlude where Zachary goes to his stateroom and he gets approached by Jenny, and she's like, "I want to know what's hurting you," and he's like, "It's your parents," and he's like, "I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. You know, it's just none of your business." And then, you know, she kind of does this great thing that women do a lot is that she guilt trips them into, "I'm here for you to tell me what's hurting you, and you don't want to tell me, you're sort of an asshole," you know,
right?
It's sort of what he does, you know,
which is so funny because, by the way, let me just remind everyone, they're 13. So it's like all this kind of relationship dynamic stuff is playing out in maybe a slightly more adult way. But yeah, these are 13-year-old kids here in outer space.
That's true, but you think about it though, like when you're 13, like the first boyfriend, girlfriend you have, like you do sort of like the girl doesn't want you to open up more about what she wants to know what you're thinking emotionally. And you're both obviously going through a lot of like emotional turmoil because of your like the hormones and stuff like that, you know?
No, you're right. Okay, you're right. That's fair. Maybe I'm not remembering the exact drama of being a 13-year-old carefully enough. But
no, but I mean, but I think that the difference is that it's like she's a little too. She manipulates him in a way that's maybe someone who's older. Maybe
it feels a bit more mature the way it plays out a little bit. But you know, whatever. It's comics.
It does. But it's you know, and at this point, like we get the origin of Zot, you know, and his parents who taught him well, but they kept like, you know, but they kept seeing him less and less. They kept seeing him less and less.
He had a very happy childhood. It looked like he talks about his parents were awesome. They had really good days for his early childhood. His dad was a real softie, always had time for him, no matter how busy he was. Mom kind of kept him in line, was more the disciplinarian, but Peabody, the robot, was always there too, watching over Zot. And he had a pretty happy life until one day, parents were stressed out. Things started to get a little more dramatic, and dad hauls off and hits him. And it's the first time it's ever happened, but this is where things get darker in young Zach's childhood all of a sudden.
Well, there's this great panel on what page 25 where he's like, the next morning they left on a short vacation, which didn't include me. and he's like, I wouldn't say goodbye. And then from there, he just sees his parents, you know, they like from a video conference. But then those calls get shorter and shorter, and then all of a sudden the automatically just stop, you know. And then he's hanging out with Max more, and Max teaches him to have fun and humor. And then he's like, you know, I guess he's 10 at this point, and he just starts like getting good in sports, and he gets good at playing like the arcade game. And that's how, and then we get his origin of how it becomes Zot, where there's a ship that's gonna crash, you know, a car, like a flying car, and he shoots the engine because he's like, well, there's a policeman and his gun were near, and I grab it, and he's like, and you know what? I knew where to aim because he had played the video games.
Yeah.
Which I thought was hilarious. And here's what's funny though about this, right? What's funny about the way he's designed this has come out in 83, right? In 83, 84.
Yeah.
Home video games were not really like this. There were some video games like in the arcade. I guess this thing, you know, this is more of an arcade era, which is why he's shaping that. But it's such
yeah.
You know,
That's right. He says he became a world arcade marksman champion at the age of 9 years old.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, you know. And then, you know, and this flying car he shoots out of the air, he shoots it so it diverts and it doesn't like crash into this people. And then he dives in and he saves the driver, and that's sort of how he becomes Zot. Over his uncle like makes him like the jet boots, you know, and that's his origin, which is kind of like funny.
Well, he becomes like a media sensation. It says, the media got a hold of my nickname, and I was officially Zot. I was 10 years old at the time. And so he becomes like a feel-good story in the media. It shows like a newscaster saying, on the lighter side, and he's telling the story about this little kid hero. And then McCloud kind of hand waves his way through the rest of Zot's adventures. He says, I stumbled into a few more lucky rescues after that. It began, that seems kind of random. I stumbled into a few more lucky rescues. Like, how often does this kind of shit happen in your life, Zach? But okay. It began to seem like being a hero was just natural for me. And then he says, yeah, Max made him these boot jets and some other gadgets, and he made a costume, and suddenly he became a hero known to millions. But really, he was just another abandoned kid. So it's kind of a weird little hero origin because, you know, ostensibly he's on a planet here where there are no other superheroes, quote unquote. So he becomes the great hero of this planet at the age of like 10, which is so ridiculous. But it's because there are no superheroes, and so but then it's weird though because there are no superheroes, but yet he makes himself a superhero costume. So I don't know. It just left me with a few questions, but I don't care too much, you know. But it was kind of a funny thing.
Okay, so I look at it like this. Mm-hmm. I look at it like they sort of grow up in like a utopia, right? Their future is sort of utopian in a way. But there's always going to be accidents. Like, he's not really stopping villains. He's going to like when he saves that car, like it's an accident that's happening. So I kind of feel like that's what he's doing. Like, he's not out here like trying to stop Lex Luthor type people in the future. But I think maybe he's read about superheroes from the past. Maybe I'm not sure. It's
a little fuzzy. Choice. It's a little fuzzy, and maybe I'm not understanding McCloud's conception of the future properly enough. but you know, it's possible. But it's also possible that it's comics and it just doesn't make sense on some level because that's also comics. But like, I mean, we say that it's all these utopias in the future, but as we're soon discovering here, this utopia obviously has a dark underbelly of all these corrupt politicians and a whole lot of actual supervillains like Deco and Nine Jack Nine, and so I don't know how that figures into the conception that this was all a utopia, or I guess it was a perceived utopia. I don't know. I guess maybe some of this becomes more clear as we go forward.
Well, but think about it this way, though, right? I mean, it might get more clear, but the thing is that Earth is like a utopia. This place where he's going to, like Sirius IV, it's another planet, you know, and that's a religious planet. And that guy Nine Jack Nine, he's not from there. I'm not even sure where he's from. but it's sort of like, oh, the villains could be off world or what have you. I don't really know. I mean, and we'll find out later. I guess we won't because that's black and white stuff. But
Well, I think we go back. I think ultimately he will return, back to these worlds. But this also could be part of McCloud's ultimate commentary. Maybe this is the shit that him and Busiek were talking about behind the scenes. That there is no such thing as a utopia, or the idea that you could be living in a future utopia is just maybe a PR scam on some level. And of course, there's evil, corrupt politicians and power mad players behind the scenes.
because there's people. Because
That's people, right? So the idea of the utopia itself might be just a total fallacy, and maybe that is the commentary here in Zot. I don't know. We'll learn more, I guess, together as we go through all this.
As we keep reading, but I will say it's interesting because in Astro City, Busiek, he has a world that is, yes, it's a modern day world, but the superheroes are so powerful. Like, I think Astro City is really cool because he tries to keep it as if heroes really existed in a really interesting way. And you see how much there's less crime. It's because the heroes are able to defeat so much of like these large overarching kind of conflicts.
Yes.
So I think maybe that's I don't know, maybe something that's been on their mind for a long time before it even gets to the Astro City.
Yeah, no doubt. And I love Astro City, and hopefully we'll talk about that one day because that's an amazing series. But But yeah, that brings us to the end of this issue, though, here. And yeah, Zot just tells Jenny his whole secret origin and says, but that's me, superhero slash, loved by millions, but also just another abandoned kid. And then Jenny pushes back on that and says, is that really what you think, that they just abandoned you? And he's like, yeah, duh. What does it sound like to you? And she's like, that's not what it sounds like. There's got to be some other explanation. And Zot, you've helped give me some hope, so let me give some back to you if I can. And then there's a really nice silent panel of the two kids staring at each other. And then Jenny gives Zot a hug. And he, from the body language, it's kind of like he sort of almost collapses into her a little bit, which is kind of subtle. It's subtle, but it's a really nice nuance there in that last panel. He's not hugging her in like a strong, heroic way. He kind of like he's falling onto her, and she's the one who's standing up more straight, kind of holding on to him, which is really great cartooning again. And then this is how the issue ends. And then we just hear on the intercom, attention all passengers, now approaching Sirius IV. I repeat, now approaching Sirius IV. And it's just a great final large panel there of these two kids holding each other. Really just beautiful storytelling, great, brilliant cartooning. And let me just, point out again here that Jenny was ultimately the one who saved the day against Deco. Like you said, Zot, got there, a couple minutes too late, right after Jenny had already vanquished the bad guy with her clever sort of talking to him at the urging of Max and pretending to be Sarah and driving Deco insane. So Jenny saved the day. And then here, Jenny also has to be really the strong one and kind of like take care of Zot and make sure he's okay here. And just like we said, from how the series began with Jenny, and now Jenny is the one who's really being the hero and saving the day over and over. There's really an argument to be made that Jenny absolutely is the main character in Zot. And, even though the titular character of Zot is the one who is supposedly the hero with the ray gun, Jenny is the one throughout these 10 issues who continually has to save Zot's ass. And, Zot does some heroic stuff too, but Jenny really does play as the lead in a lot of ways, which is kind of fascinating.
Well, what you point out, two things I want to say is that one, this last panel, the body language, the way he's drawn it, it looks like Zot has finally had a chance. There's this burden that's been hanging over him, that's been weighing him down. And it's like there's the relief of, I got to tell someone, like outside of Max, like what really is going on in my life. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The way that he's able to convey that human emotion for this is the kind of thing that you would never see in a Marvel book or a DC book.
Right.
You just won't see this. And I mean, and even in those books, like you would hope to maybe see something like this, and like that relationship that like Green Arrow has with Black Canary. Like you kind of hope to see something like that in there, but
Sure.
but the way those characters are written, he can never be that vulnerable
Yeah.
as like to her, and it sort of reminds me of the woman in Mr. Monster, the woman who kind of like got him not be Mr. Monster anymore. But
Mm.
the thing I was gonna say to you is, I, I mean, the thing you're saying about it being Jenny's book, her story, it's one of those things where I think that because the way that you've mentioned it to me, that McCloud's own wife was this woman. Do you remember he was saying when he saw her across the room at that one party that like she was like a very strong personality, and I
Oh
feel like
yeah. Yeah. Her name was Ivy.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like he's channeling, and he said this character is based off of her. It's sort of
Yes.
like he's channeling like here's a woman who particularly at that time like was not society is not allowing you to be a superhero per se or to even be the main breadwinner, but you're so important to this guy's life the way
Yeah.
that Ivy's so important to his life, so it's kind of like a smart choice and a smart play that he's doing.
Yeah, oh, totally. And you get the sense too that even, without being about Zot's life, that Jenny just herself does have this strong point of view and this strong voice. And just like Ivy, I imagine, had this strong voice before she met McCloud, and just on her own is a strong character. And now coming into this storyline, we're just seeing her being herself in this crazy environment, and just being herself happens to be actually quite heroic, which is something that, little girls in American comics in the 80s were not really allowed to be heroes very often at all. You know what I mean? Like outside of like the exceptions, like maybe an Amethyst Princess of Gem World.
Right.
That was a cool series that DC put out, but that series was so unusual given the general, status quo, obviously.
Yeah, because I think there was like Cloak and Dagger,
Hmm.
there was Power Pack,
Oh, sure.
uh,
Power Pack was great, and that was a bunch
yeah,
of bunch of little kids.
bunch
Yeah.
of kids, and then there was maybe like Rachel Summers when they introduced her,
Or Kitty
and
Kitty Pride.
Kitty Pryde, but it's very few, very few. Before we jump on to issue 5, I just want to read the first letter
Oh, good, good. I was hoping you would touch on that.
the letter column. It says Dean and Kat. When Scott showed me his designs for Zot several months ago, I was charmed by his art and couldn't wait to read the book. His writing matches his art in every way. I hope this is a big success for you guys. Zot is a risky book in today's grim superhero market, and I hope Scott and Eclipse score big. Marv Wolfman, and
Woohoo!
which is crazy,
Yeah, the
because
biggest writer,
man,
the biggest writer in comics at that moment,
at the time,
arguably.
because
Arguably.
he's writing Crisis and he's writing New Teen Titans, so
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
wild.
you could make the argument he was the biggest writer in comic books at that moment. The only other person you could really put in that conversation would be Chris Claremont, of course. But I would say with Crisis on Infinite Earths happening and the New Teen Titans, I would give the nod to Marv Wolfman. So yeah, man, that's a hell of a letter to get, and it also points to the fact that McCloud, as we said, had been working in the back office sort of capacity at DC Comics prior to doing Zot, and even while he was working on Zot. So just the fact that he had the access to Marv Wolfman, that speaks to the fact that, yeah, McCloud was there and kind of in the DC offices where he knew people like Bob Rozakis and Dick Giordano and Marv Wolfman. And that's great, though. And that's really cool of Marv to give him a shout out and to write a letter like this. That's a super cool thing for, Marv to reach back and actually want to give some props to a young cartoonist like this. Very, very cool. And by the way, just as an aside, because we don't bring Marv Wolfman up enough on our show, but have you ever thought about what Marv Wolfman's full name is, Chris?
No.
His first name, technically, when he was born, was Marvin. So his name was Marvin Wolfman. And I just think that's such a funny name. First of all, Marvin Wolfman. Like we think of him as Marv, which somehow makes it sound a little less ridiculous. And like we've known that name since we were little. But can you imagine if you were in school and one of your friends' names was Marvin Wolfman? Like it's just a really funny name. It's a really ridiculous name.
It's the last name was crazy. It's like
yeah, really? It is. It is so crazy. And then last thing here on Marvin Wolfman trivia. The other thing that's really worth remarking upon, which is kind of amazing and unbelievable. Did you know that when Marvin Wolfman, aka Marv Wolfman, first started writing in comic books, it was actually not allowed for him to be credited by his actual last name. And because the word Wolfman had been banned by the Comics Code Authority because it was seen as like a vestige of the EC horror comics. And after the big comic book scare with Frederick Wortham and Bill Gaines and the whole EC Comics thing in the 50s, Wolfman comics were something that the code really kind of looked, very, suspiciously upon. And so Wolfman was like one of these things that was considered kind of a dirty word by the comics code. And my understanding is that Marv Wolfman had to make a special appeal to the comics code to allow his own name to be published in comic books as his credit, because Wolfman had been previously one of the banned words that was not allowed for decades in comics. So just a crazy, crazy like remnant of the history of like the whole 1950s shit.
That's interesting because it makes me wonder about those two Marvel characters. There is that guy named Werewolf by Night.
Mm-hmm.
It goes by werewolf, it's not Wolfman, it's werewolf. And the other character who's like J. Jonah Jameson's son, and what's his name? Man Wolf? His name is Man Wolf?
Yeah. He turned into like a white wolf kind of or something, right? Yeah.
But yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, he was Man Wolf, not Wolfman. He was Man Wolf. That makes it all better.
Yeah. Easy. But I to me, I thought that kind of fit in with the character like Man Thing and when and Man Wolf. So I was like, oh, I guess that's what Marvel.
Oh yeah, and there was also and we had Man Bat at DC.
Yeah, there's Man Bat too. Yeah, so it was crazy. So on issue 5, now issue 5 in this thing I'm reading has this weird kind of like intro page that Scott McCloud did in '84. It's called At the Party. Did you see this?
Yeah, I saw that. That was weird. That's just, and again, this is sort of like McCloud showing like his formalist interest in the mechanics of comics. It's just like a bunch of little like gesturals, like, little
storyboards.
Yeah, storyboards. It's not even like stick figures. It's like kind of sort of stick figures, but it's like these little gestural, barely there drawings that are just done with a few lines. And and it's some kind of a story that's taking place at a party. I honestly kind of like skipped through it myself because I just wasn't that interested. But did you take a minute to read through this silent page?
Yeah. So basically, this thing is called At the Party, and the first panel is like there's people at a party just gabbing, and there's a guy who is alone with a drink, and then someone comes up, comes up to him who's obviously drunk, and starts talking to him, and just like it just. And monopolizes his time just completely. And you can tell there's one scene where he's just talking about himself, and then and the guy with the drink gets a little bored, and the guy's talking and like, oh my God, and he's like, wait a minute, oh my God, this girl's coming over, and this girl comes over, and they're there, and they're just talking to the girl's talking to them, and the guy who's like the egoist guy, he's like, I will get us drinks. Hold on, just what do you want? Like, what do you want? And he dashes off to get the drinks, and then the girl and the shy guy who's standing alone, they just were there for like 3 panels. They're just talking, and then the guy looks back like where the gadfly was, and him and the girl leave. And then there's a panel where it's empty, and then the guy comes back with the drinks, and he's like, where'd they go?
You're right. Right. I just was following that along as you explained it, and that's totally what happens. And thank you for explaining that, because I didn't want to bother even reading through it, but you're totally right. That you nailed it.
Yeah, it's kind of just this cool kind of like, this feels like, is this the meeting where Scott met Ivy at a party?
I don't know. That's kind of cute.
Because he said something on the documentary about how when he first saw her, or like when college was ending, something happened at a party like that. So it just reminded me he
Oh,
was
that's
like
funny. I wonder.
writing that.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it's possible. Yeah, who knows? That could be. It is kind of a random thing for him to start like on the inside cover of Zot #5 here. Yeah, it's very very odd, and it does just point to McCloud's interest in the language of comics. You know, like you see that very clearly here. He's interested in all the different sort of like ways that comics can be used to tell a story, and he's having fun with that here. So yeah, so that's really cool. Um,
So I
and
will skip
then
to
issue
issue
5
5,
issue 5 is
which is called Serious Business.
haha,
It is
Sirius, spelled like the planet or like the star,
yes,
Sirius.
yes. And so then, like Zot and everyone, they arrive at Sirius 5, and Zot, he kind of like tweaks the nose of like the uncle of what's his name, of Drufus, and there's the goodwill ambassador, and he's like, uncle, like these guys can help because like and Vic's dad is with them, and they're like, yeah, well, we can find Vic, don't worry. And then he comes in, it's like some weird kind of like procession. Here's what I didn't notice. I noticed this later on, but I guess I see it here now too. In this page 2, where the procession of these tanks are driving through the city, there's a symbol of the key is on the tanks, because
Oh, interesting.
the society like believes in the key so much, like it's their
Oh, you're
their
right,
their
man. I didn't
main
see that.
symbol. Yeah,
Yes,
it's
good. Good catch, man. That's
like
so true.
originally I didn't see it, but I just saw it now. So they're going through. And what's interesting is you see all this. There's this crowd. They're all there screaming and talking and blah blah blah. But there's just one panel, or these 2 panels back to back on page 3, where the crowd is screaming yay yay yay, and this guard walks by, and he's in the middle of the panel, and he's walking by, and the next panel, the repeat of everything, but the guard, he's leaving panel, and the people like quietly stop saying yay yay, because
Hmm.
it's like it's all this is performative, and
Yes.
and then later on we're gonna see that like this is a really like, I don't want to say it's a fascist society, but it's some weird kind of like society where they
He's depicting it almost like North Korea, like what we would know to be North Korea today, where there's a tremendous amount of top-down pressure on the populace to behave exactly a certain way, and you get the sense that they will do that at the risk of whatever they're being threatened with, but privately they don't really feel the way that they're having to perform.
right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's a great analogy. I didn't think about the kingdom of Kim Jong-un, but that is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah,
So
I mean, McCloud's got a lot of like breadth to his storytelling. I'm just, I'm really impressed by the political bent of all this, considering how young McCloud was and how light the whole storyline is. But it's funny, it's like the lightest story you could imagine about a group of kids trying to prevent an intergalactic holy war. Like when you think about what they're doing, it's actually quite grim and serious, but it's all done with such a light touch that it's crazy.
well, that is all true. I think you make a interesting point about how he's so young, but you got to remember he's doing this like 2 years out of college, and
Yeah,
college is always that hotbed of everyone is like is really doubling down, or even forming their political beliefs that
true.
are going to like rule them for the next like 30 years, 40 years. And it seems like it's smart for a guy to, because I remember when I was in college and I was trying to write stuff, like it was always laced with political shit because I was so
Hmm.
fascinated by it and like what was going on. But people always thought it was a little heavy handed because it was heavy handed, but
Yeah.
I think what he did, which is smart, is he wraps this political commentary critique in this story about a kid, and he makes it light. And the politics is in the background of the story as opposed to the foreground of the story.
Yes.
If it was, then it would have been really heavy. it would have been too
No,
heavy,
totally.
you know?
No, you're totally right. And that's why I remember when I read Zot for the first time when I was a kid, and I was probably like, I don't know, around Zot's age when I first read Zot. I enjoyed the hell out of Zot. Like, I remember really, really digging Zot a lot, but my memory of it is so different than kind of what we're experiencing here on the reread, because I just remember the fun kind of surface layer of the story. And as we're talking about it now, like, I've been so shocked at like the layers and layers that are present here in Zot. And it's really just a great example of like, people always talk about with the Pixar movies, but here for sure, like this story works on so many levels. And it's really brilliant that it does work for a 13-year-old, or it works for a 33-year-old or a 53-year-old. Like there's enough in Zot that's interesting and thoughtful enough that you can take what you want from the story. But I mean, there's just a lot to love here, and it's great. It's great to be able to enjoy it in a different way now too.
Yeah, because you said North Korea. Some of this sort of reminds me of, I said Oceania in
Oh, wait, in Orwell's 84? Yeah.
Yeah, but again, it's like he's not making that grim. But I love this part when Zot's there and he's having to talk with the people and he's like, I'm gonna be here to help find the key, blah blah blah. And he's in this concession, whatever, this hall. This
He's addressing the public as Prince Drufus says, here we've got Earth's greatest hero here. He's going to help us, Earth's greatest champion. And he has Zot address the people. And Zot's like, well, I'm going to do my best, but I can't make any promises, folks. Zot's like super humble.
He's a kid. It's great.
Yeah.
But the thing I like about this though is that to as opposed to clapping for him, they all pull out those recorders that Max is playing in issue 2.
Oh, yes.
And they start playing this song. And it's really cool because it says they begin to play in perfect synchronization and harmony, and a change occurs in the faces of the players. And then Jenny says, it was only a minute ago, they were all so lifeless and uncaring. But now it's as if the life just came back to them as soon as they started playing. She's like, what are they thinking about?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, it's this song. And then she looks over and Max is playing this song too, which now lets us know, to the cover reader, that Max said this song was 100 years old, was hundreds of years old. And she looks over, Max is playing. She's like, oh, Max is not from Earth. Max is from Sirius
IV.
Oh,
right. Yeah.
Which also means that Zot is from Sirius IV because Max is his uncle and his parents are, so so he's not really from Earth. He's from Sirius IV, and it's kind of an interesting kind of is put in your head here if you're able to like quickly.
It's very subtle. It's very subtle though.
Very subtle, yeah.
Like you just laid that out, and I think that kind of whizzed by me as I was like speed reading some of these issues. And and I think you're right though, because Jenny's staring at Max probably as that kind of thought is hitting her, and she's got a big question mark in her thought balloon, staring at Max, probably thinking about exactly what you just said. And that's really, really great. And it also is a great example too of the thought balloons that are, now extinct mostly in comics, but that we seem to always talk about here on our show.
I hate the fact that they're extinct.
I know, because this is such a great use of thought balloons here with Jenny. It's perfect.
Because see, it's the one thing that, like, outside of primarily movies, every other form of like drama uses internal monologue.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the soliloquy. It's the soliloquy in the play. In the novel, it's the character talking to himself, thinking about what's going on. I mean, occasionally in a movie you'll have the voiceover, but everyone kind of like derides it in that too. But it's like important, for people to, the thing they say a lot in movies is we always have these little discussions in the Star Trek room and in the Magic room. We would say, oh, he can't go alone. She can't go alone because she needs someone to talk to. Because a lot of times you want to bounce an idea for how you're feeling.
Totally.
Someone's got to be there. But comics was like, no, I don't have to because I have a thought balloon. Particularly when you do it with heroes, because heroes like don't share their person, like their alter ego with someone else. So you need the thought balloon to allow this stuff to happen. It's just kind of sad they got rid of it.
Well, they got rid of it and they replaced it with the caption box because, hey, that's so much classier. That's so much more adult, quote unquote.
I guess.
Have a caption. Yeah, I think it's silly.
Here's the thing: my comic, if my pages come back well from Brad Simpson this month, I might put.
You gonna throw some thought balloons in your comic?
I might. I might. I want to, and I've been using the caption boxes. There's some scenes where I need the caption box because you're talking about something in the past, But there is a moment or two when she's a big revelation in the first issue, and she's just like speaking out. She's speaking in a whisper. Like in real life, you wouldn't speak in a whisper. You just think, you go, yeah. What the fuck? So
right. Well, all right. Well, you can watch for Chris's sci-fi epic comic book coming soon, folks, from an artist that you will recognize from some amazing comics, and Chris's sci-fi epic will be out there soon, maybe with some thought balloons.
Yes, just a little bit, just smattering. But what happens next is, like Drufus introduces Zot to his dad, who's the king, and the king is like, it's funny because he's getting, that's when a guy named, what's his name? The vizier. A guy named Weavis. The guy named Weavis, who's part of the conspiracy. He's there and he's doing the great kind of thing like Grimer Wormtongue from the Lord of the Rings. He's poisoning the king against Zot. Like, fuck this dude, man. He's a bitch. He's not saying that, but he is saying that
in so many words. In so many words. Yeah.
And so essentially, like like Zot and Drufus are off to go help find the key, and then Weavis goes and meets with the conspirators again, and they're like, Sam, what are we gonna do? We have to get rid of this guy, and but then they talk about, no, we have to kill the king. And then you find out that they are the ones who hired 9 Jack 9. Which was interesting is that on this part where it says, what page is this?
This is toward the end. Yeah. No, it's not. Oh no, it's not. It's like just page 9.
Page 9. But Weavis says, we have to call this man who's already delivered for us, and his code name is J9A9K. Turns out to be 9 Jack 9, and I'm sort of like, what kind of code name is that? Like, it's
Jane. I know that was weird. He's code designated as J9A9K, otherwise known as 9 Jack 9.
Who we met before, who was the guy who was trying to steal the key when they were inside the video game, and and he's back. And this guy goes, he's like, good morning, gentlemen. He goes, it's evening, Mr. 9. And I was thinking, it's like, again, like part of what's his name's, like his quirkiness, And so they basically, they hired 9 Jack 9, and they're like, we need you to kill the king.
Yeah.
And then after that, then we get a little, like they're going toward the door, we get some little weird, a side panel of like a tourists who get to go to the door, and which is funny, and they're about to get on this ship, and when they're going, and they're like, where's the key, where's this scoundrel, we'll find him, and then and they're like, and he's like, Peabody, see if you can find a reading on somebody crazy, and then he's like, well, there's old ladies walking by with this crazy looking dude, and he's like, you have to be more specific on the working guy. And he's like, the one in front of that old lady, and the Peabody's like, I detect no old lady. And then he's like, wait a minute, sure you do. She's right in front of. Wait a minute, that's Vic. He must be invisible to machines. And then Vic is like, it's him, and he's like, with the little like the at sign, the way they curse and or they don't curse in the comics. And then it's Vic as an old lady, and he's just running through with this other great like I don't know, so almost as a half, it's a half splash, and he's like dressed in like some polka dots, and it's just hilarious.
He looks ridiculous. Yeah, he looks like a really funny old lady in a cute old lady dress, and then
white. who's
Yeah,
white as
yeah,
opposed
yeah,
to
yeah.
black.
A white, yeah, right. It's quite, yeah, it's quite the funny costume for him to be wearing. And then it leads to like a crazy chase scene that really does feel so slapstick and wacky. It feels like it's totally like we're reading some wacky manga comic. Like this feels like Dragon Ball Z or something for a few pages. It's just a super fun sort of like chase scene.
Well,
And yeah.
yeah, the thing that's funny is that for some reason, like the way this woman is drawn, and like there's a bottom of page like 12, and then
Yeah.
again, and like and all on page 13. It reminds me of fucking Robert Crumb's work, like the way she's drawn.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
the
She
rest of
does
it.
she does look kind of odd. She does look kind of odd. Maybe it's part of the costume here. Like it's just a funny mask.
Between
I
the
don't know.
costume,
Yeah, that's
and then
really really funny.
and then he steals like a ship, and he's going off. I don't know, he's going somewhere.
Yeah, and he's out of here. He's going towards Saturn, it looks like. And then he's out of there and he's thinking to himself, once again, another great use of a thought balloon, because, of course, he's alone. And as he takes off in this spaceship alone, he thinks to himself, why does saving the Earth have to make me such a louse? And he says that because he had to like steal the spaceship from a cabbie that he knocked out with his old lady bag, and then he stole the ship. But it's funny, he's lamenting to himself why saving the Earth is
hilarious.
yeah,
So
it's just really it's really funny. It's really funny. And then we go back to what Jenny and Max is playing his instrument, and they have like a brief kind of poignant moment here. And again, kind of there's a lot of secrets clearly at play. And Max is talking about how it's sad that there's so many people forced to keep so much hidden. And there's a lot here where Jenny's asking about Zach's parents and why do you think they deserted him? And Max says, yeah, that's rubbish. They didn't mean to abandon him, but you did good for helping Zach feel better. And Zach's lucky to know you, and that makes Jenny feel better that Max approves of her being in Zach's life. Zach, aka Zot, and then just to move through the rest of this issue quickly, Zot tracks down Vic dressed as the old lady to the planet where he goes, and Zot confronts him. They have a showdown. Butch is there, Jenny's brother, who's still an ape. There's a big old battle, and then at the end of the battle, here, what happens here?
well, yeah. So basically, like Vic is sort of caught, and then he says to Butch, "Hey, the key's in my hat. The key's in my hat."
Right.
And it looks like a cat like has grabbed the hat and it runs off, and and Butch and Vic are chasing after the cat, but then like Vic just like stops and he runs the other way, and he's like, and and then you realize that he's tricked Butch to escape, and then and he gets the hat, and it's and you realize there's nothing there, and he gets captured and he gets brought to like a zoo, and then that's when Vic escapes in a ship, and that's when Drufus chases after him. He finally gets the courage alone,
Yes.
and then he's like, "What do I do?" And again, with more thoughtfulness, he's like, he's getting away, but how do I stop him when I can barely fly a car? Still, if I try to get if I try to get the others, that may be too late. He goes, "What my father say then?" He's like, "Brr," and then he hops in the he hops in the ship himself,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so he's kind of so he's having this, he's arcing as a character in a great way, and then and Vic, like, he gets rid of the mask and the costume and the latex. It reminds me of Total Recall with Sorcerer.
He pulls off the face, pulls off the old white lady face to reveal himself again.
Yeah, and they're basically like flying across the sky. It's Drufus and Vic, and then Vic realizes he's out of fuel, and Drufus catches up, and then he's like, again, like Drufus is next to him. He goes, "Okay, I caught him. What do I do now?" And he's looking at him. And he's like, I guess I know what to do. I should jump, but if I fail, and what do I do? And next thing you know, Vic, because he's got no more gasoline in his
Yeah.
flying car. He
Yeah,
jumps
he's out of
over.
fuel.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
jumps over into Drufus's car, and they're like fighting, and it goes crazy, and then they crash. They
Yeah.
crash land in the deserts.
And that's a
And
great page too, when he
yeah,
jumps onto the, onto Drufus's little space vehicle there. Look at all the panels there. Like that's a crazy series of panels with jagged sort of almost like broken glass shapes to them. And it's the
yeah.
kind of like jagged panels that McCloud never uses normally, but it really does a great job of conveying the chaos of these two ships suddenly crashing and being out of control.
And also, this also shows his influence from Japanese stuff, like comics. Because this is totally like these pages. The zoom in on the eyes is totally
Mm-hmm.
like it's totally out of manga. Totally out of manga.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
There's
for
the
sure.
crash, and they're stuck in the desert, and then like Zot is screaming he's getting browbeaten by the uncle, and they're like, well, we gotta find this dude, and then Weavis takes the king into his little like. I don't know, he's got like some sort of chamber, and he's in there, and there's a maintenance guy cleaning up, and it's 9 and then the king is like, Weavis, help me, there's an assassin here, and then he closes the door on the king, and the king's like, hold on, man, hold on, you can't kill me, I've hired you before to help me out, and can we come to an agreement? He's like, nope, I just gotta kill you this time, and then he fucking kills the king.
Yeah, and that's 9 dressed like a maintenance guy, but still looking creepy as hell with his really creepy sort of circuit board looking eyes. And he says, "Sweet dreams, Your Majesty. The king is dead. All hail King Drufus the First." And then we have a great cutaway to Drufus lying face down, crash landed in the desert with Vic, and Drufus is face down, looking dead as fuck in the sand with a burning spaceship behind him and a red sun setting. It's a killer final page. All hail King Drufus the First, right there, looking face down in the sand. What a final page! And then it says, "Next issue, it's always darkest."
Now the thing I love about this final panel is the way he's drawn the setting sun, because it feels like there's like atmosphere is sort of distorting in a way,
you're
like it's a very
right.
smart way that he's drawn that. It's
Totally.
pretty fucking cool as shit. Like again, McCloud,
Yes.
like he knows how to like do the right details at the right time to like convey the realism. Yeah, he's killing me, man.
Yeah, he really is, man. He's so good. You're right. Great call there. Yeah, that detail. You're right. That's awesome. The way he drew that setting sun is just such a nice little touch there. All so intentional, so well thought out. And by the way, speaking of that, on that note, I looked up the abbreviation there for 9 or like where his name came from, and they said it was like J9A9K was his name, right, or his code name. Well, if you just type that into Google, what comes up is that J9A is a designation for standard spark plugs. And what you'll find is a whole bunch of spark plugs for sale that are designated as J9A. So I'm sure that was, again, very intentional by McCloud. So J9A9K, it seems like that might have been some kind of a riff on a type of spark plug, which is interesting considering 9, the way he gets his power is coursing through electricity. And so he's named after spark plug. So again, every little detail is worked out in the Scott McCloud, Zot universe. Nothing is accidental. This is all incredibly well thought out.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, God, that's like a really, it's just, again, like all this, man, like this guy, again, I can't, there's too many props.
So I know, right? It's so good, man. This is why our show exists. This is the reason. This is why we have to do the show, Comics Rot Your Brain, man, is because like this comic is too good to be forgotten to the sands of history. And honestly, it's too fucking good for people to only know Scott McCloud for understanding comics. Yeah, because that's great. That's brilliant. But like, shit, that doesn't exist unless he goes off and becomes a master cartoonist by making Zot first. And like Zot, I mean, even if McCloud never did understanding comics, Zot would still be, an incredible touchstone of 80s American comics.
Yeah, just a masterwork, on so many levels. So now let's jump on to issue 6.
Yes.
And issue 6 is kind of an interesting issue because it's this the bulk of it is Drufus and Vic out in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, I guess that's the A story of those guys like trying to survive together, and they kind of like, you know, they obviously don't like each other for reasons because Vic stole the key, but you know, but he's trying to teach him. It's just a good one of these things where it's like people who, like the Abbott and Costello, like these two guys don't belong together, but they need to rely on each other to
Yeah.
survive the harsh environment of the desert.
Yes.
It's really great. And he's and Vic says, well, I lost the key. I lost it in the wreckage, you know. And he's like, great, well, we can't find it. This is burning, you know. And then, you know, and then we're back at the royal palace, and you know, these guys are trying to figure out like what to do, and like we have to find Vic, we got to find Drufus, and all this kind of stuff. And then the queen is now going in to the same like room where like 9jack9 was, you know, that they killed the king. She goes in there, and there he is again, just as a maintenance guy, turns around, and he's getting ready to kill the queen. And here's an interesting panel. It's a really interesting panel. It's bottom of page 5, right?
Yeah.
It's a profile of the queen and 9jack9. It's the first time I've seen 9jack9 in a profile to know that he has a nose.
Oh, you're right.
And like that.
Oh my God. Good point. I didn't think about that. You're totally right.
Because most of the time you see him, it's always this kind of front shot where you can't, where it looks like he's wearing a mask, you know. And then before he can kill the queen, that's when Zot shows up, you know, and they have this, you know, big fight, you know, it's Zot versus, you know, he tries to kill the queen, 9jack9, but then Zot shoots him, and then the rest of it is just this fight, you know.
Yeah, but also there's a revelation here that
huge revelation.
that we should not skip over, because 9jack9 says to Zot, he says, now as for our royal widow here, what say we strike a deal? She dies, you live. And Zot says, sorry, Jack, old Zach Paleo Zot doesn't make deals. And he says that with kind of a cocky smile on his face, holding his ray gun. And then 9jack9 kind of starts scratching his chin, sort of like the thinker. And he's like, did you say Paleo Zot? You know, I killed a couple by that name. Any relation? And you see Zach, you know, a.k.a. Zot, his eyes just bug out like, what? Huh?
Yeah, it's crazy, you know. And then the next thing you know, like we're back in the desert with Vic and Drufus. They can't find the key, and they just argue and they fight, and he like, you know, and they just, and they decide to walk back to civilization, you know.
Yes.
And it's just this argument, you know, they're out there in the heat.
They're hating each other. They're totally ready to kill each other.
They're just ready to kill each other. As before the heat even, they're still at dawn, right? And they're like, oh my God, it's gonna be a long day, you know. And then they're back with the conspirators. They're like, what do we do? We have to. What's going on?
Right.
You know, and they're trying to
the evil guys, Weavis and his buddies. The guys trying to kill everybody.
Yeah, and Trap and the other guys. And there's something that happens with, you know, and he's basically like, oh, and they kind of fuck with Weavis because they're like, you got to pay him. You have to pay like there's your share. You haven't paid of you know, of the fee to kill like
right. The assassin's fee for 9jack9.
Yeah. And then we're back with Vic and Drufus, and they're just working out their anger. And you know, and Drufus kind of admits about like, look, I'm a failure because I can't live up to I'm weak because I'm getting beat up by my parents and my uncle all the time. And in this great moment, you know, that Vic talks him into like, you are more than that. You're like a more of a person, you know. And they, you know, and they kind of like come to realize that they, I mean, like, you know, like they sort of bury the hatchet of their anger. You know, out here like about to die in the heat.
Yeah.
And then there's a moment again where, you know, I guess what is it? The secretary to one of the people, as he shows up to where Max and Peabody and Jenny are, and Vic's dad, and he like confirms this thing about the conspiracy,
Right.
and they're like, oh
Right.
my God, what's gonna happen? But before they can do anything, they get arrested by the police.
It's like yeah, it's like the cops or the royal guard or whoever the cops are here in this world.
Yeah, and they shoot and kind of destroy. They shoot and they break Peabody.
Yes.
And then what's his name?
Our robot butler for
Robert
Zot.
Butler. And then Butch as the monkey with his special belt. He like escapes out the window, and he's and he's like, I'm done. He escapes, and then and then Jenny's about to get caught too, but she sees a gun on the sees a pistol that's on the chair, and we cut back to Vic and Drufus, and then and Vic kind of like builds him up and says,
Yeah.
here's how you can like stand up to your uncle. Here's like what you need to do. Here's the
Yeah.
behavior
It's
change you got
actually
to do.
really yeah, totally. It's really poignant. It's almost like he's his therapist for a little while here. It feels like they're in a therapy session and Vic's like, let's do a little role play, He says, this guy Zarbim may be a general, but you're a prince. He can't push you around like that. You should pull rank on him. And Drufus says, you don't know Uncle Zarbim. He's really strict. And Vic says, hey, you should meet my father. Sheesh. Talk about strict, but at least I've learned to stand up to him when I have to. And Drufus says, yeah, well, that's you. And then Vic says, well, I can teach you how. Come on, I'll be Zarbim. Okay, and you be you, okay? And then they do a little role play, and then it leads to Drufus just having a huge breakthrough where he starts screaming at Vic as if Vic's his Uncle Zarbim, and Drufus just screams, shut up, Uncle. You've been pushing me around long enough. This may come as a shock to you, Uncle, but I got a mind of my own. Yeah, that's right. And maybe I know what's best for me as much as you do, and maybe more than you do. And then Vic tries to say, I'll tell your father about this boy, pretending he's Zarbim. And Drufus says, oh no, you won't. I'll tell him. And this time I'll make sure he listens. And you see Drufus is suddenly kind of standing up a little straight and has a little more confidence and a little more backbone. And Vic has helped him there, and they've become real friends here through this crucible where they're almost dying together in the desert. And it's actually really it's really sweet. It's like it's quite a poignant moment.
It's a great A story, like it's arcing it, and then once he's had his epiphany, they see there's a rescue ship, and then we're back to Zot and Nine Jack Nine.
Yes,
and he's like, you're lying about killing my parents, and they get in this big fight, and then again more thought balloons. He's like, no, I can't believe it. He should have tricked me, and
right.
they're getting in their fight, and then right before. And then Nine Jack Nine, he zips into a computer, and then he's got the drop on Zot. He's gonna choke him out, and
he's got his hands around his neck, and he's ready to kill Zot.
He's choking him out, and then that's when Jenny shows up,
our true hero, with a gun,
and you know what? And she shoots Nine Jack Nine. Nothing happens because it's energy against energy. But she's like, "What do I do now?" And she sees that the hat. The maintenance worker hat that he has, and it's got some water in it, from the rain outside. She grabs it and she throws the water at Nine Jack Nine. He short circuits, which means that he then lets go of Zot, and then he disappears.
Right, because he's a being who functions based on electricity, and that's how he travels through the electrical circuits, where he travels in and out of places and even planets. And Jenny knows that electricity and water do not mix. And so, like a true industrious hero, she comes up with a solution in the moment and manages to save Zot once again. And I think this is like getting to be just like a running thing here in Zot, where Zot, our quote unquote hero, is just continually having his fat pulled out of the fire by his new friend Jenny, who keeps saving his life.
Yeah, constantly. And then, like the prince, so now Zot, Jenny, and the queen are like, okay, we know what we have to do now. We have to, we got to stop this conspiracy. But then they get stopped by Zarbim.
Yes.
He's the whatever the uncle, and he's there with some guards, and he's like, these guys are wanted for penalty of death. And we're about to kill Zot, and then then we're back to Vic and Drufus in the desert, and then
Think about all these pages, by the way, man. It's just like conflict, 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 conflict. And just when you think they're going to get a reprieve, nope. More conflict, death, death, conflict, guns, battle. I mean, this is like a clinic in storytelling and climaxes. It's just McCloud does not give you a moment to rest or be bored. These characters are in constant jeopardy, and it's just like, it's an incredible feat of storytelling here that he's built up all these dominoes and he's knocking them all down here in this part of the story. But it's just like, I mean, it's a really breathless series of sequences where you're building to all these big moments. I thought this is just an incredible issue. But yeah, anyways, but now we're back to the desert where we think that Drufus and Vic are being rescued, but things kind of go left in a pretty dramatic way.
Oh, in a super ground way. Like Drufus says, hey, this is Vic Taylor, and then he's like, and the guard's like, Vic Taylor, he stole the key. Oh my God.
The ship that's like shown up, that's discovered them in the middle of the desert.
Yeah. And this guard's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Prince, my prince, but we have direct order from General Schrapp, who's part of the conspiracy, to kill the one who stole the key on sight. And and then they're about to shoot Vic, and then Drufus is like, no, I gotta do something, and he elbows the guy who's got his hand, and then he dives in the way and takes the blast, that was meant for Vic. And then,
the most heroic thing that Drufus has ever done in his life. And it's the guy that he had been hating for most of this series. He now like risks his life to save Vic, and it's quite a shocking moment.
It's completely shocking, and he falls to the ground. He's been shot, and then the guards are like, "Oh my God, we shot the prince!" And then they hop in the ship, and they just fly off. They're like, "Fuck this piece!"
Yeah, dude, that was so realistic too. I was like, "Yeah, that's probably what these fuckers would do." They were like, "Oh my God, we killed the prince. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's blame that dude."
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's crazy is this is page 25, and the story isn't over yet.
No, this is so jam-packed, man. There's so much happening. Such a good issue.
Yeah, but then we find out that Drufus isn't dead. He's just been shot, and then
and then we're like, whew, that was a close call.
It was a very close call, and then Vic and Drufus are just like talking, and they're like, okay, we have to keep going. Like, it's almost sun up now. I mean, it's when it's sundown. At sundown, like they just start to walk, and they're heading their way. And then there's these great panels where Vic is carrying Drufus, and then he slowly begins to just like his strength all begins to ebb, and then and all of a sudden he just falls and dries, and then he's holding.
They're having great conversation too. Like they're really like, you can tell that they've really bonded. And they're talking, and they're having like just really nice, genuine final interactions here. But yeah, you're right. His strength is getting weaker and weaker. And after they rest at sunset, Vic says, rise and shine. Come on, get up, lazy bones. I got a surprise for you. That old key of yours, the one I said was in the wreckage? Well, haha, heh. I guess I did stretch the truth a bit in the interest of galactic security, meaning I didn't trust you yet. But now I know you a lot better, and I can tell that you, and he's about to say that I trust you now, that like you're my friend now. And instead he realizes he's trying to pick him up to get him walking, and Drufus has no strength, and Drufus falls, and you've got these really sad silent panels, 4 panels, where Vic is realizing that his new friend is dead, and he holds him. And he kneels down and he's holding him. Another silent panel. The last page, it's all silent panels. We now have 6 silent panels. And he takes the key, Vic does, out of his pocket, and he puts it in Drufus's dead hand. And then he closes the prince's hand around the key, and he just kneels beside him and sits beside him as he's dead. And we see the sun just in the distance here. We see the sun setting, and it's a beautifully colored, sad, large panel. silent again, final silent page. And this is the last really evocative, devastating panel of the issue. So sad. And honestly, I was genuinely shocked by this ending, Chris, of
So
this
was I.
issue. Yeah,
So was
right.
I.
This was really surprising. Like, McCloud did not telegraph this death at all, at least not to me. I was shocked to see Drufus take that blast. And then McCloud does that stutter step, that little feint where he's like, oh, no, he's okay. Like, yeah, all right, he's going to be all right. Cool. And I totally bought that also. But this really hit like a gut punch when I realized, oh, shit, he's really doing it. He's killing the prince here, and the prince dies a hero. And man, what an artful and like beautifully rendered final couple pages here. But man, this really hit me hard. And I gotta say, again, McCloud is such a good fucking storyteller because he just goes for these moments. He goes for these moments and he's not afraid to do something like kill a character, but he's not doing it in like a gratuitous sort of shocking way. He really earns the moment and he makes it mean something. Like it counts emotionally. And then when you go back over Drufus's arc since he was introduced at the beginning of the series, you're like, what did this guy want to do this whole time? He just wanted to be a hero. And he was trying to get out from under the thumb of his oppressive parents. And finally, like his arc as a, as a character, as a person, has all led up to this moment where Vic, his new friend, the last person in the world he would have expected, this dude he hated, helps him have the strength to finally stick up and stand up for himself. And then he finally does become a hero because of this new friend. And ironically, he has to sacrifice his life then, and his story is now over. So he finally is the hero he's always wanted to be, that his father never thought he could be. And in death, he becomes that hero. And now Vic has to live with this himself, and Vic was already feeling guilty about stuff. I mean, for both characters, these are just really tragic arcs. But man, I just love that Scott McCloud just is going for these moments, and he's not afraid to take the big swing as a storyteller. He just goes for it, and it's powerful, man. It's really powerful stuff. It's phenomenal, big widescreen pop storytelling, and I love this book, man. This is such a great final panel and a shocking ending to this issue.
Well, I think you said something interesting about how he just wanted to be a hero. See, the thing that I remember in those first issues or two when he appeared, it's like he's an annoying character.
Yeah.
And there's also that moment when he shows up in the video game and he can't do anything, and Zot has to save him. And Zot's thought balloons are like, man, I gotta fucking save this guy's ass. Jesus Christ, But now, after he's like, did the role play, and he's like, okay, now I know what to do. He does the ultimate hero move, and it's masterful. It's masterful plotting, to figure out the arc of this guy and go, okay, this is how I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it at just past the halfway point in the, this 10 issue run. I'm going to end issue 6 with that. And so now, we've got like one more issue 7 before we would technically like be in the end of Act 2. And yeah, so and now we jump into issue 7.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
This cover, did he do the cover? McCloud do the cover? I guess he did do the cover for
issue
this
7.
Issue 7. Like, some of it feels sort of it's very superhero-y.
Oh, let me look at that cover again. The cover to issue 7. Let me see that.
It's
yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Zot and Jenny kind of flying upward with the cityscape behind them at an interesting angle.
Yeah, it almost feels like I don't know. It reminds me of like a Dave Stevens piece, but
it's a weird, like, the perspective of the buildings is kind of like, I don't know if I think it might be 3-point perspective, but it's just like the buildings are arcing at a crazy angle, and we're kind of looking at it from like a worm's eye view almost, them flying across the sky and the cityscape. Yeah, it's an interesting cover, and it's also announcing the beginning of a backup feature starting in this issue, written by none other than Mr. Kurt Busiek. And there's a backup feature which I think we will not really talk about, but just for the record, it's called The Magic Shop, and it's probably some of Kurt Busiek's early comics work here as a writer, and it's drawn by the legendary Dan Spiegel. So that's kind of a cool little bonus for the Zot fans who are picking it up monthly. And speaking of the Zot fans picking it up monthly, Chris, I just want to read one letter from one of the recent letter columns here, just to give people a taste of sort of the public reception for Zot in the
Yeah,
time. Yeah,
yeah.
because the letter columns were very much like, largely filled with praise. And it was a very acclaimed book. And we heard Marv Wolfman writing in. And then here's another letter they got where someone named John K. Austin from Spokane, Washington, writes in to say to Kat Ironwood and Dean Mullaney, the publishers, that's who he addresses the letter to. Dear Kat and Dean, in just 2 issues, Zot has become my favorite comic book. Better than Teen Titans, Fantastic Four, Journey, and Rocketeer. Better than anything else going right now. The first issue grabbed me from page 1, and the second issue hooked me for life. I must admit, I wasn't looking forward to the first issue very much. The previews that I'd seen were not that spectacular. Part of the problem would be the fact that they were in black and white, but the color in the first 2 issues made them. Give Tom Zuko a big pat on the back for me. And McCloud inserts a comment here. I'll send a man to do that right away. and then the letter writer goes on to say, I don't know where Scott McCloud came from, but don't let him go back. Zot is what comics should be, but rarely are anymore. Pure fun. I cannot remember the last time I've enjoyed myself more reading a comic book. And I've been reading since 1968. Wow. So far, I can't find a single flaw with the book, except that it should be longer and it should come out every 2 weeks. One suggestion, you should try your hardest to make Zot more accessible to kids at $1.50 per issue and a direct sales status, meaning it was only available in comic book shops. That's what that meant, direct sales. But with that going on, you're missing out on a huge audience. If you could get a major book publisher to package the series in an album format like the Asterix series, which is actually kind of a brilliant idea because that calls to mind like Tintin, which we had talked about a little earlier, like Tintin and Asterix. That does feel to me like it would be a terrific format for Zot, because Zot really does presage sort of like the trade paperback revolution. And it does, like we keep saying, it does feel like it's paced like a manga. And, even that European album format, I think also would be maybe like a fun way to experience Zot, just as much as these monthlies are great. I could see it working in that format really well. And this guy goes on to say, I don't see how it could fail to be a hit with kids. This is the type of book that could get kids hooked on comics, good comics. I work in a bookstore and I'm so sick of Smurfs and Care Bears. Zot would get great shelf space from me. So that's really a nice letter. And a response here says, being an avid fan, and this is McCloud talking here, I believe, being an avid fan of the European albums like Tintin, Asterix, Valerian, etc., I would be more than happy to see Zot packaged that way. It'll be a while, though, before we have the kind of sales figures that would make that possible. Once sales build enough, a lot of options will open up for us, and we may yet find a way to make Zot more accessible to younger children. Until then, I'll bet there a lot of you with younger brothers and sisters or sons and daughters who could use a little monthly entertainment. So how about it? So that's really pretty fascinating, because McCloud, I think, was a couple steps ahead of a book like Bone from Jeff Smith, which, a decade later, I think Bone was able to make those inroads into the children's book market through the deal with Scholastic, and Jeff Smith kind of became the phenomenon in that kids' book market that I think Scott McCloud would have liked to have been, and perhaps could have been, if the stars had aligned slightly differently distribution-wise. Because you see here, this letter column, I think, was from issue number 5 there, and McCloud at that moment is feeling very optimistic that their sales are going to continue to grow. And he's coming off of selling almost 30,000 copies of that first issue, which had to be a thrill. But sadly, what's going to happen over the next 5 months is that the sales are not going to grow. They're actually going to keep going down lower and lower and lower throughout this run that we're reading, which is ultimately what leads to the color version of Zot, being done away with. And then when Zot returns after issue 10, it's got to be in black and white for financial reasons, because the sales have dropped so low. So I thought that was just a interesting window into where McCloud's head was at, and sort of just like how it was being perceived by readers at the time, but then also just the realities of the marketplace. And sometimes, no matter how brilliant a book is, and make no mistake, Zot is brilliant. This is like world-class comics. If the infrastructure of the distribution network and all of that stuff isn't perfectly in place, even the most brilliant works are not going to get the distribution that they deserve, particularly in the pre-internet days and back in the 80s. And I think that's kind of what happened with Zot. It was falling between the raindrops of what people knew what to do with in comics, and so that's just worth remembering that you can only do so much as a creative person, and making a brilliant work is only part of it. But yeah, anyway, that's a nice little window into some letters from the letter column there.
Well, before we get on to issue 7, I just want to, there's the things I think about, like when I hear that is, well, that makes a good point. I mean, again, I think comics are like 60 cents. They might have been 75 cents. Let's say there's 75 cents when this came out in 84, 84, right? This book is double. It's 150.
Yes.
So, and also like this issue 6 we just read is 28 pages of comic as opposed to 22. I almost feel like, he obviously can't, he's written these stories to be, it's almost like, I hate to say it, it's like he made a choice that might have hurt him with the overall success of the book, because he can't make it shorter the way, but he could have made it shorter if he kind of like for instance, in the one we just read, maybe he doesn't complete that Zot 9-Jack-9 fight.
Right.
Because really the A story he wants to end is the end with Drufus and Vic. And then the 9-Jack-9 finish that fight and they run off and then they get stopped by Zabram, whatever his name is. That's the top of issue 7.
Right.
I mean, so he can keep the book at a cheaper, because let's think about it, right? Like this another 6 pages of comics.
Yeah.
That's, it's maybe not another like $50, whatever, 75 cents. It was, I don't know. It's a way the book could have been cheaper. And also,
well, I think that's true. Okay, wait, go ahead.
I also think then it's like he was saying, as an Eclipse book, it's only direct market too. And I wonder how many books on this, it's harder to the reason why this book was not on the newsstand was because it was $1.50, not 75 cents, I don't know how that works. So.
No, it's a good point. But I think something else to remember also is that comics, even from the mainstream, were a little bit longer back then than they are today. So I think while Zot was longer than maybe the average Marvel or DC book, not by as much as we would think today. Because here, I'm just pulling up a New Teen Titans issue from 83, and it clocks in at 23 pages. And so I think the mainstream books were 23, 24 pages back then. So Zot was longer still, but it wasn't like the mainstream books weren't like 20 pages like they are now, which is such a ripoff and is so insane. But like Marvel and DC comics were, I think, around 24 pages plus maybe a letter page for a page or two. McCloud was giving us like an extra 4 to 5 pages, including the letters page. But you're right. It is a generous move. And maybe without doing that, they could have had the price been maybe a quarter cheaper, or, maybe 50 cents. I don't know. But yeah, it's an interesting decision. It makes for a great experience with Zot. But yeah, you're right. It was doubling the price. And those are all economic decisions that, that are tricky.
I mean, I just remember at the time, like, would I want to buy a comic for $1.50 or would I want to buy 2 comics that were for 75 cents? And because Zot is not like, like you're always sort of taking a chance, at least at this time, like kids, maybe you both kids at the time, were taking a chance on buying a book that's not a Marvel or DC book. So we're like, so the friction now becomes even more,
Yes, that's a good way to say it. Yeah.
And I feel like, obviously, look at the letter comics, this is when Aztec Ace is coming out and these other books, and you think about the other books that were out around this time that weren't Marvel and DC, they were more, I'm trying to, look, Alien Legion was out around this time, and that was an expensive book too. The same with DREADSTAR. But those are like these, like, I think maybe you felt, maybe I'm thinking back right now, I was like, do you feel like you'll pay the double, the extra, the higher cost for a book that's more mature?
Well,
Because
that's a good point though, because I think that is probably part of the reason why those books had longer runs in a way. I mean, obviously they were coming from a mainstream corporate infrastructure also vis-a-vis Epic Comics, so there's a little more stability built in. But I think you're right. That's part of the neither fish nor fowl nature of Zot. Is Zot's like this incredibly sophisticated kids comic on some level, but yet Eclipse was gambling, and I think they were gambling correctly. The kids actually would not be as interested or able to purchase Zot as more sophisticated adult comic fans or young adult comic fans going to comic stores would be. I think that was a correct gambit on Eclipse's part, because I think if you put Zot in a 7-Eleven, not that Eclipse even had access to that kind of distribution, but if you put Zot in a 7-Eleven or like, average newsstand back at the time, I don't think it would have sold that well. You know what I mean? I think it's double the price and kids have never heard of it. So they're going to buy Batman. They're going to buy New Teen Titans. They'll buy, X-Men or Superman. So I think they made the correct calculation. I just think it was a tricky sell though, because the people who would appreciate it the most also might never pick it up in the first place because they're like, oh, that's a kid's book,
Well, yeah, but see, you're right, and I kind of feel like this is coming out around the time that NEXUS is coming out, and NEXUS was a book that was maybe how much first maybe $1 when books are 75 cents. So again, it was a little more of a the friction on it is a little higher. And the thing is that like I never bought NEXUS when it was on the stand until it was at Dark Horse. When it was at first, I never bought it. But then again, I remember buying, like a couple years later, I bought Akira and I bought Lone Wolf and Cub, but those books with those like square bound,
and they were from Epic. Or no, Epic. No, well, Lone Wolf and Cub was first, I guess, but first, Akira was Epic, yeah.
But there was a maturity to the.
Yes.
See, for me, I'm thinking I'm going to spend more money on a book that feels more mature because I can't get this. And Zot, because of the title, because of the characters, everything like that, maybe as a kid you're not gonna. It's hard to say.
No, well, it's true though. But kids like loved reading fucking X-Men because X-Men was like dark and cool, and kids love Marvel comics. Historically, because Marvel was cooler.
Yeah, that's true, but
and more mature, quote unquote.
Well, but there's still X-Men, whereas like Alien Legion and DREADSTAR are not comics for kids.
True, but they're more like badass. They're more badass and cool. And when you're a kid and you're a young boy, particularly, and of course, like who's reading comics? Obviously, in the '80s, it's boys. Like you want to buy the cool badass thing, and Zot quite. Obviously and intentionally is not this cool, badass, kind of grim and gritty Wolverine kind of a hero where, he's not some tough guy. And that was what was, becoming increasingly popular in the 80s between your Punishers and your Wolverine and like even Alien Legion had Jugger Grimrod. You got these killers, these killer characters. And Zot was the complete opposite of that. He was hope and sunshine and optimism.
Yeah. I think about also, but although I'm just the letter guy's like, oh, more kids should read this, but this book is too sophisticated for someone.
That's what I'm saying. Kids wouldn't get most of this. Like I loved it at 13, but I don't know if I would have loved it at 7 or 8.
Or
10.
No,
I don't know.
It's
probably not.
It was way too dense. Yeah. All right. Well, it's just I don't know.
It's a tricky thing, man. Hey, if we were in the Eclipse marketing department, I think this would be a real tricky book, just for different reasons than like first might have had a tricky time with NEXUS, because NEXUS at least looks older and cooler at a glance, even though it has its own issues because it's like dense and sophisticated and mature storytelling. But NEXUS at least is about a badass executioner in space. And so even if the story's a little kind of like impenetrable and mature in some ways to some casual readers, even though it's brilliant, then NEXUS, I think, is an easier sell on some level than Zot, you know, which sounds weird to say because Zot should be very accessible. But I'm just thinking about the realities of the American comic book market in the 80s, where like the grim and grittiness of it all just became unbearable and suffocating, particularly post Dark Knight and post Watchmen. A book like Zot was obviously going to be dead in the water.
True. But this is 84, so it's predating.
Yeah. I think
years.
you're right. Yeah, it's before that. It's just kind of building to that moment, though.
But because what you call it was like, you know, Miller.
Yes.
Yeah, but Miller's Daredevil was going on this.
Born Again. Yeah. Born Again's happening. Fucking Karen Page is a heroin addict and all that craziness is going on at the same time that Zot's got his like, hey, let's look on the sunny side of life kind of idealism. And, you know, it was a moment in time in comics where people wanted that darker, grittier thing because we hadn't seen it.
It's the thing I say all the time to people. It's that the Adam West Batman really kind of like did a disservice to comics because I think there was a backlash to that. They started building in the 70s with like that Hard Traveling Heroes with Green Arrow and Green Lantern and some of the Neil Adams stuff on Batman with like Ra's al Ghul and things like that. We're starting to get darker and grittier. You know, it just started becoming more. And also the time, like we're post Watergate, so like the world was a little more cynical, and it reached its zenith, you know, and in 86, 87, and then it never turned back. And now let's jump on to Zot issue 7 as we our little traps the other way. Okay, so I love this splash page in the beginning page. It says he goes, "Are you guys crazy?" It's Zot and Jenny and the Queen. And there's these guns that are pointing at them, and you know, it's Zarbim and the guards are like they're holding them hostage or holding them at gunpoint. You know, and the Queen says, "You will talk to me in private. We're not gonna hear any more of this bullshit." You know, and then they go in private, and we don't even hear the conversation. We just hear like Zot and Jenny, and they're out. It says 5 minutes later. You know, they're having this talk, and then the Queen comes out with a gun, you know, to Zarbim's head, you know, and then now this is where I began to lose. I think this is the only issue where I was like, how do I follow the action and what's going on here? But then the Queen, Zot, Jenny, and Zarbin, they all escape in these ships and they're driving around, and Zarbin has been convinced of what's wrong, and he's fallen in league with them, but he has to pretend that he's been kidnapped, you know, and which I think is kind of great because, you know, so they can't really shoot back, or they shoot back in a weird way. And then there's this cool as fuck panel on what the hell page is this? I don't even know what page this is. It's the one
page. Is it toward the end when the palace lights up?
No. It's 3, 4, page 5. It's the one with the cityscape, you know, that we use on the thumbnail for this.
Right. Yes, that's that nice cityscape. You know,
it's like when they're being chased and all I mean, again, he does all this fucking amazing work, you know, and then here it is again, Jenny. She's amping up her skills shooting, you know.
Yes.
So she can become a better hero. And then you know, it's almost like he's the vessel to teach her to be better, which is interesting, you know. And they're just shooting, and they're trying to figure out what to do and like and how to escape and where do we go. And they decide that they need to go. And the Queen and Zarbrim are like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go this way, and Zot and Jenny like take off, and here's one of these pages where I didn't. Okay, see here, right? This is what page? Page 7, right? Page 7. It's like he's like, hey, you know, this is Jenny. She's like, all I know is that is that I'm not gonna risk losing you ambushed the same day. Not in this world, please. And Zach's like, okay, sure. And he's like, yeah, okay, come on. And then like the next panel over really to the right is he's flying off with Jenny, right? He goes, send me in your hires, good luck. And it's like it's really like you got to read down to the panel where, you know what I'm saying? Like he's making you read down. It's more like Japanese,
Oh yeah,
as
yeah.
opposed
It's
to
kind of
reading across,
it's kind of an
you know?
unusual way of arranging that sequence there for American comics.
Yeah, because we typically kind of read in that Z pattern, like
Right.
left to right, then down. But he's like, no, I want you to read like up to down, and then the next column. I mean, this is a few times like in this issue, and I got kind of. It's the only time I was like, what's he doing here? But the rest of it is, they're escaping, and they fly through this shitty part of town. This is when they see like what's really going on beneath the surface
Yeah,
on
this is
Sirius V.
really intriguing, kind of, kind of calling back to that previous discussion we were having about the true nature of these so-called future utopias, and just like how, how horrible life is for the underclass in this future where everything seemed like it was so sunny on the surface. And now we're realizing that actually, like Jenny says, wow, I guess not everything on Sirius is so ritzy, huh? And then we see just all these miserable people living in a police state, and they're just living these like sad lives of poverty and immiseration, and they just look like they're living through just like, a living hell of an existence. And Zach Zot says, now you know where they found all those common folk for our ceremonies. And we see the stormtroopers, the police just like bullying and screaming at the people down in the street. There's people just dying in the middle of the street. And, Jenny and Zach are like, geez, I didn't know it was this bad. Oh, it's actually Zot saying that. Geez, I didn't know it was this bad. This is only the second time I've been away from my Earth. And then Jenny's like tripping out. She's like, hey, wait a minute. What do you mean only the second time? I read somewhere you'd been on dozens of worlds and you've saved thousands of lives. And Zach kind of gets like an embarrassed look on his face. And he's like, oh, that? Ha, ha, you fell for that? Ha, 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 ha. No, that's just some hype by some PR man we hired. We had to get rid of him when he started printing things that weren't true. And he's sort of laughing nervously, and you got these great sort of manga expressions on their faces, and she's all disappointed with him, and she's like, oh. And then you get a really awkward silent panel, and he's like, I have been on a couple of worlds, and I saved the lives of dozens. And then you see them flying off into the distance, and Jenny sighs and she says, it'll do, Zot, it'll
You'll
do.
do.
And that's like such a funny, crazy moment as we see like, the lies kind of like swept away, and we see the truth of these heroes and the truth of these worlds and this utopia. I mean, like the truth is something far more modest and not nearly as impressive. And it's really interesting the way McCloud just kind of like really shatters the innocence of young Jenny's character by revealing the truth here to her in such a casual way.
Well, it's funny because like earlier on, like everyone recognizes him. So it's like, oh, well, that PR man did a good job.
Oh yeah, it worked. That PR campaign worked like a charm, man.
But but you know what's funny is that looking at it now is like Series 4, this little like the real Series 4, like it reminds me of Hawkworld.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Of the lower decks of Hawkworld.
Right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
Yeah, so then we jump to the prison towers where Max and Vic's dad and the secretary of the conspirators are all there, and they're talking about what's gonna happen, and they're just like, oh, you know what, like we're gonna fuck with you, and his name was Withers, the guy who was he's the secretary, and then it's like and he goes. Oh, and this is a part I didn't remember this part, but Withers then points to Twick as I overheard you talking about it, so I discovered it by accident. And then the others are like, "You were the leak, huh?" And they fucking turn on their own guy. They turn on their own conspiracy member guy, And it's just and then they're talking and they're about to shoot Withers, and then that's when Zot and Jenny like break through the glass or the window, and they go, drop your weapons, and they shoot the gun at what's his name's hand. And they're like, ha, we've caught you, and we've broken the conspiracy. And then the next thing you know, they like decide to take someone's car, and they zoom off to this, like, there's no resolution here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. This is a
It's
really busy issue. There's just a lot of running around from place to
so
place.
much, so
Yeah,
much.
yeah,
Um, and then like, like they're running off to this island, which is like a cathedral, but they're being chased by like helicopters and gunships and all this stuff. And that Zot jumps off and tries to slow down some of the pursuers, which he does with his little flying boots and his, like he's got some hero techniques in him, and then they get to
yeah.
the beachhead, and he's like, I'll hold him off. And then, and Jenny's like, oh, you mean that we will hold them off? And they're both shooting these people as the others like race up the stairs, shoot, shoot, shoot. And they're like, okay, time to go, time to go. And then Jenny gets shot in her ankle because she didn't want to like be smart. She had to be a hero herself, and
Yeah.
Zal's like, oh shit, I gotta save you. And he carries her inside, and then they get inside a cathedral, and it's like, we're safe.
Right.
And then but the Shrap's like, destroy the island, destroy it all up, but then he gets
Yeah.
stopped by the guy. He's like, you can't do that. You can't
Right,
fuck up
because
a whole.
even amongst the bad guys, there are some of them who have some respect for their religious prophecies and their religious structures.
Well, but see, there's that, but he also knows that if we're gonna cause a holy war, we gotta at least have our, like the symbol of our religion has to be
We
around
can't
still.
attack our own cathedrals.
Yeah, it's gonna fuck up our whole plan.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is kind of funny. And so then they're in the cathedral. They talk with the high priest. They're having these conversations about what should we do? How do we get out of this? There's Nine Jack Nine. He's killed my parents. He's come to that like realization. He's gotten really sad about all of this. Because he remembers this song that his mom used to sing. It was called Nine Jack Nine, rope made of twine, circled his old mother's head. Tie the rope, tied 9 feet high until oh no, it says tie 9 feet up high, hung her until she. And he's like, oh, I forgot how gross this was,
Right.
and it's a lullaby. And he's like, no, now I realize that my parents are dead.
Wait, now hold on. Maybe you can explain this moment to me a little bit? Because it was Max who says to him, right? He was talking to Max about it, right? What page was that on?
This is on page 16. Page 16.
Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah. 9 Jack 9, rope made of twine, circled his old mother's head, rope, tie 9 feet up high, hung her until she, and then he catches himself. And Max says, Zach, I'd never heard that lullaby. And Zach's like, sure. Huh? Sure you have. You wrote that whole book on nursery rhymes once. So, okay, we're establishing Max as an expert on this topic. You've got to know this one, Max. It was in the family. And Max is like, I never heard it. Well, you don't think she'd make up a thing like that, do you? Why would she? Unless... And then there's some really silent panels. And then Zot's like, oh my God, she knew. Okay, so now... Obviously, this seems to be a moment where the other penny drops for Zot, and he realizes that 9 Jack 9 was not just bullshitting. He really did kill his parents. And he's like, oh my God, my mom knew. So maybe, can you explain that to me, Chris, though? Is he saying that his mom had some kind of a psychic flash that 9 Jack 9 was going to kill her? And so she would sing her song she would sing her son nursery lullabies about her impending murder at the hands of this assassin? That's what his mom was doing? Is that what we're supposed to believe here? Because I was confused by that.
Well, I think it's that, but I also think that, we're going to find out later on the stuff about what his parents were up to.
Right,
but
right.
But it feels like that they knew, that they're spies. They knew what could happen to him, and that 9 Jack 9, from the way they talk about him, he's like, he's like a James Bond type of like known villain of assassins, like of people on Sirius IV. So she just so that lullaby might be something that she knew. Oh, he's coming to kill us.
Wow.
I mean,
what a weird thing to be singing to your son, though. Like, that's so dark.
Well, I mean, yeah, like it is dark, but it's one of those things where I look at it where it's like she's I don't know. It's like
Was she trying to leave him a clue or so, in some way? Or was she trying to like inoculate him against the idea that this could happen? Like, I don't know. It's a weird, maybe I missed something later, but this just kind of was like a weird thing to me.
No, it's weird to me because it made me feel that there was a reputation that Nine Jack Nine had
Right.
amongst that spy community, and that they
Mm.
knew of it, and that they were kind of like if we don't do this right, he might come after us. And she's gonna be singing it because it's a lullaby. She's singing it at night, and she's just singing this sort of like stream of consciousness. I don't really
Wow.
know
Okay.
because
Yeah,
we
yeah.
don't.
It's kind of a lot, it's like a lot of cognitive hoops to expect a reader to jump through to try to piece that together as like the clue where, this is doing a lot of heavy lifting narratively because this is the moment where Zot realizes, oh my God, that dude wasn't lying. He really did kill my parents. So for this to be the thing that all that turns upon, it feels a little shaky story wise. Like it's the kind of thing in the writer's room, you'd be like, wait, hold on. Let's clean this up a little bit. How do we make this a little sharper? Yeah.
Well, in the writers' room, what would they call this? They would call it refrigerator logic.
Oh like the next day at the fridge, this would hit you, and you'd be like,
Like that would.
"Oh, that's what they meant."
Well, you say, oh, they meant like, or you'd be like, oh, that was some bullshit they pulled, but they made me like,
Yeah, right. Yeah,
but they glossed over it and they said it was such conviction at the moment that you like
yeah.
believed it, and
No,
then
you're
later
right.
on,
That's
you're
so
like,
true. That's so true. That's the kind of shit I think you can get away with easier in movies and TV because you can have a great actor sell it. You know what I mean? Like where on a comic book page, I'm just kind of left staring at this panel and I'm like trying to run the logic through in my mind and I'm staring at this page and I'm rereading it and I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
well, see, that's the thing, right? In a comic or a novel or something like that, you're fucked because the reader can just keep rereading and go, what
Right,
were you trying to
exactly.
do here?
Yeah, because the reader controls time. Where, yeah, in movies or TV, particularly in the 80s, you do not have the ability to just rewind at your leisure. So,
Yeah,
yeah, so the,
yeah, you're
the,
right.
the storyteller was at a bit of an advantage in those mediums. So, anyways, that's just, it's a relatively small point, but I thought it was worth remarking on.
I mean, it's something that like that I didn't quite get at the time, but um, so he is at Revelation. Then he's talking with the Queen Zot, and he's really giving her the cold shoulder, but he's really depressed himself. There's that great panel on page 17 at the top, the second panel where he's like crying against the stained glass.
Mm.
And he's talking about his how she didn't have the ability to control her son. Like she's had too many
Oh,
problems herself. And then it gets
yeah.
revealed that the prince is dead and she like breaks down,
Yes.
Um,
Yes. Oh, yeah. And she breaks down and she says, I see. And she takes her crown off her head, which is such an interesting decision for what to do in that moment that the queen learns that her son, the prince, is dead. She takes her crown off of her own head and she
this
says, I see. And then
or
she looks to Zot and says, well, boy, it seems we're even, as in we've both lost the people closest to us in our family, and so that's a pretty emotional moment right here. And for all the plot architecture and world building and kind of action sci-fi pyrotechnics of it all, I'm continually struck as we go through this, Chris, by what a deeply emotional comic Zot is. Just every character is just having all kinds of deep emotions constantly throughout this whole comic, and it is just great storytelling, but it also like kind of reveals how emotionally vacant so many comics are and were at the time, because like every one of these characters is having an arc and they're having these devastating moments and you kind of feel them for everybody, whether it's Vic or Drufus or Zot or Jenny or even the Queen, who's like a relatively tertiary peripheral character, still gets like a really heavy emotional moment there and some great lines. So yeah, McCloud is just so brilliant at like telling a deeply emotional story, but cloaking it in all these genre trappings. And it's
Right,
just so
and the speed and the quirkiness, but was you know what I kind of loves you mentioned that she takes her crown off because so
yeah.
because there's that phrase like
Oh,
like
heavy is the head.
yeah that wears the crown or something like that what
Hmm.
and it's like oh she's taking it off because she's like
Yeah.
I can't it's almost like what I can't wear the crown and let my head bow and
Yeah.
I gotta keep like the stiff neck to wear the crown, and I can't do that if I'm, like, grieving. Um,
Mm.
it's kind of an interesting moment that I didn't think
Yeah.
about when I was originally reading, but just thought about it now. Yeah, and then she finds out from the priest who revealed that Drufus is dead, what happened, that the police, whatever, the royal guards found Vic and Drufus's body, and they have branded Vic the murderer, and that he's going to be executed, a public execution in 2 days.
Yeah.
And then, and then Vic's dad's like, Zot, you got to stop this. You got to stop all of this, And he's like, oh, look, I'm going to figure it out. Like, we'll figure it out. And then, there's going to be an escape route. And there is an escape route. There's like this pool in the basement of the cathedral, which is it's a way to get out and not be seen. Now, here's another great moment you said about a character having a moment is that when
Yeah.
Zod is about to escape, the uncle, what's his name? Like Zimbram, who was
Zarbim.
Zarbam,
Zarbim.
like it was so hard on Drufus. So he did the role playing with Vic. And he has now a moment of thoughtfulness. He was like, so another opportunity for the brat to play hero. And as usual, with no hesitation, is that what I pushed you so hard to become Drufus? Was that all so important?
Yeah, that is actually fascinating. I was actually genuinely shocked by that he gives this moment of relative regret and humanity to this character that has been unequivocally just sort of like malicious.
Like an
Yeah.
asshole, the whole
Total
so
asshole,
far.
like
Yeah.
a monster up until this point. That was actually quite surprising that McCloud sort of offers this vulnerability and this moment of empathy and regret, really actually regret more so, to this really kind of dark character that he's painted in this guy. Yeah, that's a really good point, Chris, that's again, McCloud's empathy for each character extends even to all the baddies. Like he's thinking about how everybody's feeling.
Yeah, which is great,
Yeah, and he's humanizing. He's not afraid to humanize these people and give
he-
even the monsters a moment of humanity.
it's amazing. And
Yeah.
then, like to escape the cathedral, it lights up. We had some little fire, little pyrotechnics,
Yeah,
and
great,
then,
great panel, beautiful panel.
great panel. And then Zot and Jenny escape through the water and they fly up into the sky and then they fly off to the next morning to where the execution is going to happen. And it's being broadcast on TV. They're about to execute the guy and the guy names the high priestess. His name is like Clockman. Like I think that's Clockman. He has the key, and then he's about to raise it and about to open the door, and then Zot he zooms up and he steals out of his hand, and he's getting shot, and they're being chased and shot out, and his jet boots are helping him zip and dodge, and
in the middle of this whole ceremony, like they interrupt the whole ceremony. Him and Jenny, they steal the key.
Yeah, they race off, and then they fly into the room that takes them to the door to grab the little space volume as to there's the door to the end of the universe. And
it's just so crazy. It's so wild. It's like you take an elevator up to the edge of the universe. It's awesome.
It's crazy. And then there's another great panel where it's like the door, it's like Jenny's and Zot are there, and Zot's holding the key, and in the background is the door.
And then just outer space, like all zillion stars, and this door, just to describe it, is a regular, completely average, utilitarian-looking door that's just floating in the middle of the blackness of space with a whole bunch of stars all around it, and it's like
it's got hinges and shit.
Yeah, it's got hinges. It's like this utterly preposterous, only in comic books kind of a thing, and I love it. It's just totally rad. It's awesome.
when I got to this, it sort of reminded me, and not that I've never seen any kind of, I did see the movie, but it's just like, this feels like the kind of like zany idea of like, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy type of
Oh,
thing.
yeah. Oh,
Where
100%.
it's
For
that kind of
sure.
zaniness,
Yeah. It's that kind of like absurd sort of vibe, like this intergalactic, like sci-fi absurdism. Yeah, totally.
So that
So that's the
is
end of that issue, though.
the
And
end
that's
of
kind of a nice little hell
7.
of a cliffhanger.
Yeah, and then and then what's up next is the magic shop, which we're not gonna really look into. We're gonna just zip past all this.
Apologies to Kurt Busiek and Dan Spiegel, but
and,
we're here to talk about Zot.
Zot, and so now we're at issue 8, which is the beginning of the third act in our final three issues, which cover all this cool shit. And so and this, it's called It Had to Happen, is what this it says on the top, and it's through the door. And it's Zot and Jenny, and they're racing through the door.
What a cover! What a cover! After all this buildup, we're like, oh my god, we're finally gonna find out what's on the other side.
And they're there, and again, the recap. The top of this is a recap of the whole series so far. So it's really kind of a cool way he recaps it in 3 pages. I guess it's 3 pages.
Yeah, it's actually really well done. Yeah,
3.5 pages. He's and then he and Jenny zip across the distance to the galaxy to the door. He's trying to put the key in, but can't get it in. They're about to get shot.
It won't fit. It's like, oh my god, Zot's like, this key's not working. What the hell? And then everybody's coming after them to get them, and it's like super stressful. And then finally,
he gets the key in. But
it's funny because Jenny has to save the day again, because Jenny's the one who points out, she's like, oh my god, that big goon's getting close. Come on, hurry up. And Zot's like, I'm pushing as hard as I can. And Jenny's like, you're pushing? Zot, the hinges are on this side. And he's like, huh? And she has to tell him, pull the door, don't push. And he's all embarrassed. He's like, oh, haha, of course. And then, so he's able to open it when she tells him that. And then, like, it's built up, obviously, as this huge moment. And so, at last, with a creak and a groan, the wondrous answer to the greatest of all mysteries is revealed. And then everyone's faces are all shocked, like, for all the world to see. And then you see Zot is like, no. And Jenny's got her hand over her mouth. And everyone's eyes are all bugged out. And then Zot yells, no! And then you get almost a full page splash of them staring at what's behind the open door, and it's a fucking brick wall.
And what's great is here's what's great, right? What I love about this is that he says this isn't funny, and it's
he screams it.
It's across the whole like width of the page.
And
and what's funny is the body language here is that Jenny is like, close her eyes, like, what the fuck is this? but the thing is, though, is that Zot, he's turned to us, the readers, and he's like, I mean it. I don't know who behind this thing, but this is really bad taste.
Yeah, it's almost like that. It's like a fourth wall breaking moment almost, where it's so funny. And McCloud has these moments where he kind of flirts with Zach, Zot breaking that fourth wall a little bit. And this is one of them.
Yeah, this is great. And
awesome.
And then once again, is with Jenny, she's like, there's gotta be a trick. It can't be. And then she puts her hand
which is so interesting, because notice that Zot has given up here, which Zot is supposed to be the eternal optimist, right? That's like his big superpower. And he's suddenly like, you know what? Forget it. I quit. Come on, shoot me, guys. Go ahead. See if I care. And so Zot has just thrown in the towel all of a sudden, but Jenny, once again, is the true hero, because Jenny's here refusing to stop believing. She's the eternal optimist, truly, and she says it's a trick. It's a trick. It's got to be. It can't just end this way. It can't. And she reaches her hand into the brick wall, and she says, we've come too far. I know it looks hopeless, but there's got to be some way. And then when she reaches her hand into it, her hand goes through the brick wall. And she says, Zot, look, we can go through this thing. It's not solid. Yeah. And he's like, what? And then suddenly they both dive through the door right before the baddies can get to them. And then, Clockman or whatever that dude's name is, he gets there just as they go through, and he's like, no, you can't do this. I am the chosen one. I am the great one. I am slam. Locked out? I'm locked out? And he's like, arr! And then we go through the door.
But he does something that I love.
Hmm.
He did this several times. There's a moment he did this at the back of issue 6 when those guys shoot Drufus and shoot him and they take off in the ship.
Yeah.
Is that he does stuff with his speech balloons where he breaks panels with them. He has like dialogue you're written over by sound effects or by screams or other balloons. Because when he screams and says, ah, it breaks the panel. It breaks the page.
Yeah, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. It's like full bleed.
Yeah, it's full bleed. It goes all in together. And I'm just like, this is him, like, again, like you said before, he understands the whole hookup of what comics are supposed to do.
Yes.
And then the next thing is a double page spread where Zach and Jenny go through, like dozens of worlds.
And what a spread. What a spread, right?
Amazing.
I mean, like,
speaking
of like knowing what comics can do, like, holy shit. This double page spread is like, it's so wild and surreal and inventive, and
this
it's
has
McCloud.
to be in we have to put this in the video.
Oh yeah, this will be in the video for sure.
So
this will be in. You guys will see this in the video
so
on YouTube.
Dope. It's
oh my God, this is like
dope.
McCloud is really just flexing here because he's not somebody who shows off very much because he's really just all about telling the story. But this is him like showing you like, hey, I can design pages with the best of them and check this shit out because these panels are wild. These colors are wild. And it's, it feels like a little bit of like, I don't know, like Steve Ditko's the common comparison for something hallucinogenic, but it's like, it's surreal, it's creative, it's artsy. It's just like they're suddenly just smashing through all these different worlds, it would appear. And Zach is like, wow, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. And Jenny says, what is this place? And he says, it seems like some kind of dimensional gateway or, oh, cripes, I don't know. Hang on tight. You won't have to tell me twice. Zot, how long have you been here? How long have we been here? Huh? We just stepped through, but it seems like, and then we see them just going through world after world after world after world. And Zach, a.k.a. Zot, says, I can't hold on. I'm blacking out. And then suddenly they come crashing out of the double page spread. And this shocked the hell out of me, Chris. They wake up and they're suddenly in these chairs, like in these throne chairs.
Yeah.
In this like Roman.
It feels like Mount Olympus. Yeah.
They're on Mount Olympus, like, and everyone's like wearing like just like togas and like, old timey looking outfits. And this was some really wild stuff. I did not expect this to be what happened here, but I actually found it to be like weirdly satisfying and kind of amazing. But do you want to break down this space that they wake up into? Because this is like kind of a lot of stuff suddenly that happens, and it's really a pretty incredible issue because McCloud takes on the challenge of revealing what's on the other side of this door. And somehow you would think after all these issues building up to it that this would almost have to be a disappointment with the buildup. Yeah, but it's not. And that's what fucking floored me. Because I was like bracing myself for disappointment. I was bracing myself for like, okay, nothing is going to live up to what I'm imagining is on the other side of this door. But you know what? This was pretty fucking dope. Like, this was a pretty great answer for what's on the other side of the door. It's really wild and it's really well thought out. So I don't know. Do you want to attempt to explain what they discover here? Because it's a lot.
I will. I'll just say this ahead of time. It sort of reminds me of 2001, right? Where in 2001, it's like, about the there's a monolith you see in the Dawn of Man, and you see it on the moon, and you're kind of like, what the fuck is that thing? And they say in that thing, oh, the signal from the thing on the moon is coming from Jupiter, which is why they're going to Jupiter. Right? That's the whole mission of the movie. And you're kind of like, what's going to be all this? What happens when they get there? And you
Right.
don't, and it's, you almost kind of say to yourself as that movie plays out, he can't show me anything that is gonna be that's gonna match the suspense that he's built up, right?
Right. Right.
Like Kubrick cannot do that, but
Yeah.
he does. But he fucking
Right.
does. And he
Right.
blows your mind with his images of like what the okay, and it all makes sense. So
Yeah.
and that's sort of what McCloud does in his own way, where he like creates this suspense because this is issue 8, right? And so he spends
Yeah.
7 issues saying there's this key that opens this
Yeah.
door, and inside, and this door's been, it's just the dawn of time, and no one knows what it is. And when they
Right.
get inside, it is the future of Sirius IV. And it's
Yes.
such a but it's a future that is so far in the future that these people have like solved everything. This is the
Yes.
true utopia. And it's such a dope utopia that it looks like ancient Greece in terms of like the buildings, and like in terms of like its ability that the nature has not been overrun by technology. It's that
Right.
kind of future. But in every little page or panel, if you look very carefully, there is a robot like hiding in the background doing some maintenance. There's some technology doing, like if you look in the one page, there's like there's the robots. When they first wake up, there's a robot in the background. It's like, come, master's awake. They're awake. They're awake. There's that. And the next page 9, when they're walking through the street, they're coming down the steps at the little corner at the corner of the intersection. There's a little disc or some sort of technology at the corner there. So it's constantly like projecting. And then he walks up and says, oh, like here's this this Oracle of Delphi type of thing they walk up to. And he's like, what is this? And he pulls the whole thing. He's like, the technology is so invisible and we keep it invisible. But from my era, from your era, this can be magic.
Yeah, it might as well be.
Might as well be. He touches this button and it turns it off, and you see how far in the future that is. That's super far in the future, but they have like corrected everything. This beautiful city. It's all nice. It's this Sirius IV, which we saw was really shitty in the issue, is now clean. And now it's everything. And the people walk down the streets and it's all great. And he's like, so this is the future that we're all looking forward to.
Yeah. Sirius IV has now become a thriving trade center of our galaxy, at peace with all of its neighbors. Finally, this planet is guided by the will of all its citizens, not just the greedy or the power-hungry ones. And we've even found a way to get our damn weather under control. How's that for paradise? And so, like, it really does seem like, oh my God, we've solved all the problems. And then he says to him, wow, and Zot is like, not bad, not bad. You're saying Jenny and we have something to do with all of this happening? And then the ruler dude says, well, you did, or rather you will, shortly after you return from your trip through the door here. That's why you two have been honored, just as I have been. When you die, your spirit will return here to stay as long as you wish, before going to your final rest. Okay. And so that is really interesting. In that one panel, that kind of lays out McCloud's cosmology for the afterlife, right? In this world, this is sort of like this utopia slash like
future
slash afterlife, but it's not your final rest. And it's almost like this kind of positive purgatory slash future, but like your spirit will come here. And it says, when you die, your spirit will return here, and you can stay here as long as you wish before going to your final rest, wherever that may be.
Right. And the thing that's crazy is the guy talking to him, he's like the first king of Sirius.
Right. So he's been staying there for a long ass time.
For a long ass time, So and he's like, whoa. He's like, where was the door? How to get there in the first place? He's like, patience, I'll tell you. And it's like, well, please come this way. There's some people that you need to meet. Or he goes, go straight ahead, like Zachary. And he's like, Jenny, now you come with me. And Zot, he goes into the thing, and then he reconnects with his parents.
Yeah, and this is wild because he goes into just this little, what is it? Just like a little, like, I don't know what you'd call it, just like a structure. Like a temple, some kind of like small temple structure. And when he walks into a dark temple, and in that darkness, he looks and it's actually his parents.
Yeah.
And they're just like he remembers them, and they're standing there wearing these like Greek togas,
right?
Like everyone's wearing here. And they say, Zachary, is it you, son? And it's a big emotional moment. Zot can't believe it. And what's great about what McCloud does here is Zot doesn't say anything at first. Like, he's totally silent, and he just grabs them and he holds on to them. And then after a couple of panels, he says, "Oh, Mom, Dad, thank God I found you again. I thought you were dead. Oh no." And then Mom looks at him and she says, "Yes, Zach, you were right," meaning we are dead.
Yeah. But now the thing that I love about this too also is it's the mom who breaks the news, and the way that he structured that family structure is that the mom was always the one that was sort of like the practical one. You remember?
Yeah, you're right. Oh my God, great point. Yes, totally.
What you get is like, it's really awesome the way he's created, and then the parents explain about 9jack9 and that they were like, and they explain, that they're really from Sirius IV, and that they came to Earth, to escape, when they got older, and they didn't like the king and they were hired as spies, to try to take out the king, but they got killed by 9jack9. And he's like, okay, I'm sorry that I thought you deserted me. I'll never doubt you, Mom. I never. And then he jumps to this awesome little like double page. I don't know if it's a double page. Why? What is this next page where?
Actually, wait. Before you get to that, just real quick, when they're talking about 9jack9 killing them, there's that one moment that I just want to comment on with Zach and his dad, where he says when he hears about what happened to them, our hero Zot says, when I find 9jack9, I'm going to make him pay for what he did to you. I swear I will. And he's like smacking his fist into his hand. And his dad says, or his mom says, "Oh, honey, don't tell me you've been reading those awful comic books again," which is just kind of a funny little meta moment, Yeah, that's pretty funny. But then more substantively, his father says to him, "Now you listen to me, son. You never had a vengeful bone in your body. And your mother and I don't ever want that to change. Not for anyone." And then Zot looks down and says, "I understand." And the dad says, "Jack, in many ways, was just a tool of a man who's already been punished." And then we see like the king and Weavis behind him. And he says, "And though it seems strange now to think that we of all people should have been the ones to oppose the king." And then he goes on to talk some more, but basically he goes on to say some other stuff. But the thing I wanted to say is that it's just that the dad really does not want his son to carry that hatred and that vengeance and that bloodlust in his heart, because he knows how poisonous it'll be, and that's not who his son is at his core, and he doesn't want for his son to become corrupted by this poisonous desire for vengeance. And it's some great parenting in the afterlife here, and I just wanted to call that out because that will come up again when Zach does encounter 9jack9 later.
Right, but here's what's interesting though, right? What's interesting though is that they say when they get killed by 9jack9, they say, "We prevented the destruction of Earth's capital and the subsequent Earth Sirius War." So this whole thing that they have, that the conspirators have about this holy war that they're trying to like attack Earth, it's not the first time that they've tried this or that's happened.
Right.
So it's this thing that's been going on for a while. I also love the fact that like the dad knows that the king is dead because the king probably came to this world, for a minute.
Oh yeah, so he would know about that, right?
Interesting little moment. So then the next page is this weird page. I don't know if I'm not even saying this weird, but it's like I can't even. So it's like Zach and Jenny are having dinner, a feast, or they're eating a lot of food. He like makes some comment about how come they're not fat. Doesn't he do that on this page or something like that? And
maybe yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember, but and then it goes to nights, and he goes, "I can't sleep. I don't know what like what's gonna happen." And it's all in the thought balloons, which I love. He goes like who made that door in the first place and why? And then
right, and he's thinking, and he's sitting under a tree outdoors under the stars, and he's just thinking to himself.
Yeah, and he goes, "And why?" And then someone says, "I made that door, handsome. And I'll tell you why." He's like, "What? Who?"
And it's a little girl.
It's this little girl who's like dressed in lavender, and she's got a key around her neck, and she's got like these snake bracelets, and they just had this conversation, and and she kind of like says you asked why. Well, long before you arrived, I already knew the history of the course that would take, and and if I didn't hold on,
Oh, bless you.
excuse me, so she basically kind of explains like this was all foreordained, like I had to do all this,
Yeah.
and then he's
Yeah.
asking a
And
question about what's happening, and he's like, well,
yeah.
what, so he goes, at least I can do this for my adopted children, and she's like, and then he's like, aren't you kind of yelling? We talk about adopted kids, and he goes, huh? And then he like turns around, and then and now it's like dawn, and the
Yeah,
kid,
yeah, and she's gone, and like the night has gone by, and yeah, and then one of the last things she said about the door also, she says,
oh, she's like, it's the
I
perfect
knew,
hoax, don't you see?
yeah, she said, I knew these poor beings would lose all their hope sooner or later, unless I gave them something more than myths and ancient religion. So with my pretty sham of a door, I kept that hope alive. And Zot's like, who are you? And she's like, ha ha ha, let me finish. All the door does is get you from place to place, like some of your people's clever gadgets. Only the door does it with dimensions instead. It's all such a perfect hoax, don't you see? No door is going to give the people their paradise. Only other people can. People like you, handsome. My door gave you the influence you'll use to change their civilization forever. Everyone here has been helped or guided by me in some way and then rewarded for their service. And then, like you said, she finishes with, it's the least I can do for my adopted children. But I think that that one line there, for me, also kind of lays bare some of McCloud's psychology and his thinking behind what this series is ultimately all about. And I think what it's going to become even more and more about as we go to the black and white issues after issue 10. But, she says no door is going to give the people their paradise. Only other people can, which I think kind of comes to like McCloud's philosophy as a writer, perhaps. But I think he's really a humanist. And McCloud is deeply humanist in his concerns. And I think he is very much a believer in like the transcendent power of love and relationships as a way to save people and deliver them from like the horrors and the cruelties and the traumas of this world. And I think that ultimately that's why Zot has a love story and has probably multiple love stories at the center of it. But it's a story of, Zot and Jenny and how, they save each other. But I think it's just a really interesting thing that's present here pretty early in the story that, people are what save other people.
Well,
And
it's
this
not.
delivered by a child.
Hold on, let me just correct you there. It's not early in the story. It's late.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah. It's you. I'm thinking of the full sweep of the Zot series, which goes on for like
right,
30 something issues. You're right. It's
Yeah.
late. It's late in this opening storyline for sure. Yeah. It's late in this
Yeah,
storyline.
I'm just kidding with you.
Yeah. Okay, but no, that's fair.
No, but the thing is, though, I we were talking about this offline for a minute about like
Yeah.
how like in Hollywood, like no one teaches you about the people and the relationship and like
Oh boy.
and the
Yeah.
the vile venal nature of people. But it's like, but he's turning around and he's saying that, I mean, it's this whole concept. You're right about his philosophy. It's like, that what's the phrase? No man is an island, right? Like you can't be alone. You can't be in solitude. You have to find the people who are of your tribe. Like,
Exactly.
it's maybe not family. It is a little bit with him because of Max, but the robots, it's not family, although it was built for him, and he doesn't become who he is, really who he's supposed to be until he meets Jenny. So it's a very interesting, story, and he's like, but this dream, and what am I talking about? And and then the king says, this girl, Zachary, was she about 6 or 8 and dressed in violet? He's like, yeah, that's her. She goes, that's not a girl. That's that little girl. That is Sirius V or Sirius IV.
Wow.
Like she's the embodiment of the planet. And and then Zach's parents are like, what little girl? You never told us that before. What's going on? And he's like, well, you never asked.
Right.
Which is back to McCloud's great level of like, I'm gonna pull the rug whenever I want to, which is why I think he's fucking awesome.
Yes. Totally.
And then Gregory's like, okay, it's time for you to go back, and you got to use the back door to which
That's so hilarious.
that was a great moment,
Yeah.
and she's like, and the Jenny's like, right, ask a secret question, and then we
So
cut to
funny.
we're at the back door, and
Yep.
but then Gregory says this portal will remove your experience once more, and you rejoin your bodies, and they're like, what's gonna happen? What about this knowledge? And he's like, the knowledge is gonna be taken care of, Zachary. And he's like, the key? And then he's like, take it back. People still need some mystery. Keeps them in suspense, And then they walk through, like, again, the door looks like it's solid rock, and and then they go through it. Oh, before they go through it, and they meet Drufus. He's up there like playing the recorder, playing the song of the flute, and they're like, dude, oh, now I know what it is. Like he's like, I'm sure glad they brought me here, though I just don't know why. And then I'm not sure why he's here either, but it's good seeing him there and seeing that he wasn't just like, that he's come to some peace after what happened to him, and then like Zach and Jenny, they arrive back at the cathedral on that island, and they're like, okay, we're back. What do we do? And they're like, we don't remember what happened on the other side of the door, which is fucking hilarious, And then there's we're back at the news guy. They're watching what's going on the camera, and they're like, what should we do? Like, we have to kill that brat because what's on the other side of that door. And then people just start going crazy, and then and Zot is trying to figure out what to do, like because he's got the key again, and everyone's like, I have the key, and there's the girl, and then there's a little flash frame at the bottom of, I guess, what's that? That's page 22. It's like it's the girl again. It's the Sirius IV girl. She's looking at the door, and the last panel out is the door at the edge of the universe, and it's closed, and that's the end of issue 8. So it kind of ends in this weird kind of like there's a riot about to start happening. Oh wait, wait a minute. I lost you. Hold on. I'm gonna
Oh shit. Oh, sorry. I muted myself.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I was just saying that page ends with all these silent panels, and that issue, it's like a really weird but kind of dramatic final page where we're building up to, like something big is about to happen, but it's a lot of silent panels of people praying and just like, oh my God, this big moment is building. And then the one thing I wanted to comment on, where I think I had muted myself, was I agreed with you that it was really nice to see Drufus again playing that recorder in the afterlife. And I think you're totally right. I think McCloud just wanted us to see that Drufus got some measure of peace and just have like that final little grace note with Drufus. I think that was nice to see. But yeah, it's pretty crazy that Jenny and Zot have forgotten everything, but of course they have, because they can't really know all that. You can't really know what's going to happen. It's not intended for them to know all that. They just, maybe on some level they can feel it, what's waiting for them in that afterworld. But now they're back, and the shit's about to hit the fan in a big way. So that's what brings us into our last couple issues of Zot. And I think
wait, real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to read one last letter column from
sure, go for it.
From issue 8. It says, "Dear Scott," because he's asking everyone to tell you like who your favorite characters are. And this person says, "Dear Scott, my favorite would have been Prince Drufus, but you killed him off. You rat. So you have to settle for number 1 is Zot, number 2 is Jenny, number 3 is Vic. Best wishes from the other bookend, Colleen Duran, care of Whip
wow.
Graphics."
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, which is crazy.
That's
you know.
awesome. Wow, Colleen Duran or Doran, or I guess however you say that. Of course, the famous artist herself who did A Distant Soil and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Like
That
some
is,
Sandman issues and stuff. You know,
yeah, yeah. Later
well,
on, after this, she would go on to do some Sandman. So that's really cool to see how many people like in the business, McCloud's peers and contemporaries, were cheering him along here.
but the thing I love there is it says care of Warp Graphics, which is which is w- that's
Oh, the
Wendy
Peonies, the
the
Peonies company.
Peonies. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, from
yeah.
ElfQuest. Yeah, they published A Distant Soil at first. I think, or at somewhere early in the publication history, and I believe that yeah, there was some drama there regarding the publication rights. I think when she took the rights and went off to do it on her own, and I don't know the story exactly, but I guess this probably coincided with when Distant Soil was being published by the Wendy and Richard Peeney and the ElfQuest folks. So yeah, this is interesting. And McCloud says in his response to her, Colleen's wonderful A Distant Soil series got first billing alphabetically in the 1984 preview issue of Amazing Heroes, the same zine which listed Zot last. Hence the other bookend comment. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, yeah.
She signed the letter, the other bookend. So, however, the latest preview issue got me put me before 2000 AD of all things. So to get my revenge, I've accepted an offer to do the cover on the next preview issue, thereby ensuring that if Zot can't be last, it can still be first, and maybe both if they get their alphabet straightened out. And then he comments on Drufus, and he says, "As for Drufus, I was delighted by the number of people who not only objected to the prince's untimely demise, but actually refused to accept it." Ha! He was delighted by that. Oh, McCloud, jeez. I guess it's just a byproduct of that tendency in comics to resurrect characters all the time. You can be certain, however, that the return of these characters is as close as I'll ever get to bringing back the dead. That's one habit I have no intention of developing. So I think he's referencing the afterlife in this issue. He put return in quotes. So
Yeah.
this return is all you're going to get. These folks are dead, unlike most comics. So that's pretty funny that McCloud is delighted that that people were not accepting it. And that's, I mean, it is a testament to what a great character and a great character arc he created, because he didn't, he like people didn't want to let go of Drufus, and that speaks to the character.
It's character. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that yeah, I've always thought it was the biggest problem with killing a character and then resurrecting them, because the like that great ending that Drufus had, where that moment where he
Yeah.
becomes where him and Vic become friends and he saves Vic and everything like that and commits the ultimate sacrifice, that now gets erased
Yeah.
if he comes back. So
Right.
with all these stories, when you bring a hero back, it's like, and you kill him, like the weight of killing someone. I mean, for the longest time, I don't know when I guess they brought it back in another universe, but like when they originally killed Gwen Stacy in like the
Yeah.
early 70s, like 73 or something like that. I mean,
Yeah.
she stayed dead for like 30 years, 35
Yeah.
years,
Yeah.
I mean,
A long time.
yeah, I mean, I guess they brought her back for that Spider Gwen. So that's not really that Peter Parker's Gwen Stacy. But it's like, but if she was somehow came back to life, I didn't know, like 10 years later or whatever it is, it's like that drama, which didn't shape the character's life, which shaped Peter Parker's life, which shaped how he was going to have a relationship, like with Mary Jane. Like all that's wasted.
Oh,
Like
totally. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I
wasted.
agree. And that's why I think, everybody was so nervous when Brubaker first sort of like unveiled his plan, bringing back Bucky as the Winter Soldier, which, I think everybody thought was a terrible idea at first, for all the reasons that you're laying out. Like, Bucky's got to stay dead. That's like bringing back Uncle Ben, like, you can't, in Spider-Man's world, you can't bring back Bucky. Like, I thought that was a horrible idea. And I know I wasn't alone. And Brubaker, against all odds, and along with Steve Epting and all the other artistic collaborators he had, they pulled it off, and they made that Winter Soldier storyline a classic, and they made it worth it. But man, man, that was against all odds, because most of the time you attempt something like that, you're right, you empty out all the power of the previous stories and the character
Well,
themselves.
but you know what? I think the reason why I think that worked is Bucky was a character that Captain America talked about. You know, like Captain
Right.
America, like obviously Bucky was a character when Joe Simon and Kirby did him in the 40s, but when their timely comics, but when Marvel brought him back, you know, people like the new readers didn't know Bucky. He just was like
That's
kind
true.
of he just was
That's
like
a
a
great point.
character.
We didn't grow up with Bucky as a real character. He was a
Yeah,
story.
he was a story we talked about,
Cap's backstory.
you know, and there might have been like an Invaders thing, something like that, or something where they kind of kicked back, you know. But when they found Cap in Avengers 4 on the ice and brought him back, he was talking about where's Bucky? Bucky's dead. But for us, it was like, oh, you're just someone you're remembering. Like we don't meet him, you know. Like it's different
Yeah.
if it was like Johnny Storm that you killed, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
You know, but I think that's why the Brubaker was so brilliant, because he was like, I could bring him back because the modern Marvel audience doesn't know him that way. You
Yeah.
know, it's a very smart choice. Whereas you almost
It
couldn't bring
was.
anybody else back. You know,
Yeah, it's
um,
true.
and down on the
Okay.
issue 9, we gotta hurry now.
Yeah, I was gonna we gotta hurry because we don't want this episode to be like 10 hours. But
2 hours,
also,
but we're getting
yeah,
there. We're getting there.
no, we're getting there. We're close. Okay, this issue, I feel like we don't necessarily. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we don't necessarily have to say as much about this issue, because I feel like this issue is a lot of like fighting, and it's a lot of setup for the big final issue of the story arc. But I mean, this issue you've got Butch, and the storyline is titled Guerrilla Warfare, and it is exactly just that. It's some warfare between this group that Butch is with, the de-evolutionaries, the ones who want to take society back to like times of like, you know, when primates and monkeys ruled the earth. And they've captured Butch, and it's kind of a big old battle scene. And then they ultimately Butch uses that crazy belt that he's got to win the battle, and then they start worshiping him as their new god, essentially their new leader, and he's into it. But that's sort of like the first, whatever 5 pages of the story. It goes by pretty quickly, and then we get into some more hijinks with Vic and Zot, and things start playing out pretty quickly here, sort of building up to our very very final act. And I don't know, do you want to walk through any of these events? I mean, we don't need to. I feel like this is an issue we don't need to linger on too long, but I think the next issue is obviously the real killer that we're building to, the Holy War.
Yeah. So basically, what happens is Zot. So Vic escapes from you, because they were gonna execute him. He escapes with the help of Floyd, his little robots, you
Right.
know. And while he's running, like Zot comes in and suits him off his feet and takes him in the sky, and they fly back to the island cathedral. So now they're all together. Vic gets to reunite with his dad. You know, his dad is like is mad at him, but he's like, I'm just glad you're alive. You know, they're there and they're trying they're having their talk, and they're about to plan what they're gonna do, and then Vic gets shot in the back by Peabody, who's actually
Right.
being controlled by Nine Jack Nine, and then they're like, okay, now I've got you all, and I've turned you back into the cathedral, and the guy Clockman is there with the guards, and they're about to shoot. They're not about to shoot everyone; they're about to burn them all with the same kind of fluid they use to light up the cathedral at the end of issue 7. And then before that happens, then that's when Butch and the de-evolutionaries like show up, and they turn all of the people into monkeys. You know, it's just this big fight, you know, like which we thought again back to the guerrilla warfare, you know. And this is the moment where Nine Jack Nine like it's like, oh, I'm sort of done because you've only paid me to do X, Y, and Z, which was to capture, you know, like the kid, and I've done that. So, you know, I'm done with your conspiracy piece, but you still owe me money, you know. And you know, and he's like, oh, you know, he says to Zach, you know, I might kill you someday, kid, but you know, not now. And he's like, you know, like, and he's like, and Zach's like, I'm gonna get you. He's like, yeah, you might try. And then they like try to figure out like what to do with Vic, and he's sort of hurt, and they kind of fix Peabody, and they're like, okay, so now what's our plan?
Yeah, and wait,
Um,
and just real quick, that encounter with Zot and Nine Jack Nine, I think it is a bit of a callback to that last conversation that Zach had with his dad, where Zot says to him, "You were just a tool of the king. I know that now." And and when Nine Jack Nine says, "Well, someday I will kill you," and then Zot just quietly determined says to him, "If you do, you can bet I'll take you with me." And and that's kind of an interesting moment, because instead of the bloodlust that you would expect him to have for his parents' killer standing right before him, he is true to what his dad told him to do, which is to not be guided by vengeance, which is kind of amazing when he's standing right in front of the guy he knows killed his parents. So, anyways, it's worth noting that he takes his father's words to heart, and he doesn't try to kill the guy, and lets him just kind of disappear in that moment. So it's a very mature moment for this kid still grieving his parents.
but that's not the end of Nine Jack Nine, because Shrap and Weavis are planning what to do, and
Right.
Shrap pushes like Weavis into a room where Nine Jack Nine is, and he's like, "Wait a minute, you didn't pay, you didn't pay, you didn't
Right,
pay,"
right.
and
Yes.
he's like, "Yeah, sorry, can't help you," and now that leaves Shrap as the last man standing of the conspirators,
Wow.
and
Yeah.
you know
They can't trust each other at all.
each other, and then basically, like, he's like, "Let's start the holy war," and that's the end of issue 9.
Yeah. And that brings us to issue 10. And, there's a ton of great letters that are continuing to come into the letter column. I wish we could go over more of them, but I don't think we have time to. But they got letters coming in from all kinds of prominent people, including legendary comic book letter hack T.M. Maple, which stood for The Mad Maple. And he writes in to the letter column of Zot and has lots of great stuff to say. And so, again, it's just the presence of Zot was becoming more and more of a thing for people in the know in comics, whether it was like the most famous letter hacks or other indie creators or mainstream writers. This was clearly a book where the word was spreading and people were reading it and watching it, particularly people who knew good comics. So that's worth mentioning here as we head into issue 10, the exciting conclusion of the final Zot story arc. And here we go, issue 10.
Wait,
It's
wait,
a
there's one thing I wanna
Oh
say,
yeah.
because we talked about this on our Q&A episode, which is only available for people who are patrons, but on the inside cover, they have this little thing where they're broadcasting the other books that are on the racks,
Oh
and
yeah.
I noticed that Miracle Man #1
Oh
is
shit.
coming out, and
Wow.
and here's, like I said, it says for 75 cents only, which means that Zot was just a super expensive book.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, I think Miracle Man was also for some reason published at an introductory price point for their first issue that was also bizarrely low, because I think they were trying to get a lot of people on board for that book, knowing they had an Alan Moore comic and Alan Moore was starting to be a thing. So I don't know, but they were able to publish that one at an introductory price. But yeah, you're right. Point taken. It's half the price of Zot. And it's a comparable book, equally just as amazing in its own way. So yeah, that's worth noting, the kind of competition on the racks. And actually, when I'm looking at issue 10 on the inside cover of that same sort of like rundown of other Eclipse books, on the front cover of issue 10, they mentioned that The Rocketeer, the 72-page graphic album, Dave Stevens' masterpiece, is now available on the racks from Eclipse Comics. So, what a lineup at Eclipse right now. The Rocketeer by Dave Stevens, graphic album being published at the same time as frickin' Miracle Man #1 by Alan Moore and Gary Leach. And at the same time, they got Scott McCloud ZOT finishing up its first story arc. And, they're publishing a whole lot of other curiosities, like a comic from Brian Bolland and other stuff, and, DNA agents, and, the whole Eclipse lineup was just so strong at that moment. Just a bunch of really amazing books. What a time for that publisher. Anyways, Zot number 10's got a killer cover. I love the cover. It's Zot looking all battle scarred and beat up, and his costume is all torn to shit, and he looks like he looks like he's in the middle of a war. And he looks like a superhero. I mean, he really does look heroic, and this is it. He looks like he's ready to kill some people here. He's looking about as grim as we've seen Zot look. The final storyline, this final issue is called TKO, the final round. And it delivers. It delivers on all the promise of these last 9 issues building up to it. And once again, every time that McCloud builds up to a moment and you think, oh my God, I hope he can pull this off. I mean, he delivers. This is a hell of a final issue where the bad guy gets revealed in a way where, his evil machinations and all the stuff he's been doing ends up being broadcast as they're having their final fight. It's broadcast live to the populace, and they're all watching as this guy reveals himself for the charlatan and the evildoer that he is, as all of his people see this, and then Zot knocks him out. And then it's such a fascinating final moment here, Chris, where Zot realizes now that this has been seen by the whole planet, and now everyone is like dancing and celebrating in the streets, and they're begging Zot to take over as their new leader. And all the people are like, lead us, Zot, lead us, lead us. And you see Zot looking incredibly stressed. Instead of like celebrating and being excited, he looks unbelievably stressed at this notion that now the people want him to lead. And it's pretty amazing. And he just looks to the people and starts talking. And he says, I'm so sorry. Didn't you hear what he said? He called you sheep. That's not right, is it? Would you have really followed him if I got wiped out instead? Hey, maybe I'm dumb, but isn't justice more than just a punch in the mouth? which is such a funny meta commentary on superhero comics, you know what I mean? Like, that's like so reaching past the fourth wall into just like, fuck all your superhero comics. Shouldn't justice be more than a punch in the mouth? And he says, look at me, I'm a kid. What do I know about what you need? All I wanted to do was help you get past all the lies. That doesn't mean I got all the answers. And then while he's talking, McCloud is flashing to panels across just the proletariat and the people all around Sirius, everyone watching this address to them. And he says, what can I tell you guys? How can I lead you to where you won't be led? It's not that I don't want to help you. I do, but I'm only a hero. Which is such an interesting choice of language, too. I'm only a hero. And then he says, you got to learn to live without. And then he suddenly passes out. He collapses. He passes out in the middle of this dramatic speech where he's rejecting the throne, essentially. He passes out, and then the panel just goes to black. And what a unique and fascinating final moment there that we get. And then in the aftermath of that, we realize that Zot decides he's going to leave the planet. And this is just such a unique and singular ending to this whole storyline. And I just thought it was handled beautifully here by McCloud. And then we've just got basically the epilogue and the wind down. But, the final battle is handled in such a quick, concise, but also really inventive way.
It's quick as quick. It's a good fight between him and Shrap. I like it. I think what I love though is there's a little interlude on page 22 where they get on the ship and Zot is a little just despondent, and there's a really again a silent panel of Jenny like looking at him, and then they're on the space cruiser back to Earth, and there's like this 3-panel thing where it's like that Max is pushing Jenny through the hall, and there's like a room service guy, and Zot's not saying anything, and then like Jenny goes into her room and she like slams the door, and then you see Zot in his stateroom just looking out the window like, I don't know what to do, and
yes,
it's just like he's contemplating, what did I do? I mean, he sort of promised maybe I'll be back. I don't know if I will back to the planet Sirius, like Sirius IV. I don't know. And then next thing you know, they're back at Max's house at the little with the portal open to send Jenny and Bush back. and they said it to go back at probably the exact same time that they left, which is what they said
Right,
they could do,
right. Because he said they could do that earlier.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then Butch jumps through, and the way the portal works, he jumps through and he reverts back to human, so all the monkey stuff is gone. Yeah,
He's a human suddenly with no pants on because he
yeah, but
wasn't wearing pants as a monkey,
as a
which is
monkey,
hilarious.
And there's this great moment then that Zach says, "Well, I guess this is goodbye," and Jenny says, "So you're really gonna try set the whole planet right after you told him to take a hike? You're talking about a billion billions of people, Zod. How can you really help them without leading them like you said?" He's like, "It'll be hard. Yeah, possibly impossible. Probably, yeah. But do you still think you can do it?" It's a silent panel, and then he
Mm.
just in the next pages, he just smiles at her, and then there's the epilogue of he's going, "For my father who told me who never told me what can't be done, and whose whole life was a work of art. Scott, the end." And that's the
Yeah,
end of the book.
wow. Yeah,
Like,
what an ending. What a fucking ending, and what a way to spike the football in terms of his themes, his characters, and what the whole story is all about. Yeah, I love that ending. I thought that
well,
was great.
yeah, the thing I like about it is it's like I like endings that do this a lot, is that they leave things a little ambiguous.
Mhm.
Like you're kind of like, "Well, what are you gonna do?"
Yeah.
But I want to go back to something you said before about that choice of words where he goes, "Do you want me to lead you when I'm just a hero?" Right? When he says that.
I'm
Yeah,
only a
yeah,
hero.
only hero. And it's the thing is like this goes back to this thing I always think about is like in revolutions, right? Like the leader of the revolution is never a good governor. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like it's just historically proven that if you can overthrow the government, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that you can lead it. And for heroes, we look at them to do the courageous thing,
Right.
but we don't look at them to do like the bureaucratic thing, to kind of like be it's a different kind of persona to that now teach and lead and show to do the best thing. I could just
Yeah.
tell you know what? It's the whole thing is that I can break your bonds, but you have to learn how to walk on your own.
Yeah.
It's a really
Totally.
good
Because great point, right? Because like the same personality type that's going to lead a rebellion is not the same personality type that's going to be like, okay, so what are the governing structures of this new bureaucracy going to be all about? Like that's yeah, those two people are not the same person. And I mean, what a mature and kind of sophisticated approach to this story of this 13-year-old intergalactic hero. Yeah, really, really amazing, really awesome way to kind of put this whole thing into perspective and kind of just bring the story home in a way that feels satisfying. And like you said, Chris, it leaves things ambiguous. And of course, Zot at this time is an ongoing series. So as much as this feels satisfying, he is still leaving that door open to, hey, I want you guys to come back in a few months when the series relaunches in black and white, we're going to find out, because this story is going to continue. So he leaves the door open enough, and hopefully you're curious to see how this goes. And I certainly am. And I think this final dedication to his father is so poignant, especially after having watched that documentary that we mentioned at the outset here, the wonderful 25-minute documentary that you can find on YouTube that's about Scott McCloud and Zot. I think it's called Understanding Zot, or something like that. But and he talked so movingly about his father, and his father who had been the blind genius, rocket scientist, missile engineer. And McCloud said something really interesting in that documentary that I think we didn't talk about before, but here he references it when he says his whole life was a work of art. McCloud says like that it felt almost like a weird kind of a storybook ending to his father's life, that his dad died by falling down a flight of stairs, which
Yeah.
was like a product of him being blind, which of course you would think would limit someone's life, but yet in a way it had not limited his father's life, or his eternal optimism hadn't stopped him from being an incredible father, an incredible scientist, engineer, and a huge success at a very high level. And then he died in a way where McCloud said it sounded kind of weird to say it or think it, but that it felt almost like the perfect narrative ending to the life of this blind guy who suddenly
Mhm.
like it was his, it was the blindness, it was the Achilles heel that had also been kind of a superpower that had given him some other kind of advantages in life, but that was ultimately the enemy that took him out in a way. But like the way he said it, it felt like poetic, like it was a storybook sort of an ending, and that he thought this even as a young man losing his father, that his life just felt like such a perfect work of art and like a story itself. So yeah, that's kind of a beautiful nuanced thought he was having, I think, about his dad's life, and what an amazing sort of testament and tribute to his dad to tell this story where the main character was so inspired by his father. Just a beautiful, beautiful ending to an incredible debut series from Scott McCloud. I cannot think of too many better debut comics from any American cartoonists in the 1980s or ever. Scott McCloud obviously would go on to do Understanding Comics, and now he's, a legendary living legend sort of a figure in comics. But it all started with Zot. And I think this is a book that not enough people know or talk about these days. And I'm so glad that we got the time to do this at length today. This is a hell of a comic, and everybody should read Zot.
Yeah, everyone should. There's a couple things I want to read on the like his postscript in the letter column. He says something.
Yeah.
He says a few interesting things. He says, look, when I press type the issue's cover headline, the final round last December, I had no idea just how appropriate it would be. Sure enough, this is our last issue for a while. And he says and he said, I guess he originally conceived this to be 12 issues, this original story, but now he's so reviewed.
Mm.
He said that would have been crazy, and maybe I don't know. The book might have been cheaper to per issues, but I don't know. But he says, the sales of this book, if they've not been great, and he goes, and even if we raise the price, it would still not make a difference. But he says something like he says something interesting. He's like, uh, he goes, "You see, for all the nighters I can take, the non-existent social life I can take, the TV dinners I can take, but if the comic starts to deteriorate along with me, it's time to call it quits." And believe me, that time is now, not 4 months from now. When our two-part planet Earth is concluded, I would have already ruined that story forever. So I'm going to do that story right now, and I'm going to take a break. And is taking a break. He's like, he wants to do some comics in between coming back to Zod. But you know what? There's something that I will say. I noticed the art in this issue seemed a little rushed in the way he like
Hmm.
rendered some of the figures. And I can
Hmm.
and it makes sense. It's like, I mean, he's doing 28 pages of whatever. He's doing 24 to 28 pages a month for 10 months. He's
Yeah.
writing and drawing this stuff. He's doing all this work, and it's like such a labor of love.
Oh yeah.
It's just sort of disappointing that you read that it's like sales were not what they thought when we go back
Right.
to a few issues before, and he was like, if the sales
Yeah.
like do well, then the book is gonna, they will consider doing the reprint that or doing the album cover when that guy was suggesting.
Like
So
the
it's
graphic album.
the
Yeah.
graphic album. So it's sort of like disappointing that the books sort of like begin to taper off like in these final issues. But it's he talks about he says something interesting. He says, if I may have had only one of you for every one of you every 40 who bought Secret Wars. We're starting to see how those event books again, because um Crisis was out when this started, and then the later that year is when Secret Wars came out. Started to see that Marvel and DC were putting out these books, these mega series that weren't part of their regular lineup, which was sucking up everyone's, like was commanding the disposable income. And
Yeah,
I
and
think that
from the retailers at the comic shops, which especially, and those are the only places that Zot was being sold, right? Was the direct market. And now suddenly they were like, "Oh my god, we got to order a gazillion copies of Secret Wars." and Crisis and all the tie-in books. So we need
Right.
to amp up our Marvel and DC orders, but we've still got the same pot of money. So, instead of getting 20 copies of Zot or 10
Let's get
copies, I guess,
5.
yeah, we get 5 or we'll get 2, or
Right.
we'll just get it for the 3 people who subscribe on their pull list to Zot, but none of them for the shelf anymore because we got to get more Secret Wars. So yeah, I'm sure that you're right. That's part of the horrible economics, I think, for the indie companies that, when these big companies decided and discovered the power of the annual event, I mean, that really, I think, has a devastating downstream effect.
Well, yeah, because I remember I used to go to this shop called Kovacs Comics in Cleveland, and there was like how most stores you go in, there's the big table in the middle with all the books that were out that week, and then the back issues are somewhere, something like that. And but up on the counter were the books that got the smaller order run,
Right.
because it would just
Right.
be like 2 or 3 issues there as opposed to the 10 or 15 that were taking up all the like the main sales space. And I feel like a book like Zot or maybe even like all these books, like, because here we are now about to be 85, 86, and as much as, the First and Eclipse and Pacific and all these the big whatever two, like their sales started to crumble because like you just said, like the event thing was making you buy things that, because here's the thing, like you think about, like, Crisis came out and Crisis was forcing you to buy, like if I'm just buying Superman and Batman and Flash, but see, now I gotta buy Justice League. Now I gotta buy Wonder Woman. Now I gotta buy, like, I have to buy all the other books because who's gonna die or blah blah blah.
Yeah, yeah. Or you certainly got to up your orders. Suddenly you're ordering way more copies of X book because now, oh my God, it's a Crisis tie-in. We don't know what's going to happen. So yeah,
Yeah,
so it
and it's
fucks up. It fucks
but
up the whole
I
ecosystem.
do everything. And the same thing was with Marvel with the Secret Wars. There was all those books that were like the Secret Wars, like the aftermath books, and even if you picked up a Secret Wars, or Secret Wars, then you like, I'm not reading Hulk. What happened to Hulk? So yeah, it's a very, I'm not sure. I don't know if I've read anything that has really looked at how that kind of destabilized these books. Because I remember, like this is around the time that the Epic began to falter, even though it is
Yeah,
Marvel
yeah.
and First and all
Well,
this and all these books. I
Well,
mean,
I think we see that so many of the books that we love that we're covering in the show, they're all in the 80s for a reason. And as we get further into the 80s, we'll see less and less of these books. And when we hit the 90s,
you see
we're
nothing.
not. Yeah, we're not as interested in covering the 90s for that exact reason. But that does bring us to the end of our Zot coverage here. And right now, folks, we can tell you all you can make up for the sins of history. And if not enough people read Zot back then, the good news is you can find it on eBay today for an incredibly reasonable price. So definitely go seek out those back issues of Zot with the letter columns and everything. It's an amazing story. Obviously, we highly recommend it. And the other thing we highly recommend, folks, is please, if you're still listening to this show, go ahead and hit like and subscribe. It helps a lot. Please drop a comment onto the video here, and also check out our Patreon, because we have some great, very exciting stuff coming up on the Comics Throughout Your Brain Patreon, and we appreciate all the support, folks. So, Chris, do we have anything else that we need to say?
No, I think we've said everything we've wanted to say, like throughout the episode. So guys, thanks again. Come back next week next week there might be something interesting, like very, very quickly. So
Yes.
we'll see. Thanks again for listening, and we will see you soon.
Yep. Thanks, everybody.